Second Chances, the first book in the Carver Ranch romance series, and A Love at Juniper Ridge sweet romance novella by Heather Tullis. One Karissa glanced out the window of her little apartment again and wondered what was keeping her brother and father. The morning was growing old, and she knew it would be late by the time they got everything loaded and reached home. A U-Haul truck came into view and the driver honked the horn, announcing his arrival. Must be Hank. Dad would never be so obnoxious. It's about time. She felt bad as soon as the words escaped her lips. She'd barely slept the night before, staying up until 4 a.m. to pack the rest of her things, and was a little on edge. She reminded herself to be sweet and grateful that her father and brother were taking the day to help her. Doing this alone would have been impossible. Her son, Paul, raced past her, jetting a spaceship through the air, pushing the button that made the battery-operated engine sounds blare. She grimaced and held herself back so she didn't snap at him. She was definitely sending the toy with him to his dad's, and she hoped they left it there. Dennis had bought it for their son, after all. He should have to deal with the noise. Karissa hurried to let her father and brother in and opened the front door to see Marshal Wilmore getting out of the moving van. The surprise hit her like a shockwave. What was he doing here? Hank's white 4x4 pulled up right behind the moving van, and she could see her brother behind the wheel, but not her dad. She forced herself to smile and wave like she wasn't bothered by the image of Marsh, loping toward her in a t-shirt and blue jeans. The fabric stretched over his trim but nicely muscled frame. Hank joined him on the sidewalk, and they approached side by side. He enveloped her in a tight hug, easing her stress and fears slightly. "Hi, it's good to see you," she said to her brother, then glanced toward Marsh. "You came to help. Where's Dad?" She tried to sound upbeat and unbothered by the appearance of the guy who had teased and tormented her alongside her brothers while she was growing up. Marsh's smile was easy and confident. "Your mom wasn't feeling great, so I offered to come so he could stay with her. I'm practically one of the family anyway." Hank snorted. "Yeah, you two are just like brother and sister." Marsh shot Hank a dirty look. "How's the packing?" Hank asked, as if to shift the discussion, though a smile lingered on his lips. "Great, almost done. I hope you brought a few tools with you. We still have to tear down the beds." She left off the fact that her soon-to-be ex-husband didn't know a hammer from a screwdriver, but felt that, as the man, the tools should go to him in the divorce. And he wasn't shy about taking what he thought should be his. "What? You think I'd go anywhere without my stash?" Hank asked. "They're in the truck, of course." He jerked a thumb over his shoulder to the parking lot. Paul came out of the apartment and threw himself into his uncle's arms, but Karissa quickly ushered everyone inside. It was after 11, and she knew Hank would want to help milk the cows that evening. "There's not too much to move, I hope," she said. "We should easily be able to squeeze it all in the 2 trucks and my car." Marsh walked down the hall, peeking into each room as he passed it, then returned to the living room. "You're not kidding. I'm surprised he left you the beds." The irritation in his voice exactly mirrored her own frustration. Karissa pressed her lips together and turned to the kitchen. Discussing the fact that Dennis had snuck in while she was at work and helped himself to the table and chairs, sofa set, television, and entertainment center, half the dishes, including a few heirloom pieces she'd inherited from her grandmother, and all of the movies wasn't going to soften the antagonism in Marsh's voice. The sound of tires on pavement drew Carissa's eyes back to the parking lot, and she frowned at the sight of Dennis's car. He was early. Not that she was complaining. "I think I'm going to have a chat with him," Hank said, setting Paul on the floor. "No, you won't. You know you'll just make the situation worse." She put a hand on his chest and was glad when he stopped, though he could easily have gotten around her. "He's here to pick up Paul for his weekend visit, and he's done me a favor by coming hours early. Be civil." She would say to be nice, but didn't think that word would be in his vocabulary at the moment. Karissa grabbed the backpack of Paul's weekend belongings and told Paul to give his uncle a hug goodbye, then went out to meet Dennis. His mouth was set in a grim line as he eyed the trucks. "I can't believe you're taking my son so far away." He complained as soon as she was close enough to hear. They'd had this discussion before, so she didn't respond to his complaint. "You'll bring him home Sunday night?" "Yes, and you'll bring him back out to me for my next visit." It was more of a reminder than anything, as if her move was designed to deprive him of his son instead of her admitting that she needed a little help from her family. Her work hours as an emergency dispatcher were too irregular to depend on childcare. Dennis's eyes flicked to the apartment. Karissa glanced behind her and saw Hank standing in the doorway, deep scowl lines between his eyes. She could keep him from talking to Dennis, but she supposed keeping him from shooting intimidating glances was too much to ask. She returned her gaze to Dennis. "Bring him to me before 8 so I can get him in bed. He has school starting Monday morning." And she had a new job. Yeah. His face turned to smiles as the sound of Paul's feet pounded down the walk toward them. "Daddy?" Paul launched himself into Dennis's arms and was cradled close. This man may have torn her world in two when he announced he had gotten another woman pregnant and was choosing her over his wife, but there was no doubt that he adored his son. Karissa tried to just be glad that he still cared about Paul, even if he'd stopped loving her. "Did you bring back the dishes?" she asked him. "You'll get them when the divorce finalizes," he said coolly. "Right." Stubborn jerk. She gave her son a hug and kissed goodbye and said she'd see him in a few days, then turned back to the apartment, fighting to keep the sadness, anger, and exhaustion under wraps. Marsh came out of the apartment, heading for her as Dennis led Paul away. "You okay?" Fine, though she wasn't. She sucked in a cleansing breath, fighting for self-control. "I said not to come out." "Settle down, Car. I'm just grabbing some tools to take apart those beds." He gave her shoulder a quick squeeze as he passed. She gritted her teeth and wished he had never come. It was bad enough having Hank see her like this without dealing with Marsh as well. She forced a smile as she walked back into her echoing apartment. If she could just hold on for a few more hours, she'd be alone and on the road home again. Home, that elusive place she'd been trying to create for herself and Dennis, and had failed utterly.
They stopped to gas up at a convenience store down the street, and Marsh watched every move Karissa made. She was unhappy. Or maybe it was the exhaustion she'd used as an excuse for the temper he saw flash in her eyes from time to time. She hadn't blown up at them, though, and that worried him. Karissa had always been feisty and more than ready to stand up for herself. This woman had been worn down by circumstances. She went inside, and Marsh leaned against the moving van, his gaze still following her. "Rein it in, buddy," Hank said. "I don't think she's even remotely ready to think about another relationship." Marsh pulled his gaze away from her. "Yeah, I'm getting that feeling. What did that jerk do to her? How long has she been like this? It's like she's a totally different person." Hank scowled. "If I'd had any idea how unhappy she was, I just want to pound that guy. Get in line." Hank sent him a sidelong glance with a hint of smile on his face. "I don't think she was overjoyed to see you," Marsh nodded. "She just needs a little time to remember why she had a crush on me when she was a kid," Hank snorted. "Dude, that was all in your head. Wishful thinking. She thinks you're a pain." He pulled the gas nozzle out of the tank and hung it up. "Oh, wait a minute. You are a pain. You're very funny." He gave his best friend an annoyed scowl, but his eyes had already returned to the store, where Karissa was emerging with a tall soda. Moving too fast with that one would definitely be a mistake, but that meant he had time to ease her into friendship first, which would be good for both of them. He'd let the chances pass him by when they were teens, knowing their 3-year age difference would bring her daddy's shotgun out if he'd asked her out. Though they'd ended up going in different directions, she'd always been the one who got away. This time he wouldn't let her slip through his fingers. He believed in second chances.
Karissa was drooping when they pulled up at her parents' place late that afternoon. She shouldn't have been driving when she was so tired, but she was. So she had cranked up the music for the last half hour of Windy Roads and sang off-key at the top of her lungs. Maybe it was a good thing her son was staying with Dennis that weekend. This way, at least he hadn't been subjected to her singing. The music helped her stay alert, though, and they pulled into her parents' farm, which was on an unusually flat piece of land in the foothills of the Colorado Rockies. She parked next to Hank's truck and sighed at the thought of unloading everything tonight. Marsh pulled the moving van over to the barn, where they would store the things she and Paul could do without for the next while. She hoped the tomcat they'd kept around was still active and catching mice, or her sheets and towels might take a serious beating before she needed them again. As she climbed out of the car, Karissa looked at the weathered farmhouse with its gabled second story and fading green paint. The warm feeling of home stole into her as the breeze carried the faint scent of hay and manure toward her. It wasn't necessarily a pretty scent, but it was what she'd grown up with, and in the dry, cool fall evening, the smell was mild. The front door opened, and her parents rushed out to give her hugs. She met them halfway and reveled in their embraces. "How was the drive? Sorry I didn't make it," her father said. Robert Carver was the epitome of a farmer, leather-faced, lean, and wearing boots, jeans, a t-shirt, and a cowboy hat to keep off the sun. His voice was rough with emotion. "It's fine. I hope Mom is feeling better." She looked over his shoulder at the tiny woman who didn't look strong enough to carry full gallons of milk from the grocery store. Never mind the 50-pound bags of chicken feed, horse supplements, and other heavy lifting she did on a regular basis. Beth Carver was proof that you should never underestimate a Carver woman. Today, she was decked out in a long-sleeved shirt, gardening gloves, and a large-brimmed straw hat. Despite her protective clothing, her nose and cheeks were pink. "Your father's a worrywart," Beth said. "I would have been fine here by myself. Let's get you unloaded and settled in." They managed to empty Karissa's car and Hank's truck in record time. Karissa helped the men unload the van into the barn, much faster than trying to figure out how to pack everything into the van in the first place, while Beth set out some dinner. When they came back inside, Karissa glanced at the clock and knew the guys would barely have time to eat before the evening milking. The cows instinctively seemed to know when it was nearing 5 and got restless when they had to wait an extra half an hour. Of course, if she were standing around with a full udder, she might get anxious for relief as well. Beth laid a spread of honey ham, mashed potatoes, lightly steamed carrots from her garden, and homemade rolls, still hot from the oven. It was heaven, but Karissa thought she would have to be careful not to let too much weight pile on if her mom still cooked like this on a regular basis. She wasn't exactly an active teenager anymore, and her metabolism had slowed considerably. Karissa felt her tension loosen and slip away as her father talked about what was happening on the farm. Marsh inserted stories from teaching at the high school, and Hank discussed the latest project he was working on at the engineering firm. It was good to be home, better than she'd expected, once she allowed herself to let go and accept it. The only thing missing was Hank's twin, Bo, but he was still in Afghanistan, where he was serving in the army. Still, an undercurrent of tension ran through the room, something Karissa couldn't put her finger on. "So, Hank, I haven't heard anything about Shani. I thought she'd be here tonight." Karissa looked at her brother and saw him glance at his plate. Last she'd heard, things were getting serious between the two of them, but Hank didn't brighten at the mention of his girlfriend. He played with the food left on his plate, pushing a couple of carrots around in the gravy with his spoon. His lips turned down in a frown, his brow furrowing. "Yeah, well, you won't be seeing her around here." With the definite feeling that she had stuck her foot in it, Karissa wasn't sure whether she should pretend that she wasn't horribly curious, or if he would tolerate her asking a little more. She looked him in the eye and felt slapped by the hard, cold look there. She returned her gaze to her food without asking another word. The silence stretched for a long moment before Hank filled it. She decided Juniper Ridge wasn't where she wanted to spend the rest of her life. He stood and walked to the kitchen in the next room. Karissa looked at her parents as they heard the sound of the refrigerator open and close. They looked as surprised as she was. She decided a change of topic was in order. "I know this isn't convenient for you, that we're going to be in your hair and causing problems for a while." Karissa stood as well and picked up the pitcher of milk along with her dirty dishes. Robert latched onto her arm as she walked by and held on until she met his gaze. "There's nothing to be sorry for. We're glad to be here for you and happy to help," he said. She smiled her acceptance, and he nodded slightly before releasing her. When she reached the kitchen, Marsh on her heels, Karissa heard her parents talking in low tones, their voices fervent, worried. It made her ache all the more knowing her parents were concerned about her, about the mess she'd made of her life. She resolved to get things under control as quickly as possible. She'd be strong and prove she could stand alone, that she could do it without help. For a little while, though, she would need to lean on them. The last thing Karissa wanted was to be a burden to her parents. Sure, they weren't terribly old, but they weren't exactly spring chickens either. Robert was almost 60, and Beth had just turned 50. They should be enjoying a fun outing with their grandchildren, then send them on home again, not playing full-time grandparent. Her parents joined her, their arms full, and Karissa returned to the dining room for the last of the dinner items. She scooped up the tub of butter, knife, and loaf of bread and brought them to the kitchen. Beth was loading the dishwasher, Robert covering the leftovers, and Karissa had to stop for a moment and watch the way her parents worked in tandem, a perfect unit in sync. She'd seldom seen her father work in the kitchen when she was growing up, since he worked so many hours on the farm, but now he acted as though it were an everyday occurrence. Karissa wondered when that had happened. Robert shot Karissa an anxious look, then turned and put the food in the fridge. When her mother glanced at her, a look of concern in her eyes, Karissa knew there was something they wanted to say, something more that hadn't been broached yet, and it was important. She put away the food in her hands, then turned to face them, leaning back against the cupboard behind her. "What's going on?" Robert ran a hand over his chin, and she heard the light scrape of a day's beard growth rasp across his calluses. "Let's go back to the dining room. There's something more we need to discuss." He looked at the guys as well, including them in the conversation. His words and the serious tone of voice put Karissa more on edge as everyone sat around the table again. She looked from one parent to the other, then back again. "What is it?" Her mother's smile was wan and definitely forced when she began to speak. "I've been feeling ill for a while now, like I had the flu a lot. Unexplainable fevers, stomach cramping. I finally went to the doctor last month and he ran a bunch of tests." She looked up at her husband when he took her hand. "It's lupus." Karissa felt like someone had just reached into her chest and pulled out her heart. What? What does that mean? She'd heard of the disease but had never known anyone who had it. How could her parents possibly help her care for her son if her mother was sick? How could Karissa deal with day-to-day life if she lost her mother? She quickly shunted that thought to the background, unable to deal with it. "It means medications, testing, taking it easier than she's used to," Robert said. "She has to be covered up to protect her skin from the sun, and there are potential heart issues and osteoporosis we need to guard against." Karissa looked at Hank and saw the surprise on his face. "They didn't tell you either?" "I knew she was sick, but I didn't know the details." He glanced at his parents. "How long have you known?" "We got the test results a couple days ago. We've been pretty sure about it for a little longer. We wanted to tell you together after the results were official." "And Beau?" "He called last night," Beth said. "You know how he seems to have a sixth sense about these things. He just knew something was wrong. That sounded like Beau, all right." Karissa couldn't help but smile, even though she felt her insides tightening like a vice. "And I'm bringing Paul here and asking for your help when you're having problems. I'm sorry. I can find somewhere else soon." "No, there will be days that I'll need to take it easy, but it'll be fine," Beth reassured her. "If I have a bad day when you're not here, I'll call Mary down the street and have her watch him for a few hours. We'll work it out, honey." Tears clogged Carissa's throat, and worry filled her heart. "Okay, and when I'm not at work, I'm here for you." "I know it, dear." A few minutes passed as they discussed what was coming up. Marsh didn't say anything during the conversation, but paid attention to everything the others said. As much as Karissa wished it was different, he'd been an accepted part of her family since he was still in Cub Scouts and was terrorizing den leaders with her twin brothers. Soon her father stood from the table. We'd best get on with the milking. Those cows won't take care of themselves. Hank rose as well and joined him out the back door. Karissa took the moment to escape into the front yard. The sun had already set behind the mountains, but twilight was long on the east side of the Rockies, and half-light surrounded her. She just needed a few minutes to let it all go and not have people watching her, feeling bad that she felt bad. When the storm door slapped, indicating that someone had followed her out, she wiped at the tears starting to escape from her eyes and glanced back to see Marsh leaning against the porch column. Hey, that was quite a bombshell, wasn't it? He studied her face, then slowly approached her, his hands in his pockets. You gonna be all right? She sucked in a breath. Yeah, I just need a good night's sleep. Some time to settle in and get a handle on how this affects Mom and the rest of us. I need her, Marsh. Especially now, I know. He touched her shoulder and gave it a squeeze. The last person she wanted to have a tender moment with was Marsh, even though she appreciated the gesture. She sucked in a deep breath and shifted away from him. Thanks. I ought to get back and put away some of my things. Karissa, this isn't cancer or a failing organ or anything, you know. It's going to be hard, but she's still going to be here for you. Be glad that you'll be here for her, too. Maybe you were supposed to move home now to make things easier for her around the farm. Right, because a preschooler isn't stressful at all. His low chuckle shivered down her spine in an annoyingly good way. You'll be fine. Just take it a day at a time, and it'll all work out. I better go lend a hand with those cows. Your brother's gotten all soft riding the desk at the firm. So says the school teacher. Hey, I've got to stay in shape. Basketball season starts soon, and if I don't run with the guys, they'll slack off. That made her smile, but she kept her back to him as she listened to his footsteps retreat toward the milking shed. She didn't know if she could handle her life getting any more flipped upside down than it was now. Life on the farm hadn't changed much since Karissa was a teen. The last hay cutting was weeks in the past, and everything was battened down for winter, which came early in the Rockies, even in the foothills. The cows still needed twice daily milking. The chickens needed fresh food and water in the morning and egg collection in the afternoon. And despite the fact that Hank and Marsh both lived in town, they spent a lot of their weekend helping with farm chores. Karissa stuck close to the house, keeping an eye on her mother and preparing the place for her son's arrival. Having raised 3 children, her parents didn't have a lot of breakables, but there were still a few things she wanted out of reach of her son's curious fingers. Karissa was kneading biscuit dough when Hank and Marsh came into the kitchen Sunday evening. She'd heard a truck pull up a while earlier and peeked out the window in time to see them get out of Hank's truck and turn toward the barn. It was apparently standard procedure for Hank to take care of the livestock before dinner, but they seemed to have finished up faster than usual. Are the cows milked already? She eyed the tall metal milk jug Hank carried. Yeah, Dad started on them before we got here. Hank slid open the pantry door, where the milk would sit and separate in the artificially cooled space until morning. The rest of the milk would go straight to the local processor, but this jug would be skimmed for cream in the morning for the family's use. Don't you look domestic? Marsh leaned one hip against the table and surveyed Karissa's flour-streaked face and hands. Once in a while, she pulled out the rolling pin and began to flatten the dough. Mom's taking a break because I threatened to tie her to the bed if she didn't. She looked tired. Dinner's in the oven. These'll be done in 20 minutes. Hank came out of the pantry and slid the door closed behind him. And, since you boys are already finished with the livestock, she continued with an innocent smile, you can get the eggs. I haven't had a chance to get out there for the last of them. Don't you know it's not good manners to send dinner guests out to get their hands pecked by those vermin? Hank asked. The chickens had always seemed to hate him, even when he tried to avoid the occupied nests. If you were a bit gentler, they wouldn't peck you. But you're right. You handle the chickens, and I'll have Marsh set the table. Hank grumbled and went outside. Marsh grinned as he turned toward Karissa, who was opening a cupboard door. You don't need to tell me where things are. If I haven't figured it out after all these years, I've been blind and deaf. Besides, your mom keeps telling me I'm like one of her sons. Using a mason jar ring to press out circles of dough, Karissa kept her eyes averted from Marsh's. That she does. In which case, you can go help him with the chickens if you'd like. No, I'd rather stay here. Just 5 places for dinner? Yes. She listened to him move around the room, setting out plates and glasses, knives and forks, and napkins, while she finished the biscuits and popped them in the oven to bake. She pulled the potatoes from the sink, where she had set the pressure cooker to cool when they were done, and prepared to mash them, as Marsh pulled a clear glass pitcher from the cupboard and a tray of ice cubes from the freezer. "Paul not back yet?" he asked. Carissa's eyes went to the clock, and she noted it was nearly 6. No, not yet. Not that she was surprised. There was still another hour until the designated time when Dennis was supposed to have Paul back. It must be hard having him go away. Carissa's chest tightened, but she kept her voice even. It can be. But his dad loves him, and Cheryl seems competent. It took everything in her not to say what she really thought of a woman who would knowingly go out with a married man. But the betrayal was Dennis's, not Cheryl's, so Karissa fought to keep her voice even. I imagine that makes things harder in a lot of ways. Marsh's voice came from right behind her now, and he set his hand on the counter beside her. The kindness and understanding in his voice had tears threatening to spill out down Carissa's face. She sucked in a deep breath, fighting to stay in control, but didn't look at him. "I don't want to talk about it. If you're done, you can go help Hank." She felt his hand on her shoulder and shook it away. "Go on. I can handle what's left here." He seemed to hesitate for a moment. "I'm sorry to poke where I'm not wanted." Then he walked away. When she heard the back door close behind him, Karissa put her hands over her face, pressing at her eyes with her fingers and willing the emotion to go away. This wasn't productive, and not only did she not want to cry in front of Marsh, she didn't want to be red-eyed when Paul came home. With Dennis. When the men returned 10 minutes later, Karissa was back in control. She told them to wash up and asked her father to let Mom know that dinner was ready. She set out the rest of the food, pleased with the way the biscuits turned out. "Isn't Paul going to be here for dinner?" Hank asked. Karissa shook her head as they sat at the table. "He should be here in about half an hour. Dennis will no doubt feed him before they arrive. They'll stop for a burger or something." The family gathered round, her parents across from her, Hank to her right, and Marsh to her left. Though the booster seat sitting empty on the other side of Marsh seemed somehow lonely, it felt good to be in her family home, surrounded by people who loved her, and Marsh, who had been a big part of her childhood. When the doorbell rang as dinner was nearly done, Hank jumped up and was halfway out of the room before Karissa could begin to react. Knowing it would be Dennis, she sucked in a steadying breath before moving to greet her son. The sight of not only Dennis and Paul in the doorway, but Cheryl as well, caused Carissa's step to falter, if only for a moment. "Mommy!" Paul tossed himself into Carissa's arms. She held him close, grateful to see him whole and happy. Dennis always took good care of him, but Karissa still worried. "Hey, baby, did you have fun?" she asked him. "Yeah, we went to a Chuck E. Cheese yesterday and had pizza and played video games. It was fun." His eyes drifted to someone behind her. "Oh, hi, Uncle Marsh." Karissa popped a kiss on Paul's cheek and set him down. "Hey, Squirt, we missed you around here." Karissa turned and watched Marsh ruffle her son's hair and listen with interest as Paul showed him a souvenir from the pizza arcade. "What are you doing here?" Dennis asked, his eyes darting past Hank and Karissa to land on Marsh. "You know Uncle Marsh," Paul interrupted. "He's one of Mommy's friends." Karissa was about to correct him when Marsh touched her shoulder, then extended his right hand to Dennis for a shake. "You're Dennis, of course. I was at your wedding. Marshal Wilmore. And you must be Cheryl." He nodded to the woman with vague politeness. "Yes." The look in her eye was full of sharp edges and speculation, and one of her hands gravitated toward her swollen stomach. She was nearly 7 months pregnant and showed it. "Uncle Marsh, huh?" Dennis seemed to size Marsh up and returned the handshake warily. He glanced at Marsh's possessive hold of Carissa's shoulder, and she had to fight not to squirm. She knew a power play when she saw one. She'd been raised with two brothers, after all. She just wished she knew why one was going on now. It wasn't as though either of the men actually wanted her. He's practically one of the family. Always has been, Hank added. How was the road south of here? Any rain? No, just clouds. It'll rain on the way home, though. Dennis looked uncomfortable. You won't want to hang out here too long, then. The roads could get slick. You know the dangers, I'm sure, as a police officer. Marsh slid his hand further up Carissa's shoulder to cradle the back of her neck. He ran his thumb along her spine in one slow stroke, causing tingles to fan up her scalp and down her back. If Dennis hadn't been standing there, she would have pulled away. Karissa hated being used as a pawn, even if the touch felt good. Was he trying to make Dennis jealous or something? And if so, why? Yeah, we'll head out. You'll bring Paul back for the next visit? Dennis asked Karissa. She forced a thin smile. Of course. I'll let you know when I expect to arrive. Paul, give your dad a hug goodbye. Paul ran over and hugged his father, then turned to Cheryl and gave her a hug and kiss as well. The sight of that made Carissa's blood boil, but she held her tongue and waited until they were headed down the front walk before speaking again. Paul, we're just finishing dinner. Did you eat already? Yes, we had hamburgers at McDonald's, and I got to play in the balls. She smiled tightly and wondered which illness he'd catch this time. He always got sick when his father took him to those play places. We're about to eat dessert. Let's go put your things up in the room, and then we'll get some cake. I'll take him. Hank picked up the bag of clothes Dennis had set inside the front door and ushered Paul upstairs. Thanks. She shook Marsh's hand from her lower back, where it had gravitated after Dennis had shut the front door. What's with pretending you're more than Hank's friend? I don't need you guys to protect me, you know. I can take care of myself. She refused to look at him as she turned back toward the dining room, humiliated by the way he had acted and shamed by the bright and fresh beauty her replacement had exuded. Karissa knew she didn't compare to a woman like Cheryl, and she knew Marsh couldn't have missed the fact. Not that she cared what Marsh thought, she just felt so dowdy compared to the delectable other woman. Even 7 months pregnant, Cheryl was one of the most beautiful women Karissa had ever seen. She probably spends half her income on wrinkle cream. The thought may have been catty, but it made Karissa feel oddly better. Yeah, you've made that clear. You've always been independent. Marsh's voice was low and thoughtful. He followed her back into the dining room where her parents waited for them to return, their eyes carefully studying her and Marsh's face as they sat. Hank will bring Paul down for dessert in a minute. A glance at her plate, and Karissa knew she didn't want to eat anything else. She was suddenly not hungry anymore. She stood again and began clearing the table, taking the dishes into the kitchen, relieved when no one followed her. Paul's excited chatter filled the house as he entered the dining room, talking about the fun things he'd done with Dennis and Cheryl. Karissa cut the cake and set it out on individual plates, then carried it back into the dining room, grateful for the time to regroup without interruption. Once everyone had a piece, she gathered the rest of the plates and returned to the kitchen. She was adding detergent to the dishwasher when she heard footsteps on the kitchen floor. Not going to have any yourself, Car? Marsh never was good at giving her space. I'm not very hungry. Go back and finish your man talk with Hank and Dad. I can finish up in here. I don't want any help. She turned to glare at Marsh, her only defense when she really wanted to crumple up instead. He took a long, measured look at her. You don't want any help. That about sums it up. He set down the food he'd brought in from the table and returned to the dining room. Karissa pushed back the hot tears that fought to fall from her eyes. She tried to be angry about Dennis's betrayal and the way he practically paraded his girlfriend in front of her. Anger was easier than hurt, but all she felt was grief. How had she not realized he was cheating? And why hadn't she been enough for him?
4. The bell rang, signaling the end of the last class on Wednesday, and Marsh sighed. It had been a long day, especially since he had wanted to talk to one of these students one-on-one since before school started. Now he reached out and set a hand on the arm of a tall redhead as the boy tried to slip out of the room. Craig, hold on for a minute, will you? I'd like to speak with you. Craig gave Marsh a worried look, then shrugged. Sure, coach. When the last student left the room, Marsh shut the door and turned back to Craig, the 6'3" senior who had been on his basketball team the past 2 years. His star player, if he could keep out of trouble long enough to make the team this year. Marsh sat on the edge of his desk and gave Craig a long, appraising look, but didn't say anything. He waited until Craig glanced away and slouched down, uncomfortable with the silence, before he spoke. I heard some news today. You want to talk to me about last night? Craig turned to the blackboard and picked up the eraser sitting on the ledge below it. He flipped the eraser end over end for a minute. What about last night? Playing dumb. Marsh wasn't going to put up with that. I heard about you being caught out after curfew last night, with alcohol on your breath. Carefully, as if it were fragile, Craig set the eraser back down and turned toward Marsh. Coach, it wasn't a big deal. I only had a sip. That's not what I heard, and even if it were true. Marsh cut the boy off when he saw Craig open his mouth to protest. I can't accept that. Basketball tryouts are next week, and I can't have you on my team if you aren't clean. You know that. It's not like I drink all the time. I haven't had one in months, Craig protested. But Larissa dumped me yesterday, and he trailed off as if realizing the excuse was lame. And you're still underage by about 4 years. You know what the district rules are. I can't have you drinking if you want to play. You aren't on the team now, so I can't give you an official warning. But Craig, I don't want it to happen again. It could jeopardize your whole future if you don't play this season. You're good, real good, and a college scout is going to notice you if we get to the playoffs. And we will, if you boys can just keep your heads on and focus on the goal. We have a bang-up team this year, with or without you, but we'll be better with you. Nothing going on with a girl is important enough to throw away your future. It made Marsh angry to see Craig's half shrug at that comment, but at least he made eye contact. You're right, Coach. I'll do better. I won't drink anymore until the season is over. Marsh let out a huff of irritation. He recognized the restlessness in Craig's shoulders, his dissatisfaction with life. Bo, Hank's twin brother, had exhibited those same symptoms before joining the Army. At least Bo had channeled those feelings somewhere constructive. You'd be smarter to let it go completely. Keep your eye on the goal, Craig. If you want out of this town, to have a chance at a better life, don't let the goal get out of sight. But you still live here, Craig said, his forehead crinkling. If it was so important to get out, why did you come back? Marsh couldn't help but smile at that. This was home to me. I taught in Denver for a couple of years, but it wasn't right for me. I needed to be in Juniper Ridge. Maybe when you've finished college and know what you want to be, you'll choose to come back here too. In fact, I hope you do. But you need to give yourself a chance at a future first. Give yourself options. So if you do return, it'll be your choice instead of your only option, and you'll have the skills to make a decent living doing something you love. Playing basketball could be your ticket to finding that future, but only if you don't waste your chances before you get out of high school. And I mean cigarettes and drugs too. Just stay away from them. A smile slid onto Craig's face. Yes, sir. I'll stay clean for the rest of the year. I promise. He shook Marsh's hand to seal the deal. Good. Now get home and do your homework. You need to keep your grades up. Marsh let the door fall closed behind Craig before going to the blackboard and erasing the class notes. He hoped Craig followed through. There was no doubt the kid meant his words, but peer pressure could be strong, and Marsh knew that the kid's family life wasn't exactly pretty. It was always a balancing act between being a concerned friend, someone the kids could trust, and being the authority figure they needed. He knew some of the kids on his team would probably dabble in contraband areas during the season, and more likely than not, wouldn't get caught. He always hoped the teens would follow the rules, because if they broke them, he believed they should be caught, and if they were caught, he had to follow through with consequences. The previous year, one of the girl basketball players had been dropped from the team for drinking. Marsh hoped they could get through the year without anything similar happening.
Work at the local sheriff's dispatch wasn't much different than at Carissa's old job, except that she would be the only one working much of the time, so she had to juggle the phones, computers, and radio traffic, rather than only being responsible for one part of it at a time. However, she didn't expect it would be nearly as busy here as it had been in Pueblo, and she knew she was up to the task. The shifts were 12 hours each, which would be long. But on the months when she worked graveyard shifts, her son would be asleep through most of it. She hoped that would take some of the stress off of her parents. On Thursday evening, her first solo shift, Karissa was hurrying around the house looking for loose shoes and making sure Paul ate some peas with his dinner, adding things to her to-do list, and wishing she had kept better track of time that afternoon. It was slightly after 5, and she needed to head into work in 5 minutes. When the doorbell rang, she was partway through brushing her hair and had only one shoe on, but she hurried down to answer it. Her father was deep in farm chores, and her mother was cleaning up after supper. She rushed down the stairs, nearly tripping over her feet 3 steps from the bottom, then skidded across the polished hardwood floors of the entry, falling on her backside. She looked up to see Marsh watching her through the door glass, concern on his face. She pulled herself up, pushing the flyaway mess of hair away from her face, straightened her shirt, and took the 2 steps to open the locked front door. Her tailbone hurt, but she wasn't about to show her weakness to Marsh. When she opened the door, she saw he was dressed down in jeans and a plaid flannel shirt. Karissa wanted to curse him for wasting her time and causing her bruised tailbone. Yes? She hoped the word sounded pleasant and friendly, but guessed it had probably come out harried and irritated when he lifted an eyebrow, then took in her state of dishabille. Hey, Karissa, where's the fire? He ambled into the room without an invitation, stopping to move the area rug she'd slid on back into place with the toe of his boot. You all right? You took quite a tumble. Willing herself to stay calm, she took 2 last furious strokes on her hair with the brush that was still in her hand. I'm running a little late. She was afraid her cheeks were red, and she had to fight to keep from puffing breath in and out of her lungs from her hurry. I'm not the athlete I once was. His smile was warm and casual, but the glimmer in his eye made her tense before he even spoke. You have filled out some. Outraged, she turned to stalk up the stairs. You don't have to point out the extra pounds. I'm fully aware of them. She had heard plenty of women refer to the divorce diet, where they lost weight due to stress, but that hadn't happened for her. It would have been nearly the only perk of everything she'd gone through. Marsh placed a restraining hand on her shoulder. Hey, that's not what I meant at all. You were always too skinny. He turned her to face him. The extra weight looks good on you, makes you look soft and approachable. She snorted. Soft and approachable? Is that supposed to be a compliment? With your skill at flattery, it's amazing you haven't caught yourself a wife yet. He flicked a finger down her nose, ignoring the vitriol in her voice. You were taken, and I've never met anyone else who can hold a candle to you. Even more infuriated by his sarcasm, she pulled away. What are you doing here? Hank mentioned he would be out of town and that your dad could use some help for the next few nights. I have some time and decided to stop by. She waved a hand toward the back of the house, feeling the edge of her temper melt at the fact that he was here to help her family. With everything going on, her parents could use an extra hand. She dealt with the guilt of having caused them more trouble and tempered her tone. Dad's out in the yard getting ready. Don't forget to stop in the kitchen on your way out and say hello to Mom. She'll never forgive you otherwise. With a roll of her eyes, Karissa turned and headed up the stairs. Have a good night at work, Car. Yeah. She headed for her room, tossed the hairbrush on her bed, and slid her second shoe on, praying that Marsh would be gone when she went down for goodbye kisses with her son. Why was it that he seemed to be everywhere she went? If it wasn't bad enough that he spent so much time at the farm, something she really tried not to resent too much, considering that he was helping her dad, she ran into him in town all the time as well. The grocery store, drugstore, post office, and farm supply, none of them were safe. And he was never happy with passing with a hello and letting her get on with her errands. No, he had to stop and play with her son, or give her a hand loading bags of chicken feed. He helped with her groceries and teased her about being her parents' errand girl. It was like he had a sixth sense about how and when to harass her. Though she'd noticed that other than the stupid comment about her weight making her soft and approachable, idiot, he had been oddly nice to her. She just wished she understood what was going through his head. 5 Thursday morning, when Karissa got off of work, she was ready to drop from exhaustion. She had tried to stay up late Tuesday to prepare her body for the long night, but hadn't been able to sleep like she had hoped with her son running around. And while her dad took Paul out for a few hours in the afternoon, her nap had been less than satisfactory. She arrived home to find Paul up, eating pancakes in the kitchen with her parents. Her dad appeared to be just sitting down and already looked tired from his morning milking. "Things go okay this morning?" she asked. "Yeah, it's right as rain. I thought I'd take Paul out with me on the horse to check fences this morning before he goes to kindergarten. Guarantee you a little sleep," her dad said. "That would be fantastic. I'm ready to drop." It was a good thing she didn't live further from work, because driving this tired could be dangerous. Karissa walked over and pressed a kiss to her son's head. "You up for a long ride on the horse with Grandpa?" "Yes! He's going to teach me to be a cowboy. I need boots, Mom." Paul was taking to country life like Carissa's brother Beau had. The love of farming was already in his blood. Karissa thought of her dwindling, nearly empty checking account and calculated how long it would be until her first paycheck. "In a few weeks, honey. Now I'm going to go up to sleep. Do you think you can be quiet while you get ready to go out with Grandpa?" She noted that his Incredible Hulk pajamas were getting small on him. "Course. I'll be very quiet, Mom. Thank you, baby." She looked at her dad, "and thank you for taking him out. He loves it here." Her father's smile was his only answer. "You know he loves having his only grandchild here to play with," her mother said. "Are you hungry? Do you need something to eat?" "No, thanks. Since we're housed at the jail, I get fed in the morning." Karissa rubbed a hand over her stomach, which was still a little off from the greasy eggs and hash browns they'd brought her. She'd have to remember to bring something a little healthier with her that night. When Karissa awoke that afternoon, she heard her son yammering happily and loudly with Marsh. Her eyes widened when she glanced at the clock and saw it was 3:30. Had she really slept 8 hours? She had a vague memory of her son making a lot of noise a few hours earlier, and her mother hushing him. But that was it. Karissa pulled herself out of bed and slid her cell phone into the pocket of the sweats she'd put on before going to sleep. She stopped to comb her hair in the mirror and put on a little mascara and coral peach gloss before turning to go downstairs. Just because she didn't have time to clean up the way she wanted didn't mean she had to look like a total dowd. She found Marsh lying on the living room floor, her son on top of him, tickling the man for all he was worth. "Don't tickle me, I won't be able to stop you," Marsh said, wiggling around as if the little hands were sending him into paroxysms of laughter. Karissa stopped and watched the scene for a minute before Paul looked up and grinned at her. "Hey, Mom, Uncle Marsh and me are having fun." Marsh looked up, appearing a little surprised at her entrance, and rolled over. He captured the little guy in his arms as he stood, hanging him upside down. "Ha! I caught you. Now who's going to be the tickler?" he asked. He poked at Paul's side a few times, sending him into fits of giggles. Still, Marsh watched her, not her son. "I'm sorry if we woke you. I didn't realize we were being so loud." He brushed back the brown hair from his eyes, grinning. "You look very repentant, but it's past time I got up anyway. I can't believe I slept so long." Marsh turned Paul right side up again and gave him one last tickle for good measure as he set him on his feet. "Hey, Squirt, how about if you go tell your grandma that your mom is up?" "Okay." Paul tore out of the room, and the front door slamming closed revealed where Beth had taken herself. She loved tending her front flower beds and had been talking about winterizing them. Karissa stuck her thumbs in her back pockets, not really sure what to do now that she had Marsh alone and he was looking at her so seriously. "Isn't it a little early for you to be here? Milking won't start for more than an hour. Your dad said he needed an extra hand fixing a fence in the back pasture, so I came early," he chuckled lightly. I got a little distracted by your kid. He's a lot of fun. I think so. Karissa tried to stop there, but couldn't quite hold her tongue. Why are you here all the time, working on the farm? I mean, I know you practically grew up here, but you're not really their son. You don't owe them anything. The warmth on his face cooled a little. They make me feel like part of the family. You know mine's in Vermont now, and basketball season starts soon, so I'll soon be too busy to lend a hand. I'm sorry if I'm in your way. He turned and stalked toward the back door. Karissa felt like a jerk, so she called out, "Wait, Marsh. I'm sorry." She let out a deep sigh, but was relieved when he stopped and looked at her. I know I'm defensive when it comes to you. I'm having a hard time forgetting the way you teased me when we were growing up. It's stupid. I know I'm overreacting. I don't think that's the only thing bothering you, but I really wish I could take back whatever I did to hurt you. The last thing I want is for you to see me as an enemy. He took a step closer to her, then stopped as if changing his mind, and grabbed up a large manila envelope, handing it to her. I picked up the mail at the end of the lane to save you the trip. Karissa saw the attorney's office sticker on the top corner and held her breath as she turned the envelope over. She didn't say anything, but her hands shook slightly as she opened it. The attorney had promised to have her staff send the divorce documents as soon as the judge made it official. She nodded slightly when she saw that it was over now. Thanks, I appreciate it. Several emotions rolled through her, from relief to sadness, that things had to end this way. The paper was a testament to her failure as a wife and her inability to make good choices where men were concerned. How was it she'd chosen a lying jerk, and why had it taken so long for her to realize it? You okay? Marsh asked. Yes, of course. Though she tried to sound bright and unconcerned, her voice was a little tight, belying her words. It's nothing I didn't expect, so you need to get out and help Dad. I better find my son before he harasses Mom to death. She felt tears prickle at her eyes and sucked in a breath, just wanting him to go away. Karissa? His large hand slid onto her shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. If you need anything, I won't. She shook off the hand. But thanks for the offer. She didn't give him a backwards glance as she headed for the front door. The phone in her pocket started to vibrate before she even left the room, and she fished it out. Hello, Dennis? She swallowed back the emotions as best she could, hoping she sounded unconcerned about hearing from him. Karissa, I know it's short notice and it's not my weekend, but since the divorce went through, Cheryl and I want to be married Saturday, and we'd really like it if Paul could be here. Prosody rate 7%. Jane said she'd drive out to get him tomorrow evening, keep him with her overnight, and bring him back Sunday morning. Again, I know it's not my weekend, but we'd really like him to be part of this. That brought on the tears, though Karissa fought to keep her voice even. You're getting married in 2 days? The divorce documents just barely arrived. He just couldn't wait another week to make it official with his bimbo. The baby's not due for a couple more months, but Cheryl would rather get it done now, and there's really no reason to wait. Karissa stepped onto the porch, wishing she could just throw the phone and end the conversation. She wanted to say no way, that she didn't owe him anything, and it wasn't his scheduled time. But when Paul had his birthday a few months earlier, it had been Dennis's weekend, and he had let her take her son for a couple of hours that day to celebrate with him. Despite everything else he'd been a jerk about, he had put their son's well-being first. If she wanted that to continue, she needed to at least try to meet him halfway on this, even if it killed her. Do you really need to keep him overnight? At Jane's? She asked. Come on, Karissa. Jane's already going to have a 5-hour round trip each day, and she'd like to be there for the reception, which she won't if she has to run him right back to you. If you want to bring him instead, that's different. If you did, I'd pick him up and drop him off for my next visit. He was right. She couldn't ask his sister to do that much driving. I work tomorrow night. It would be stupid of me to drive to Pueblo on 2 hours of sleep. A hand slid onto Carissa's shoulder, and she knew instinctively that it would be Marsh before turning to see him there, despite not having heard his approach. Why hadn't he taken off out the back door to help her dad? She looked at him and saw the concern on his face. Just a second, she said to Dennis, then covered the mouthpiece. Yes? You need to go to Pueblo Saturday? I could take you. I have a few errands anyway. You have errands in Pueblo? She lifted her brow. No way was she buying that. Well, I can do them there as easily as Denver. He shrugged, looking a little self-conscious. It's your decision. She didn't really want to spend the day with Marsh or to owe him for making the trip, but she didn't want to leave Paul at Jane's overnight either. She was perfectly responsible, but her live-in boyfriend was another matter. Karissa only hesitated for a moment. You're sure? It will be a long day. Yeah, I'm sure, Marsh said. Karissa returned to the phone. Sorry about that. Someone will drive us to Pueblo. What time do you need him there? She made note of the time and where she was supposed to leave Paul and ended the call. So why are we going to Pueblo? Marsh asked. She wet her lips, needing an extra second to put it into words when her emotions were so close to the surface. Dennis is getting remarried. He wants his son there. Marsh used some choice words to describe what he thought of Dennis. It's not his weekend. Why are you making the drive to accommodate him? Because Paul deserves to be there, and we're trying not to put him in the middle. And as a bonus, he'll transport Paul to and from his visit next weekend. Besides, it'll give Paul a chance to spend time with his cousins, which doesn't happen all that often. Dennis's older sister had 2 little boys about Paul's age. Marsh looked surprised and maybe a little impressed. You're some woman, Karissa? His approval made her choke up even more. Go help my dad. I have things to do before work. He headed off, and Karissa wiped at her eyes, determined to put on a bright, happy face for her son as she broke the news of his trip. 6 Saturday morning, Karissa felt like she'd barely closed her eyes before the alarm clock woke her to get ready for Marsh's arrival. Paul had been bathed the previous night, and his dress clothes set aside for Jane to help him with when they reached Pueblo. Karissa struggled to stay on task as she got ready and double-checked her list, but managed to have everything together when Marsh pulled up in his double-cab truck. She was still trying to decide how she felt about spending so many hours with him, much of them alone. And why would he make such a generous offer? Was it loyalty to her parents and brothers? She was too tired to try to figure it out at the moment, so she kissed her mom goodbye and ushered Paul outside before Marsh could reach the door. Hey, you're upright and everything, Marsh teased when he saw them. Barely. The exhaustion pulled at her as she clicked the remote to unlock her car. Grab the booster seat, will you? Though Paul rode in the back seat, he managed to dominate the conversation for most of the drive, asking 1,000 questions about birds they saw, basketball, and how come Twizzlers had holes down the middle. And how did they do that anyway? Karissa tried to keep up with her son. Incessant questions were better than whining about boredom, but she was glad that Marsh fielded so many of them. As for Marsh, she was pleasantly surprised to see how patient he was with her son. There was a huge difference between being willing to play with him for a while at her parents' house and being stuck entertaining him on a long drive. Of course, Marsh was a school teacher, but dealing with teenagers was nothing like dealing with a 5-year-old. They stopped for burgers when they reached Pueblo, and Karissa was glad she hadn't put Paul in his nice clothes yet, as he dripped ketchup all over his shirt. Still, they managed to make the handoff to Jane without incident, though Jane's brows lifted when she noticed the ketchup. Karissa climbed back into the car. Great. Now Jane thinks I send my son for visits wearing stained clothes. She put on her seatbelt. That goes just terrific with everything else she hates me for. Why would she be mad at you? Marsh asked as he backed out of the driveway. And she's got to realize Paul is 5. Chances are he's going to spill on himself sometimes. That's hardly your fault. Karissa rubbed her neck. I just get uptight when I deal with Dennis's family lately, and I'm tired. Don't mind me if I'm a grouch. I really appreciate you driving me here. I'm happy to help. And why just lately would you have issues with Jane? You didn't before? Marsh glanced over at her when he stopped at a stop sign. Shrugging, Karissa tried to figure out how to explain without sounding like a big whiner. Apparently, it's my fault that Dennis cheated on me. It must be, because otherwise our marriage would still be strong. She put emphasis on the words, indicating that it was Jane's opinion and not her own. At least, that seems to be the track his whole family has taken. When Marsh shared his views on that in colorful language, Karissa decided to modify her statement. Well, maybe it's just his parents, and I'm projecting it onto the rest of the family. Jane and I never were best buddies, but we got on fine. At least I thought so. Any man who would consider cheating on you ought to have his head examined, Marsh said. Dennis is an idiot, and if his family can't figure that out, they're idiots too. Karissa smiled. It was nice to hear it, even if she couldn't completely banish the thought that maybe there was blame to be laid at her feet when it came to the demise of her marriage. If she'd done things differently, would Dennis still have strayed? She told herself it wouldn't have made any difference, but wasn't sure she was convinced. Obviously, there was something wrong with her, or he wouldn't have gone chasing Cheryl. She didn't want to talk about it, though, so she changed the subject. You said you had some errands to run? What's on the docket? I need some things for my home. He proceeded to list a load of home improvement supplies ranging from sheetrock to faucets. Are you building from scratch? She asked, amused and surprised at the list of items. No, I bought the place next to the Ledbetters. It's had renters for a few years and is in rough shape, he chuckled. Not as bad of shape as the Ledbetters' place. I'm telling you, when they decide to sell it, your brother's going to have his hands full. For several years now, Hank had been talking of buying the 2-story White House in the middle of town, but the owners had no plans to move, as far as Karissa could tell. She couldn't figure out what the deal was with that house in particular. It was enormous and in terrible condition, both the house and the landscaping. You bought a house? That fact surprised Karissa. Why, am I supposed to live in an apartment for the rest of my life? He asked. No. She thought about it for a moment. It just never occurred to me. Isn't that one awfully big for a single guy? He was silent for a moment. I'm hoping I won't always be single, but it's not exactly enormous. 4 bedrooms, just right for a family with 2 or 3 kids. She hadn't heard about him dating. Are you seeing someone special? I don't know why I didn't think about it. You've never mentioned anyone. Strangely, the idea was a little unsettling. When he didn't answer right away, she realized she was prying. Sorry, I know it's none of my business. I shouldn't have asked. But she was dying for an answer. No, it's fine, he said quickly. I don't have a girlfriend. I bought the house thinking maybe someday. He stopped at a red light and looked over at her, his gaze intense. If the right person came along, he shrugged. Sometimes I think that's just a pipe dream, but other times I think... The car behind them started to honk, and he looked forward, realized the light had turned green, and started up again. When they were halfway down the block, he changed the subject, asking about her job.
Marsh had nearly lost it when Karissa asked him if he was dating someone. He was tempted to say that he wanted to be dating her. The words had been on the tip of his tongue, but he knew she wasn't ready to say yes if he asked her out. His biggest advantage in this maybe future relationship was their long-term friendship, or whatever you'd call it, and the fact that he had the chance to spend time with her in a non-dating capacity while she was adjusting to being single again. Today was a case in point. He stared at the big display of kitchen faucets at the home improvement store. Okay, I'm totally out of my depth. As a woman who cooks, because mostly I just heat things from the freezer, which one would you want? Karissa smiled. You want me to pick out a faucet for your theoretical future wife? What if we have different tastes in plumbing? It was all Marsh could do to keep his expression straight, but thankfully she just shot him a teasing glance and returned her gaze to the wall of samples. His face felt hot, and he wondered if he was blushing. How could he be blushing now? He was a grown man. Wasn't he supposed to have given that up when he hit puberty? Or at least reached college? Just pick out what you would get if you were picking for yourself. I trust you. She walked down the aisle, studying the options while he studied her. Her auburn hair showed hardly any red under the store's fluorescent lights, but he liked the way it curved away from her head in layers from her shoulders to her ears. It framed her face and made her look years younger when she took the time to mess with it. though it was cute the rest of the time as well. Karissa pinched her lips between her thumb and forefinger, totally wrapped up in the choices. That drew his eyes to her mouth and had him putting an extra step of space between them. He'd dreamed of kissing her and didn't think that fantasy was going to go away anytime soon, if ever. This one. She stepped forward and pulled a box off the shelf. Marsh jolted himself back to the present and walked closer to read the box. It wasn't exactly the cheapest faucet on the shelf, but it wasn't the most expensive either. "What makes this one the best?" he asked. "I like the way the faucet head comes out and turns into a sprayer on a hose, and it's tall enough to get a big pot under it. Plus it just looks great, which is less important, but still a valid point for consideration, don't you think?" She turned to face him. Marsh realized how close they stood when her eyes were looking into his. Her expression was earnest, her mouth smiled, and their gazes lingered until her smile slipped, though she didn't seem upset. For just a moment he thought maybe he would lean forward and kiss her, and that she might let him. Then sense slid back into his brain, and he forced a casual smile, taking the box and moving back to the cart they'd been loading with supplies. "It looks good. Thanks for your help." "No problem." Marsh closed his eyes while he was turning away from her and sucked in a deep breath. Casual and easy. He could do that, really. The rest of the trip passed smoothly as he refused to let himself get so close to her again. If she noticed the way he held himself back after that, she didn't mention it.
7. Karissa saw almost nothing of Marsh that week. Not that she was surprised, considering the fact that he had basketball tryouts. She told herself she didn't care, but was glad to see him when he joined Hank for evening chores Friday night, even though they barely had a chance to exchange greetings before she headed to work. She was glad her mom would have Paul ready for Dennis to pick up when he arrived. When she looked at Marsh, she wondered if she had imagined the moment they'd shared while selecting a kitchen faucet. He had seemed distant since then, and she wasn't sure if it was because he realized he might have given her the wrong impression or if the standoffishness was all in her head. She was surprised to find herself attracted to him and enjoying their time together. She'd even wondered for a moment if he had considered kissing her. Worse, in that instant, she wasn't sure she would have been upset if he'd done it. But it would have been a huge mistake. It wasn't like she was interested in a relationship, even if he was more gorgeous than she had remembered, and his muscles did bulge nicely when he tossed hay bales around with Hank as if they weighed mere ounces. She hadn't allowed herself to pay attention to his physique, though, because she wasn't interested. The ski resort further up the mountain had gotten snow 2 nights before, but the farm had only received rain. Karissa didn't know if that was better or not, considering the wet, muddy ruts left behind by the storm. It had been another weekend without Paul, despite Karissa having allowed Paul to go to Dennis's wedding the weekend before. It was good she worked every night, as sleep didn't come easily for her when he was away. She checked her watch obsessively, knowing Dennis should return Paul soon. She was anxious to see her son again. Dennis always accused her of being overprotective, but Karissa didn't care. She worried when her son was out of her sight for too long. Dennis showed up as they were all sitting down to Sunday dinner. Marsh sat beside Karissa when Paul tore into the house, beelining for the dining room. "I'm home." He wrapped his arms around Karissa, and she pulled him close, thrilled to see him. "Hey, baby, did you have fun?" Karissa checked him quickly for bruises or any sign that the weekend had been less than jolly, not that she ever found any, and was relieved to see nothing but pure happiness on his face. "So much fun, and I felt my baby move in Cheryl's tummy. It was cool." He peeled away and hugged Marsh, moving around the table. Karissa felt the knife point of pain in her chest. She reminded herself that they were talking about Paul's half-sister, and he should be excited about her birth, but it didn't make it any easier to hear about it. She'd wanted another child so much, but Dennis had put her off, saying they couldn't afford it or that the time wasn't right. Now she didn't know if she'd ever get another chance at a second child of her own. Not that she had any right to complain when she had a kid as bright and joyful as Paul. "I caught you at dinner time." Dennis showed up in the doorway to the dining room. No one seemed to have noticed his footsteps in the hall. His eyes drifted around the table, pausing on Marsh, then landing on Karissa. "Do you have a moment to talk?" he asked her, his jaw tight with irritation or anger. "Sure." Karissa braced herself for whatever he found wrong this time. He'd never been big on talk. She pushed her chair away from the table, pausing in surprise when Marsh touched her arm and gave it a friendly squeeze before letting her go. She had expected to speak with him in the entryway, but Dennis led her out onto the porch and shut the door for privacy. Karissa glanced across the yard and saw Cheryl sitting in the front seat of the car. She couldn't blame him for not wanting to make the long drive alone, but it still hurt to see her replacement sitting there so comfortably where Karissa had always belonged. She turned resolutely back to Dennis, determined to forget Cheryl. "What is it?" "You really need to be more careful about what you expose Paul to. He was sick and puking all night Friday. You didn't even warn us that he wasn't feeling well." Dennis's brows lowered over his eyes, his face turning hard. "He was sick, and you didn't call me?" Karissa felt her heart rate pick up. Had they taken proper care of him? He'd seemed okay. "Why should I? You want to hear about him puking all over the bed sheets? And it's not like we can't handle it, but you shouldn't send him to us if he's sick. Cheryl is in a delicate condition, and there's going to be a baby soon. We can't expose her to Paul's germs if you aren't going to take proper care of him." Karissa narrowed her eyes at Dennis. "He's a kid who goes to kindergarten. He's going to be exposed to germs. It's the way life works. He was perfectly fine when he left here, as far as I know. He spent the hour before you arrived helping the guys feed the cows and horses." "Yeah, with Hank and that marshmallow guy." Dennis's expression turned hard. "What is he always doing here anyway? Is he your new boyfriend? Couldn't wait to start dating again, could you? I know he drove you and Paul to Pueblo last weekend." Hypocrite. Karissa pressed her lips together to hold in any words that might want to escape while she mentally counted to 10. So says the man who married his pregnant girlfriend days after the divorce finalized. His face flushed, but he pressed on, not willing to accept blame for anything. "I have a right to know what you're exposing my son to." "I'm exposing him to his family, love, exciting opportunities to learn about animals, the value of hard work, and the chance to get to know his grandparents better. And if I choose to date again, it's none of your business." She grabbed the door handle and twisted, storming inside. "Karissa, I'm not done talking to you." Karissa called back over her shoulder. "Too bad, I'm done talking to you." She stopped short when Marsh blocked the entrance to the dining room. "What's going on?" Marsh asked. "Don't get any ideas," she hissed in a low voice for his ears only, then reached up, grabbed the back of his neck, and kissed him, knowing Dennis was watching. It was petty and juvenile and ridiculous, but she only had half a second to remind herself of that fact before Marsh's big hands slid onto her waist and then around to her back, pulling her closer. His lips softened under hers and he tipped his head, changing the angle of the kiss and deepening it. She swayed into him, forgetting everything but the feel of his mouth on hers. Karissa felt her stomach flutter even as energy raced through her veins. What was going on? The front door slammed shut and Marsh's hands returned to her hips, sending little jolts of lightning through her system. There was the sound of a throat clearing, and Karissa realized what she was doing. Abruptly, she pulled back from the embrace, giving Marsh a little nudge away from her. She sucked in a breath, feeling her head whirling a little from her anger. It had to be anger that disoriented her like that. It certainly couldn't be his touch. "That didn't mean anything," she said, and pushed past him into the dining room where her dad watched with amusement on his face. "I was just mad at Dennis. Remind me to thank him sometime." Marsh seemed totally unfazed as he took his seat at the table again. Karissa wanted to scream, so she snatched up the nearly empty gravy boat. "This needs to be refilled." She escaped into the kitchen. When she was alone, she set down the crockery, planted both hands on the counter, and hung her head. Stupid. That was such a stupid move. Her heart still raced from the kiss, and she didn't know if it was because she was angry at her jerk of an ex or something more. The thought that it could be something more, that her reaction could be primarily all about the kiss and more, about kissing Marsh made her uneasy. The last thing she needed was to start imagining things between the two of them that he didn't return. She focused on the task at hand. It didn't mean anything. He had acted smug but unaffected by the kiss. She could do the same. When her family looked at her speculatively upon her return to the dining room, she did her best to pretend it didn't bother her. No big deal. She could totally handle this. She snuck a glance at Marsh out of the corner of her eye and wondered how many times she would have to tell herself that before she would believe it again.
Marsh ran his basketball players through another set of drills, watching their moves and correcting them, but his mind was half on the kiss Karissa had laid on him several days earlier. She had tried to act as if nothing had happened when she finally emerged from the kitchen, but energy crackled between them almost as strong as when they had been locked together in that embrace. He did his best to go along with her wishes to not make too much of it, but couldn't ignore the way being near her, never mind the vivid memory of her lips on his, affected him. In the past several days, though he'd managed to pop by to help with evening chores twice and join them for dinner, she practically ignored him. He was a little sick of getting the cold shoulder, but couldn't stand the thought of pushing her too fast and ruining his chances. Especially not now that he knew what she felt like in his arms, with her lips molded to his. He pushed that away and focused again on the boys, happy with the progress they were making and the fact that they were actually working together as a team. His assistant coach, Rex, pulled Craig aside and corrected his form, demonstrating the way it should be done. Craig nodded and headed back into the group doing layups. Marsh was happy with Rex as the assistant coach. He was dedicated to the boys, had a great relationship with them, and was very focused on getting the team to the state championship this year. It didn't take long before Marsh's thoughts drifted to Karissa again. No question about it, he needed to do something about this stalemate so he could get his mind back on his responsibilities. He was glad when Rex signaled that it was time for practice to end. The boys had worked hard. This season was practically in the bag. He just had to figure out what he was going to do about one feisty redhead.
8. The next Monday morning, Karissa thought back on her long and crazy night at work. There had been a medical emergency at the jail, 2 car accidents, a heart attack in town, and a gas skip where someone had taken off without paying after filling up their tank. As if that wasn't enough, a domestic violence case had turned into a drug sting. They had to call in other sheriff's office staff from out of their beds to help deal with the meth house. Then the hazmat team had been called out to help dispose of the chemicals. The state would send hazardous materials experts to town to help deal with the mess as well. Karissa had been on the radio all night, her back growing weary, her eyes blearing, and she had to take her mother to Denver for an appointment with her specialist that day. When she stepped out of the jail, she looked up into a solid wall of clouds that were already dumping snow. She'd heard on the radio that the snowplows were out, but they hadn't reached this part of town yet. Thank goodness she'd brought her dad's truck to work instead of her car. Snow tires and 4-wheel drive were a necessity on days like this. In case she had begun thinking her day couldn't get any worse, Karissa was only half a mile from work when she heard a popping noise and felt her steering wheel yank to the left, causing her to slide on the icy roads. She twisted the steering wheel and managed to get it back under control, maneuvering to the side of the road. Fabulous, just what I need. The back driver's side tire was beyond flat, and she wished for the 100th time she hadn't quit cursing when Paul started learning to talk. It could come in handy at a time like this. She hopped into the back of the truck and unlocked the steel toolbox, digging for the jack. She had positioned the jack in the snow and begun lifting the truck when she heard another vehicle pull up behind her. Karissa felt her face flush and resolutely ignored it. She didn't need any help and could wave away assistance without any difficulty. "Hey, car, looks like you've got some trouble." Karissa didn't need to turn around to know who that was. Of course, the last person she wanted to face. She'd been doing her best to avoid meeting his gaze since their kiss, thoroughly embarrassed by her actions. "Hey, Marsh, I've got it under control. You can continue on your way." No doubt you've got some delinquent in training waiting to talk to you. Nah, I only meet with the delinquents on Wednesdays. Marsh leaned back against the end of the truck and looked down at her, earning a scowl. Come to watch the show? Karissa asked, turning back to her work. He crouched down, picked up the breaker bar, and started loosening nuts on the tire. I thought maybe I'd let you sit back and watch a pro, but then I realized you'd probably pull a gun from a shoulder holster and shoot me if I suggested it. Karissa didn't mention the fact that she didn't carry one as a dispatcher. She missed her long-ago days as a street cop, as she considered the advantages of being armed. I might. What? Do you think I'm some mamby-pamby woman who can't change a tire? I can take care of myself. She wasn't sure if she was more irritated that he started helping without so much as a by your leave, or that he had started on the lug nuts when it should have been her first step before lifting that side of the truck. Obviously, she was more tired than she thought. Yeah, I know you can. I saw you clean Jason Hardman's clock in high school, remember? As the tire lifted from the asphalt, he pulled it from the bolts and set it aside, removed the spare from under the bed of the truck, and slid it into place. She remembered Jason had gotten more than a little fresh in the hallways, and they hadn't even been dating. He never bothered her again. So what's the deal? She stopped and glared at him this time, her hand doubled up on her hip. Just because you're capable of doing things on your own doesn't mean you don't deserve a little help once in a while. Besides, one of my kids might drive by, and they could use a few lessons in being a good Samaritan. He didn't look at her, but continued twisting the nuts back onto the bolts. You have students driving around town at this time in the morning? She knew she shouldn't be so churlish. He was being helpful. She couldn't seem to help herself. He shrugged. A few. Being a Boy Scout, huh? Your good turn for the day? Something like that. He twisted to look at her again, studying her face for a moment. You know your eyes glint when you're mad. It's pretty, but I bet it scares criminals. You're an intimidating woman. He grinned and released the jack to finish tightening the lug nuts. You sure act intimidated. She put the jack away and slid the flat tire into the truck bed. Why do you think I never asked you out in high school? You scared me. And all this time I thought it was because you didn't know I existed except as someone to tease. Were you pining away from me? He asked, then stood and placed the breaker bar back in the toolbox. Not a chance. I'll leave that honor to Mary Ellen Kessler. Marsh winced. That was a low blow, Carr. Mary Ellen had boldly chased him all through high school, throwing a glass of soda in his face at senior prom after he brought a girl from a rival school instead. He turned to Karissa, his eyes level. You know you have a smudge on your face right there. His dirty finger reached out and rubbed along her cheek. It's kind of cute. Yeah, now I have a smudge. She rubbed the back of her hand across the cheek and wondered if she managed to do anything besides smear it. I'll be happy to take a kiss as payment, he teased her. If her face hadn't already been red from the cold, she would have flushed in embarrassment at his reminder. She didn't need him taunting her. Drop dead. She turned back to her cab door, wrenching it open again and climbing in, her irritation peaked. You're welcome. See you around. She slammed her door shut and watched him amble back to his faded blue SUV, unfazed by her annoyance. She twisted the key in the ignition ruthlessly and peeled away from the parking spot, less calm than when she had stopped. When Karissa was halfway back to the farm, she started to calm down. She wondered why she still let Marsh get under her skin. Despite the way she reacted to him, she wasn't easily offended. Not usually anyway, and he'd been unusually nice lately. Despite reminding her about their kiss, she vowed to try to get along better, to be less abrasive in the future. Trying wouldn't hurt. Much. The next morning when Karissa got off work, she came home to find her father and son sitting at the table with bowls of cereal and toast. Is Mom okay? Carissa's mother usually made sure that her husband had something hot in his stomach before he went back out to do farm chores. Lines bracketed his mouth, growing deeper with worry. She's having a rough morning. Her arthritis is kicking up and she has a fever. Karissa nodded, not wanting to worry Paul by asking more specific questions. She knew these were signs of an acute flare-up of her mom's lupus. Good thing I have a few days off then. Should I see if Mary can watch Paul today, or do you want to take him with you? I'll take him out. If he gets too bored, I'll take him over to Mary's. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'll check on Mom before I head to bed. Karissa gave her son a hug and kiss, then turned toward the hall. She found her mom still lying in bed, the curtains drawn over the window. Hey, Mom, can I get you anything? I don't want to be a bother, Beth said, curled under her blankets. Karissa sat on the edge of the bed. You're not a bother. Just let me know. I'm here to help. Beth hesitated for a moment. I was going to ask your father for a glass of water, but I forgot. No problem. Karissa picked up the glass beside the bed and refilled it, placing it back on the nightstand. Anything else you'll need before lunch? Books? A movie? No, honey. Thanks for asking. You get some sleep. I'm not an invalid. Karissa put her hand on her mother's forehead and lifted a brow at how hot she was. Right, you're perfectly fine. Not ill at all. She didn't even try to keep the sarcasm out of her voice. I'll sleep for a few hours and make lunch. You take it easy and keep an eye on that fever. Feel free to holler if you need anything. Beth smiled wanly. Thank you, sweetheart. It's so good to have you here. It's good to be home. Karissa pressed her lips to her mother's forehead, realizing that she really was home, where she belonged.
9 November was in full swing, and Marsh was deep in preparation for the basketball season. The first game was next weekend, and he knew his team could win. Rex, Marsh's assistant coach, had his own ideas about which students should start and which plays to run. Though his ideas were often good, Marsh and Rex occasionally bumped heads, which was one more frustration Marsh didn't need. His increasingly hectic schedule made seeing Karissa difficult, stalling his relationship with her. It didn't help that she had gone out of her way to keep her distance since their kiss. He fixed a cup of hot chocolate and took it out onto the porch to watch the stars. His house had passed the century mark, one of the oldest in town, and was badly in need of repair. He had bought it only a few months earlier and began work in the living room. It now sported a fresh coat of paint, new moldings, and the ceiling had fresh sheetrock to replace the water-damaged stuff that had been there when he bought the place. It was not textured and painted, but progress was still progress. Replacing the carpet was also on his to-do list. Marsh figured it would take the rest of his life to fix the place right, especially since the minute basketball season was over, he had to start up with softball. Then again, if things didn't eventually turn around with Karissa, it may not matter if progress on the house was slow. Though he loved his job, the teaching, the coaching, interacting with students, he looked forward to the long summer months when his time was his own. He was already thinking of the projects he would work on the next summer. Hank's white pickup pulled up beside Marsh's beat-up double cab, and Marsh stood, waving a greeting. "I could use some company," he said when Hank got close enough to hear. Hank looked at the sagging front porch and faded paint on the house. "You could use more than company. Just wait until the Ledbetters decide to move and you get stuck with their heap." Marsh indicated the house next door, the one Hank had salivated over since high school. It was in worse shape than his own. Hank smiled and looked at the snow-covered, overgrown yard. The fence was in desperate need of a new paint job, much like the house itself. "I'm looking forward to it." "You haven't heard anything lately?" "Nope. For all I know, they could stay another decade. Sure you don't want to buy something else, something that's actually for sale?" He had to razz Hank a little. The fixation on that house was too funny not to. "Nope. That's it. I'm in no hurry and my down payment gets bigger every month." He looked pleased about that. Marsh led Hank inside and pulled out an extra mug, setting it on the table beside the open tin of cocoa. "It's getting cold out there." "Yeah, seems to be. Snow is making a mess of the dirt roads." Hank stirred the powder into his hot water. "I got an email from Bo today. He's doing great, having a terrific time, burning up in the day, biting flies, scads of rats everywhere. He sent over some pictures of a desert sandstorm. You know that scene in Stargate when the storm blows in like a big tidal wave? That's what it looks like." "Yeah? That sounds wicked." "You're telling me. I'll forward them on to you." "Good." Marsh finished his drink and got up to rinse his cup. "How's Karissa doing?" "She's good. Been managing everything somehow. Hank rubbed the bridge of his nose. The strain of trying to keep Mom from overdoing it is getting to her. It's getting to Mom, too. She's going crazy. She's not been doing great this week, but Karissa has stepped up and taken over everything in the house. Marsh stared out the window and smiled. He could see it when he was over there. Karissa was by turns sweet and bossy. She ended up with kitchen duty most nights. Paul was thriving on the farm, with all of the love from Grandma and Grandpa and Uncles Hank and Marsh. Of course, Uncle wasn't what Marsh had as his ultimate goal for their relationship, but he could afford to be patient. It had taken this many years for him to get a shot with Karissa, and though progress was slow, he was starting to think maybe he was seeing it. When she'd told him to drop dead a few mornings earlier, there had hardly been any heat in the words, though there had been plenty in her cheeks. He shouldn't have teased her about the kiss, but couldn't help angling for another one. "You don't seem to be getting anywhere fast," Hank said. "She's not ready for it. She's struggling, but she's softening toward me." A package of Oreos sat open on the table, and he helped himself to a couple, then offered it to Hank, who took a few as well. "What's your take?" "I can't figure it out. She seems to have settled into a routine, but the tension isn't going away, the desperate need to prove herself." "She was always like that," Marsh said, though he knew what Hank meant. This was something more. Hank shook his head. "Not like she is now. I don't get it. Sure, Dennis was a jerk of the grade A variety, but I expected her to recover faster. Everyone does things at their own speed." Marsh considered their recent encounter. "Maybe I'm waiting too long." He'd always had a thing for Karissa Carver, for as long as he could remember, way before liking girls was okay. In high school, he had dated here and there, had a girlfriend or two, but he had wanted to date the underage Karissa. Her daddy's shotgun was no longer an obstacle, but now he was pussyfooting his way around her, trying to move her from defensive to friendly. Was he moving too slow? Giving her too much time to grow hard and bitter instead of recovering? "Too long?" Hank asked. "I'd think she needs more time. That was a pretty big blow she had with Dennis." "Too big, too powerful. I'm afraid she's shutting herself off, blocking people out. I'm going to have to make a move soon. I just have to get her to start thinking of me as more than your friend." "How are you going to do that?" Hank looked amused. Marsh smiled as an idea formed. "Leave that to me."
Karissa burrowed deeper into her coat as she left the jail the next morning. It was dark and the night sky was full of stars, the moon just sinking below the mountains. She pulled the hood up over her head to stay warmer. Another Friday, another weekend without her son. Karissa fought back the inner chill that seemed to attack at the thought. She was still 10 yards from her car when a nearby truck door opened and a man stepped out. Tensing, Karissa turned to look at the occupant and sighed in relief when she saw it was just Marsh. "What are you doing up at this hour?" she asked as he approached her. "I couldn't sleep anymore. I thought maybe you could use some breakfast." He took her by the arm and redirected her toward his vehicle. "I could use some sleep." She tugged on her arm, but though he wasn't hurting her, his grip was secure. "There's nowhere to get breakfast at this hour anyway." "Not unless you plan to take me to your place." He turned and smiled at her, lifted an eyebrow. "Why didn't I think of that?" She fought the part of her that was charmed by his smile. "I need to get home. I have a lot to do today." "Don't worry, I'm not taking you anywhere. I just ran to the convenience store for pastries and picked extra up for you. They're in the car, and you're welcome to eat and run if you like." She sent him a long, suffering look, and he smiled. "Look, let's try this again, shall we? I'm sorry I was such a pain when we were kids. Do you think we could call a truce? I have apple turnovers. I remember that they're your favorite. We could start over, clean slate." She was surprised Marsh remembered. How did he remember something like that, all of these years later, she wondered, then pushed the thought aside. She gave him a thorough, dissecting look, then decided he looked sincere. That was a thought she wasn't sure what to do with. She nodded. "Okay, I can accept a truce." His grin widened, and he opened the passenger door. "Another bonus is the fact that it's warm in here." She climbed into the truck, and he shut the door behind her, then came around to the driver's side. Karissa could already smell the heady fragrance of pastries and see the 2 cups of something sitting in the console between the seats. "You were pretty sure of yourself," she said when he settled in the driver's side. "Confidence has its advantages. Besides, if you refused, I could always eat the extras later." He dug into the sack and pulled out a turnover wrapped in bakery paper, handed it to her, then dug in again for himself. "The cups are hot chocolate. Perfect." She lifted the one closest to her and took a careful sip of the drink, then smiled when it didn't scorch her mouth. "You cooled it down." "Yeah, I don't like burned tongues much. I seem to remember that you don't either." She felt her brow furrow as she wondered how he remembered that. They munched on their breakfast, and he pulled out bananas to finish off. "How long have you worked dispatch?" "Since a little before Paul was born. Dennis and I were both street cops, but decided it was a little dangerous to have both of us on the beat when we had a child." She remembered their conversation about it when she suggested she apply for dispatch instead. "Or at least, I felt that way. I don't know that Dennis cared either way, as long as the money kept coming in." She pressed her lips together to keep from saying any more. It was still a painful spot for her. "Don't get me wrong. I know officers don't make a huge amount," Marsh said. "But it wasn't like you lived lavishly, if your car and stuff was any indication. Couldn't you have afforded to stay home with Paul? You had both been working a couple of years." A twinge of irritation slipped into Carissa's chest, but she pushed it away. This was a truce, and she could be nominally honest with him in any case. He had student loans. I had a small one myself, but I was serious about paying them off as fast as possible, and I started saving for a house. Just before Paul was born, Dennis's car broke down and he had to have a new one. The thought still steamed her. I don't mean a new-to-him car. I mean new off the lot. He didn't even ask. He just took the savings and used it as a down payment, then signed on a huge monthly payment. That required me to keep working and kept us in that little apartment. She laughed, but felt no amusement. The car was paid off the month he moved out. And then there were the credit cards he racked up. I'm not saying he was a major spendthrift, but we could have been more sensible. $50 or $100 extra a month adds up quickly. Marsh nodded in understanding. "Yeah, and I got stuck with half of the credit cards, and he got to keep his pricey SUV. Sounds like you should have gotten a better lawyer." Karissa smiled for real this time. "Oh, his child support payments are covering all of Paul's expenses and a little extra. I'll have the rest of the bills out of the way within a year. When I move out on my own again, the child support will not quite cover the rent, but we'll manage. I'll be debt-free, and my check will stretch just fine. Someday I'll even be able to replace the car." Thankfully, it hadn't acted up recently, and she thought she could nurse it along for a few more years. "At least something worked out for you." He brushed back a stray curl in front of her cheek, bringing goose pimples to her neck and arm. "And now you're home." "Yeah, I'm home." She tried to ignore the effect his touch had on her and focus on the conversation. "I never realized that none of the places I lived since I left here felt quite right. I made a home after I was married, trying to make everything perfect, but it never felt like living here does. Even when we move out again and I end up in another apartment, it will feel more like home simply because I'm back here." She made eye contact and felt warmth in her chest when he turned one of his brilliant smiles on her. "It's good to be home. Yeah, it's good to have you home, where you belong." He reached out and brushed his fingers down her cheek and along her bottom lip. It brought back the vivid memory of their kiss, and she felt her defenses against him crumble a little more. That scared her, and Karissa moved back against the door to finish the last bite of banana. "I better go. I have to get back to the farm, take a nap, then run Paul to Pueblo. I have a busy day and you have school." She fumbled for the door handle and was out of the cab in seconds. "Thanks for breakfast." Marsh's forehead creased, but he smiled. "Thanks for sharing with me. I'll see you later." Karissa nodded and shut the door, then hurried to her own car and slid into the cold interior. She wasn't sure why she felt so nervous all of a sudden. She couldn't be falling for Marsh. They had never liked each other, never tolerated each other until now. Besides, she didn't need a man in her life. She needed her life to be her own, under her own control. After what she had been through, she had no intention of letting any man back in. Karissa slept for 4 hours before getting up to move on with her day. It seemed almost cruel that she had finished the end of her 3-day shift and would be home all weekend while Paul was at his father's. But it was just the way the schedule worked. Karissa took care of her mom, then spent the long drive with Paul singing silly songs and talking about the animals on the farm. She tried to keep things light, but as she pulled into Dennis's neighborhood, she felt the muscles of her stomach tighten. Her hands began to feel shaky and her heart fluttered. She hated any kind of personal confrontation, and she knew that Dennis's new wife, Cheryl, was irritated that she'd needed to bring Paul at 4 p.m. when 6 would have suited her so much better. As she parked in the driveway and unhooked Paul from his seat, Karissa wondered if Cheryl felt somehow threatened. Despite the fact that Dennis had left Karissa rather than Karissa learning about his affair and kicking him out. She looked up at the house, a small one to be sure, but a real house, not a cramped apartment. The pang of jealousy ran through Karissa before she was able to push it back. She had been trying to talk Dennis into a house for years, but he always claimed they couldn't afford it. Regardless of Cheryl's response to Karissa, her genuine love for Paul was obvious. The blonde bombshell, who was normally at least 2 dress sizes smaller than Karissa, gleefully hugged Paul and dropped half a dozen kisses on his cheek, causing him to giggle. "Hello there, little man. How was your week?" Karissa fought the urge to take her son right out of the woman's arms. Cheryl let Karissa in, holding Paul's hand while he prattled on about the farm and his new friend Steve, the 4-year-old from the next farm over. When he stopped for breath, Cheryl broke in. "It sounds like you had an exciting time. Why don't you sit at the table and I'll get you some cookies and milk? Your dad should be home soon." When Paul had scampered off, Cheryl turned to Karissa, her face impassive, her stance belligerent. "Sounds like he's becoming quite the farm boy." Cheryl's hostility brought bile to the back of Carissa's throat. She fought the tendency to be intimidated by the woman, though looking into the successful businesswoman's ice blue eyes, which looked down her perfect nose at Karissa, it was not an easy thing to do. Not allowing the telling pause that would have helped her own voice stay steady, Karissa smiled and tossed back a hand in unconcern. He's always worshipped his grandpa Carver. Now they spend hours together every day. It's like a dream come true for him. What kind of dream, I wonder? Before Karissa could respond, Cheryl continued on smoothly. "Anything we should know about? Illness? New sleeping habits? Rashes?" It took all of Carissa's willpower to continue to be genial. "No, everything's perfectly normal. I'm sure Dennis has told you about his grandmother." Karissa wouldn't have bothered mentioning it to Dennis, except he wanted a reason for why Karissa couldn't come later in the day, and when he'd called to find out the previous evening, Hank had grabbed the cell phone and spelled it out. Considering Hank's current low level of tolerance for Dennis, he hadn't been inclined to be kind and gentle. Genuine sympathy softened Cheryl's eyes, and she nodded in response. Karissa explained, "He knows Grandma goes to the doctor so he can make her feel better, but we try to downplay the seriousness of her condition. If you'd do the same, I'd appreciate it. We don't need him upset over something he can't change." Cheryl nodded again, and Karissa dropped Paul's overnight bag beside the sofa. "If you need me, you know how to reach me. I don't work this weekend, so you can call my cell." "I think we can handle him for 2 days. It's not like it's his first visit." Cheryl placed a hand on her burgeoning stomach, caressing the nearly full-term pregnancy beneath. Karissa wondered if the gesture had been intentional or not, but a glance at Cheryl's face didn't indicate that she had any idea how much the gesture tore at Carissa's heart. Karissa smiled tightly and walked into the room where her son had disappeared a moment earlier. She noticed the dining table and chairs that Dennis had insisted he had to have were no longer in the room. They had been replaced with a much nicer set. Fighting back the anger, Karissa swept Paul into her arms for a last hug. "You be a good boy for Daddy and Cheryl, all right? And you know you can call Mommy if you want to." "Bye, Mom. I love you." He wrapped his arms around her neck and gave it a tight squeeze. Fighting to keep the tears back, Karissa gave him a big smacking kiss. Love you too, bunches and bunches. Feeling her composure beginning to falter, she stood and hurried from the room, telling Cheryl goodbye before heading out the door. Karissa kept back the waves of pain for 2 blocks, at which point she pulled into a grocery store parking lot and allowed her tears free rein. Being in the house with that woman was torture. Every moment something bombarded her, reminding Karissa why she hadn't been able to keep Dennis, why Cheryl was so much better, smarter, more beautiful. Karissa wished she could drop Paul off to Dennis, always, instead of dealing with Cheryl, but their schedules had clashed lately, making that an unreasonable expectation. Karissa told herself she should just be glad that Cheryl appeared to genuinely care about her son, and what little Karissa had seen of her parenting skills seemed to be adequate. That didn't help much, though, not when she resented the woman's perfection, her ability to live the life Karissa had seen for herself and been unable to have. The bitterness and anger that the woman had knowingly lured a man away from his family and broke up his marriage had a way of returning over and over, making the forgiveness that Karissa had always been taught to give an impossibility. Maybe someday she would look back and see that she was better off without Dennis. Right now, that day seemed decades away. The rest of the trip went by quickly enough. When she returned to the farmhouse, it was after 7, and her father and brother were sitting at the kitchen table, an open box of pizza sitting between them. "Where's Mom?" she asked. "In bed already. It's been a rough day," her father explained. "We thought you'd be later. We ordered plenty. Take a seat." Robert gestured to a chair as Karissa set an armful of bags on the counter. "One more trip," she said, before heading back out to the car to collect the rest of her groceries. When Karissa came back in, Robert still sat at the table eating, but Hank was putting the perishables away in the fridge and freezer. A half-eaten slice of pizza still sat on his plate. "What's wrong with the food?" she asked. "Has Luigi's changed their special sauce recipe?" "No, it's fine. I just thought you could use a hand." "Thanks." They worked side by side for a couple of minutes, putting away the groceries that Karissa had brought in, then returned to the table. News of shopping, errands, and what the men had accomplished at work filled the time while they sat around the table talking. Long after dinner was done, they continued to talk, settling into their old familiar routine. Finally, Robert went out to check on the stock before bed. "So Paul's settled in?" Hank asked when they were alone. Karissa felt the muscle in her jaw jump as she held her words for a moment. She could see images in her mind of Cheryl doting on Paul, cutting his food, and asking him if he wanted dessert. She was probably the perfect little mother, while they sat at their new dining table. "Yeah, he was munching on cookies when I left," she said when she could keep her voice even. "It must be hard leaving him with them." "With her, you mean?" Karissa squeezed her eyes shut, then shook her head. "It's not fun." Hank touched her shoulder. "You don't have to be strong for me, Riss. What are you really feeling?" "What am I really feeling? I'm feeling angry and betrayed. That woman I had to leave Paul with today intentionally destroyed my marriage, stole my husband, took most of my good furniture, some of which they don't even have anymore. They got rid of my dining room furniture, after Dennis insisted he had to have it. Now, she looks down her nose at me because I brought Paul here to the farm to grow up, and it's obviously not good enough for her. Do you know how that makes me feel?" Hank didn't answer, though his face was encouraging, understanding. He didn't judge her for being angry, didn't goad her on, didn't look as though he felt sorry for her. Poor little Karissa, who couldn't keep her marriage together. He just accepted and was willing to listen. That alone convinced her to let it all out. She had held back much of her frustration since she had found out about Dennis cheating on her, and, though she didn't elaborate on all of the details that had made her life with Dennis difficult, even before she'd learned of his betrayal, she spoke more freely than she ever had. And Hank listened. When she finished, her face was tear-streaked, but she felt as though a burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Things weren't going to be better because she had unloaded, but Hank understood now. Karissa knew she could count on him to be there for her when things continued to go awry. The anger and disgust on his face when she described the way she'd learned about the cheating, the denials, and mind games buoyed her, and she knew she had a champion. It made all the difference. After their dad had come in and gone up to his room to bed, Hank dragged Karissa out to the veranda to talk in the evening quiet. It was cold but beautiful as they pulled their coats tighter around them. Cows mooed in the background. The sound of rustling brought Ernie, the tricolored barn cat, out of the weeds lining the driveway, and a bark from the neighbor's dog filled the evening silence. It's so beautiful here. How could I have even wanted to live anywhere else? How could anyone want to? Carissa's words were soft and low, reverent, almost as she felt the comfort of the land surround her. She felt weak from crying, empty from spilling all the details to Hank, and strangely content. Some people don't understand it like you do. They're too wrapped up in themselves. Hank's answer was unusually harsh. Karissa looked at him in surprise. Then she realized what must have been the problem. You said Shani wasn't thrilled with Juniper Ridge. What happened exactly? After everything she had told him about Dennis, she knew he would tell her now, though she didn't want him to capitulate out of guilt. I thought you two were getting serious. He ran a hand over his face and leaned back against the bench that flanked the front porch. We were. Really serious. Karissa waited. She knew Hank would spill if she waited long enough. He let out a low, frustrated breath. We were starting to talk about the future, marriage, children. She said she wanted to live in a bigger city. I thought she meant Denver or Boulder, and told her I could do that, even though I knew I belonged here, where I can breathe. I figured if I loved her enough, I could live where she wanted. It turned out she meant LA. Shani got me an interview with a company in LA the week after I realized something was wrong with Mom. I told her now wasn't a good time, that I needed to be here at home with you coming home and Mom sick, at least until Bo returned from Afghanistan. Dad can't run this place on his own anymore. He rubbed his hands together as if they were cold, which they probably were. She didn't understand, refused to try to see where I was coming from. She told me if I didn't love her enough to leave my family behind, then we didn't have a future after all, because I needed to put her before anyone else. The fact that I was willing to go when things looked a little more sure, a year or less, meant nothing to her. It was now or never. He shook his head. I couldn't do it. Oh, I'm sorry. Karissa almost wished she hadn't brought it up. Almost. Then she remembered something. Wait, isn't her family from LA? His laugh was low and empty. Yeah, she seemed to have missed the irony.
11 Marsh spent his Saturday painting the ceiling in the living room and correcting tests before showering and heading to the farm for dinner. Beth made sure he knew there was an open invitation anytime he wanted to join them, and he decided to take advantage of Paul being at Dennis's. It was much easier to get Karissa alone when her son was gone. He found Karissa in the kitchen presiding over dinner preparations. The television was turned to the news as she slid homemade rolls into the oven. Marsh walked over and tugged on a lock of her hair. Hey there, gorgeous. I've been dreaming of your home cooking all day. Flatterer. It's only flattery if it isn't true, he said, and snitched a slice of cheese from the board in front of her. He turned to her father as the older man trudged in the back door. Could you use some help out there? Robert shook his head. Better set the table instead. Hank's finishing up the last cow. Set the table, Marsh. Let's work on your homemaking skills, Karissa suggested as national news ended and the newscaster turned to goings-on in the state. Whatever you say, dear. Marsh smiled as he pulled the plates from the cupboard and left the kitchen to begin spreading them around the dining room table. Being around Karissa always made his day better. Marsh, get in here, Karissa called. Her voice wasn't panicked, but he hurried in anyway, curious about the urgency in her tone. He arrived in time to catch the female newscaster early in her spiel. After a routine drug test at a Denver high school, several students were kicked off a wrestling team today, the blonde woman said on the television. She went on to relate that 7 students had shown positive for steroids after a team-wide drug test. The boys had all been suspended from participation while the school determined what action to take. Marsh dug into a drawer and pulled out silverware, counting out knives and forks as the newscaster interviewed some parents and students who all thought the possibility of the boys being kicked off the team was too harsh. The coach's quote was wishy-washy and non-committal. It gave Marsh a stomachache. He shook his head in disgust. If those were my players, they'd be off the team. End of story. My boys all know the rules. No drinking, no drugs, no tobacco. Period. Any school that puts its athletic programs above the good of the students should rethink their priorities. So, if your boys got caught, they'd be gone, even if it meant the end of your hopes for a state title. Karissa stopped the mixer and pulled out the bowl of mashed potatoes. I'd hate it, but there's no room for cheaters on my team. Letting the kids stay would send the wrong message. He left the room to lay out the utensils while she finished, then returned again to the kitchen. Hank walked in behind him and looked over at the bowl of potatoes. You didn't put garlic in those again, did you? Of course, they're best that way, Karissa said. She pushed the bowl into his hands and pointed to the adjoining dining room. Marsh and Karissa followed behind Hank with the final supplies for dinner. They're so much better the way nature intended them. Butter, milk, and loads of gravy. Hank set the bowl of potatoes in the middle of the table. You're a redneck who can't stand to try anything new. Karissa turned to Marsh. You like them better with garlic, don't you? Actually, Marsh deadpanned, I prefer anchovies. They add just the right amount of flavor. He liked the way she made them, but couldn't help but tease. Anchovies? Karissa wrinkled her nose in disgust, which he found insanely cute. You're such a liar. You hate anchovies, Hank said. Yeah, but it was funny to see her reaction. Marsh shifted away as Karissa mock-threatened to hit him. Beth and Robert came in from the other room, and Robert glared at all of them. A potato is a potato, no matter how you dress it up, and I like them with garlic, so you boys just sit for dinner. He included both men in his look. Marsh took his seat beside Karissa, feeling like he belonged. It was good to be part of a family, even if it wasn't technically his own.
Karissa noticed Marsh's gaze on her throughout dinner, and as she cleaned up, he came in to help her, working by her side. He filled the time with talk about how the boys on his team were doing and some funny anecdotes about things kids said in his class. He asked about how Paul was adjusting in school and let her vent about frustrations at work. When the last dish had been dried, the food was tucked away in the fridge, and everything was wiped down, Karissa felt at loose ends. It was the first time she'd had in several days when her mom didn't need something, and household chores didn't clamor for attention. Her mother had been doing better in the past couple of days, but Karissa still took on as many of the household responsibilities as she could. Combine that with her weird sleeping schedule, and she was exhausted almost all the time. Marsh watched her as she scrubbed down the fronts of the cupboards, then removed the dishcloth from her hands. You've been killing yourself trying to take care of everyone. Take it easy. Working yourself so hard isn't doing anyone any favors. Neither is sitting around letting things fall apart. She turned back toward the cupboards and pulled out a large mixing bowl. Her arms felt like jelly, and she really wanted to just lie down and take a nap, but didn't think her brain would turn off. She hadn't been able to get the very pregnant Cheryl out of her mind or stop counting her own abundant shortcomings. Cookies. I'm going to make cookies. They're comfort food, and that's always welcome, right? Hold on. Marsh grabbed the edge of the bowl and set it on the counter. Then he put his hands on her shoulders and turned her to face him. You're tired. You need to relax, not make cookies. Your family will survive if you take a couple of hours to yourself. Feeling her chest tighten, she lifted her face to meet his gaze, tears brimming in her eyes. She'd always cried when she was overwhelmed and down on herself. Everything is out of control. Marsh pulled her close, wrapping her in his arms. Your mom is doing better. Your son is safe with his dad. You have a good job and family here for you. Things aren't what you want them to be. You've been through a lot of crap, but you don't have to control every little detail of your life. Trying to is going to drive you crazy. To her surprise, she found it easy to accept the comfort he offered, realizing again how broad his shoulders were, how solid his muscles. The spicy scent of his cologne tickled her senses, and she rubbed her cheek against the soft cotton of his t-shirt. She pushed away her attraction to him, letting his friendship soothe her. She could take that offer without risking part of herself. Karissa opened her eyes in time to see her mother slink back away from the kitchen with a little smile on her face. Realizing what her mother must be thinking, she pulled away from Marsh, feeling awkward and embarrassed. Thanks. I didn't realize I needed someone to hold on to. Anytime. His aqua eyes searched her face for a long moment. I guess I ought to get going. Walk me to my truck? He let go of her arms and collected his coat from the hook by the back door. He slid it on and grabbed hers from the hook, bringing it to her. But Karissa trailed off when he nudged her shoulders to make her turn her back to him so he could hold her coat for her. Why argue when she wanted to give in anyway? They were out in the late November cold before she could think to say anything else. She felt oddly breathless after the intimacy of the hug, though it had to have been a friendly gesture on his part. When he picked up her hand and gave it a squeeze, she felt both friendly and romantic emotions tangle inside her. My mom saw us in there and walked away to give us privacy. I don't want her to get the wrong idea. And what idea would that be? He asked. You know how mothers are, always trying to find ways to make their kids happy. She considers you part of the family already. I don't want her to misconstrue our friendship for something more. Karissa was afraid she would be the one to misread things and that she would start wanting things he didn't reciprocate. Right. Marsh nodded in agreement. We don't want her to think I have feelings for you outside of friendship. Karissa wasn't sure why his lips tipped up in a smile. She glanced away, sure her face was burning at her audacity to even mention the subject. Why did she feel like such an idiot? Marsh equaled friend. He was practically her big brother. She shouldn't feel attracted to him. I never told you how sorry I was about the divorce. Marsh's comment came out of the blue as they approached his vehicle and threw Karissa off kilter. You aren't sorry. You never liked Dennis. She turned in front of the driver's door to face him and realized he was closer than she thought. She stepped back and ran into the side of the truck. I'm not sorry to see him gone, but I'm sorry he hurt you. Marsh placed a hand on the corner of the front door, blocking her between him and the vehicle with the side view mirror closing the box. Karissa turned her head and pushed away the ache that started in her stomach. The past was over and couldn't be fixed. I haven't made the best choices in guys over the years. You and Hank and Bo never liked any of them. She kept talking, filling the space with words, even as she told herself to shut up. His proximity made her a little nervous, self-conscious. I can't decide if you all hated them on principle or if I just had that bad of taste. I used to think it was all principle, but for the past year or so I've been wondering if I was wrong. Marsh leaned closer. Do you want to know a secret? His voice was low and conspiratorial. It was mostly the principle of the thing. When Karissa turned her head back, his face was only a few inches away, and her breath caught in her chest as his gaze captured hers. Really? And what was that principle exactly? Her words came out in little more than a whisper, mimicking his. Well, your brothers had to hate him because they were your brothers. They pretty much were obligated to hate anyone you wanted to date. He shrugged in emphasis. It was their job. Carissa's heart pounded, and she couldn't look away. Tension grew between them, and the cold evening air chilled her face while her racing heart made her sweat under her coat. So what was your excuse? He paused for a long moment as the tension between them increased, coiling around them. I just hated anyone you dated, because they weren't me. Karissa felt a tug of joy before she realized he must be teasing her again. She forced a laugh, though she hurt at the thought of him treating her feelings so lightly. No, seriously. Seriously. His breath fanned out across her cheek, and the calm tone of his voice reinforced his word. I always wanted to go out with you, but first, you were too young to date, and then I was in college and you were still in high school. When you graduated, you were dating someone. It just never seemed to be our time. Amusement was the feeling Karissa chose of the several that ran through her at his admission. She couldn't deal with anything else bubbling inside her. She leaned her head just an inch closer and asked in a stage whisper, You had a thing for me all those years ago? No. He lifted his hand and caressed her cheek with his fingertips. I still have a thing for you. I always have. And guess what? You're no longer too young for me. He held her gaze for several long seconds while she digested that. Then he shifted back, leaving an avenue of escape. Karissa retreated several steps before turning to him again, her stomach shaking, still not sure she believed the words he'd just spoken. I'll give you some time to think that over. I've never found anyone else, because none of them could measure up to you. Marsh stuffed his hands into his coat pockets, his gaze riveted on her. Just give me a chance to show you what we can be. She didn't understand. How could anyone feel that way for her for so many years when her husband couldn't wait to get rid of her? I've been mostly ornery and irritable with you since I came home, and I'm the measuring stick you've been using. Your attitude is all bluster and cover-up. I see you underneath the shield, Karissa. I see you, scared, worried, exhausted, needing to prove yourself over and over again. His smile held an edge of satisfaction. I enjoy the snap of color in your cheeks and the way your eyes shine. I want you to think about me, about us. After more than a dozen years, I doubt my feelings for you are going to disappear in the next week. Figure out what you want. In punctuation, he closed the few steps separating them and his lips brushed her forehead. Then he climbed into his truck. She watched him pull away, not sure she believed what she'd heard. Marshal Wilmore was interested in her? Seriously? Her heart fluttered, and she allowed herself to hope. If he could still be interested after she'd treated him so badly, could there really be a chance for them? She didn't know the answer, but she thought it might be fun to find out.
12 Marsh was swamped with the basketball team and his classes. Thanksgiving had come and gone, and the Christmas break was less than 2 weeks away. He was ready for a few days to catch up on correcting homework and more opportunities to see Karissa. The team was doing well. They hadn't lost a game yet and had some of the strongest players Marsh had ever worked with. This was their year for a state championship. Marsh didn't say it out loud, afraid it would be bad luck, but he worked the boys even harder, pushing them into top shape and recognizing their improvements. As he watched at practice, scrutinizing every move, making notes on what they needed to work on next and where the weak spots were, he let his eyes fall on each of the players for a moment. Craig hadn't gotten caught drinking again, and his grades were more than acceptable. But he seemed to have pulled back from some of the other boys and wasn't responding as openly to the assistant coach. Mike Menendez was quick on his feet and one of the least selfish players Marsh had ever worked with. He was fast to save a shot that didn't make it and toss it to someone better positioned to hit the hoop. His last weekly grade report showed he was keeping up. Of all the kids on his team, Marsh thought that Mike had come the furthest and had the best likelihood of not just college hoops, but possibly a pro career as well. Connor Travis was only a junior, 6'3", quick and agile, and one of their best scorers. He also had a chip on his shoulder a mile wide, and while he didn't give Marsh any lip, his eyes spoke volumes of his bitterness. He was the student Marsh worried about most. Thankfully, those players with whom Marsh had been unable to connect seemed to have found a friend in his assistant coach Rex, who really understood the kids and pushed them to be their best. He had been a great player in his college days and had a lot of potential as a coach. He would be an excellent replacement someday when Marsh was ready for a break, which wouldn't be any time soon. With a blow of his whistle, Marsh called an end to the practice. He reminded the boys of their earlier curfew because of the next night's game and sent them to the showers. Rex crossed the court to him and grinned. Marsh felt ready to crash in exhaustion, but Rex seemed eager and energetic still. It was incredible. "What do you think, Marsh?" "Good practice. We need to work on Jerry's jump shot, though." He spoke of another senior, one who had made some improvement this season already, but still wasn't one of the shining stars on the team. That was fine by Marsh's calculation. Jerry was dependable and had a knack of always being in the right place. That counted for a lot. Some of the other players could use some practice on that too. We need to hit that at next practice. Craig could use some help at the top of the key. I'm going to work with him some over the holiday, Rex said. Great. Marsh grabbed the mesh bag with all of the practice balls in it and headed for the storage room. "Don't you ever get tired?" Rex laughed. "You're just getting to be an old man. Either that or you've had too many late nights with your girlfriend lately." The thought of Karissa brought a smile to Marsh's mouth, but he shook his head. He'd been biding his time since he told her that he was interested in her. She was definitely warming up, but he wanted to give her time to get used to the idea first, and he'd been insanely busy. "Unfortunately not," Marsh admitted. "I've been working on my house. I want to get started on the kitchen over the holidays. You've got more ambition than me." Rex slapped him on the shoulder. "If that's it for tonight, I'll see you in the morning." "Yeah." Marsh was too distracted with thoughts of tracking down Karissa that night. He'd let her think about his words long enough. Time to take action, and he had the perfect plan in mind.
Karissa paged out an ambulance, state trooper, and rescue truck to respond to an accident on the winding mountain road. It was snowing, and she hated sending people out of their beds to respond in weather like this. But someone had to do it. She was just glad she got to stay warm and dry in her little dispatcher cave. The bell at the front of the building buzzed, and she peered at the monitor, smiling when she saw Marsh's grinning face gazing at the camera. She pushed the button to talk to him. "Yes, can I help you?" "I brought frozen yogurt because on a night like this, nothing hits the spot like something cold." He held up 2 cups of yogurt from the convenience store down the road. The ambulance announced it was leaving the shed, and Karissa acknowledged their radio traffic and listed the current time for the recording. She pushed the button, releasing the lock on the front door, and told Marsh to come through. She turned back and handled the phone call from another motorist who passed the accident, then talked with the fire truck, trooper, and 2 deputies who radioed in that they were on their way. She buzzed Marsh through 2 more doors while she spoke with the driver, who was hanging upside down by his seatbelt in the car, and relayed information to the emergency workers. When Marsh reached the room she was in, he stood looking a little unsure about what to do, so Karissa motioned to a chair as she spoke to the driver, soothing him as best she could and reassuring him that help was on the way. Her pulse beat in her fingers with worry when he said he felt lightheaded and was afraid he'd pass out. A dozen things could be wrong, and she couldn't do anything about it. Karissa accepted the frozen yogurt Marsh passed her and was grateful when she saw it was chocolate. After this, she could definitely use some chocolate. One of the deputies arrived on scene, and she ended the call with the motorist. She handled a few more radio calls, then picked up the spoon and sampled the treat. "So good," she said when she swallowed. "Do you want me to leave? You seem kind of busy," Marsh said, looking nervous and a little uncomfortable. "Wait, I'm almost done." She had another taste or 2 of the yogurt while she got through the radio traffic of the rescue crew all arriving on scene. They would report in again when they left, but she should have a few minutes to talk before then. Karissa settled back in her seat and swiveled to Marsh. "Thanks for the frozen yogurt. Sorry about all of that." "No, it was interesting. I've never been in here, but Trent said you wouldn't get in trouble if I came by to see you." He referenced a deputy who lived in Hank's apartment building. "This is my home sweet home, away from home." She gestured to the dark room featuring another dispatch desk, a coffee pot, and a bathroom on one end. A bank of 4 monitors was stretched in front of her, with various reporting programs pulled up for her reference. "Do you mind telling me what everything is?" Marsh asked, grateful for something not personal to talk about when she felt awkward, ridiculously so from the memory of their last discussion. She picked up the topic with alacrity. She explained the various programs she used, looked up a license plate and driver's license for someone that one of the deputies had pulled over, explained how the system of pagers worked for each of the emergency departments, and sent a quick note via messenger to Trent for Marsh. "You talk like this place is usually pretty boring," he said, "but there's a lot to keep track of." "It has its moments." She scraped out the end of her yogurt and tossed the cup. She wanted to blame the cold treat for the chills she felt, but knew it was actually nerves causing the problem. Despite the officers working in the jail just through the wall, She and Marsh were very much alone again. How was practice tonight? Big game tomorrow, isn't it? Yeah, the boys are nervous. Heck, I'm nervous. This is a tough team. If we can beat them, we've got a shot at taking region and placing well at state. We just need to stay focused. His lips twisted slightly, and he looked a little embarrassed. Sorry, don't get me started, or you might end up listening to a really boring monologue about my team. That seems to happen all the time now. I don't mind. I like basketball, in case you've forgotten. She'd rarely missed a game when she was in school. And I'm interested in this year's team. It seems like you have a talented group of kids. You should come out sometime. Bring Paul. We can always use more people in the stands. Cheering on the coach? She teased. I was thinking for the team, but the coach wouldn't mind your support either. He reached out and took her hand. I have a rare Saturday free this week. We're supposed to get several inches of snow on Friday. Bring Paul and join me for some inner tubing on Saturday. She hadn't been sledding in years. Tubing? Isn't that on the naughty list for your boys? He grinned. Sure, but I'm not playing the games, they are. I get to do things they aren't allowed to do. Like stay up late the night before a game talking to a beautiful woman and do fun stuff that's against the rules. Karissa fought to keep her smile under control. Sweet talker. Is that a yes? Karissa considered how tired she would be after working the night before, but nodded. Sounds like fun. Can we make it afternoon? I'll pick you up around 2. We can play in the snow for a few hours, then catch dinner. Marsh stood to leave. Good luck at the game tomorrow. I'll listen on the radio. Thanks. See you Saturday. He zipped his coat and gave her a wink before heading out the door. A deputy checked in again, and Karissa took down a driver's license number for him, smiling at the little flutter of excitement in her chest.
13. The assistant principal, Evan Wilkes, walked into Marsh's classroom and strode to his desk, the assistant librarian trailing in his wake. Sarah is going to watch your class for the rest of the period. Surprised, Marsh nodded and stood. He caught confused looks from the kids in his class. Though he had no idea what this was about, he smiled and repeated, Mrs. Waters is going to keep an eye on you all for the rest of the hour. Behave yourselves. He stared down a few of the rowdier kids and then followed Evan into the hall. As soon as the door closed behind them, Evan turned back to face Marsh. The school board approved a mandatory drug test for all athletes. They've already started taking the kids out of class individually. We didn't want to alert anyone to what was going on in advance. Sounds good. Where do you need me? The thought of drug testing made Marsh a little nervous. He hated the thought of losing even one of his players. On the other hand, with the rash of student athletes who were testing positive in Colorado, it would be irresponsible not to check up on their teams. The kids needed to know that drug use would not be tolerated. Marsh helped collect the kids from their classes and saw them to the locker rooms where they split off the boys from the girls and collected their urine samples. He noticed more than a few nervous glances and wondered how many of the kids had gone to a party after the big win the previous night and smoked a joint or something. Or were they just generally nervous about the testing, despite having nothing to worry about? Fourth period was well underway before they finished with all of the students and sent them back to their classes. A couple of the wrestlers were out that day, but Marsh's team had all been present. The lab personnel who had come to administer the tests would have the results available on Monday, which seemed ages away at the moment, but wasn't bad, actually. Marsh was admittedly anxious, but forced himself to return to his classroom to work on the pile of assignments. At least it was his teacher prep hour, he thought, so it wouldn't matter if he was distracted. His team was unusually subdued in practice that afternoon, but he ignored it, pushing them all through the usual maneuvers and trying to explain away the furtive looks he saw exchanged between some of the boys. Rex was totally unruffled, calling out plays and changing up the routine. When practice was finally over, Marsh was more than ready to say goodbye and head home for the weekend. He played with his keys as he walked out to his truck, considering the stressed expressions on his boys' faces. He had a really bad feeling about the drug tests that day. The boys knew one of the group was using, or at least they suspected it. If they were all clean, there was no reason for it to have bothered any of them. Hey, Marsh, you rushed out of there. It was Rex, coming from the gym. I wondered if you've seen the tapes for East. Yeah, the wind blew down his neck, so Marsh zipped his coat against the cold. I'll spend some more time watching them tonight, see if I can figure out their weaknesses. He shivered and burrowed deeper in the coat. What do you think about the boys tonight? Something's up. You think so? Rex considered it for a minute. They were a little quieter than usual, but I think they're just worn out after their big win last night. Everything will be back to normal on Monday. You're probably right. Marsh nodded and smiled slightly, but didn't believe it. He waved off Rex, then went home. He wouldn't have answers until Monday, so he would focus on enjoying his date with Karissa the next day.
The air was crisp and cold, and Carissa's nose felt half frozen. Air rushed past her face, and the sound of her son's excited squeal filled the air as they shared an inner tube on the ski resort hill. The slopes were packed, but that didn't lessen her enjoyment at all. When they reached the bottom and skidded to a stop, Karissa looked back and saw Marsh coming down behind them, his whoop growing louder as he approached. She laughed when he dragged one heel, making his tube twist out of the way and then flip him onto his side. "Crash and burn," she called out when he stood, still grinning, and looked her way. "What can I say?" he asked as he drew closer. "My motto is, go big or go home." He reached out and took Paul from her lap, then clasped one of her hands, pulling her to her feet. "Let's do another run." They walked to the lift at the bottom of the ski run that ran parallel to the sledding hill and got into line. Paul sandwiched himself between them, holding hands with them both, while Marsh and Karissa dragged the tubes behind them. They squeezed into a chair, hooking the rope on the tubes onto the sides of the lift, and rode to the top. "I want to go alone this time," Paul declared when they were halfway there. "Honey, I don't know if that's a good idea." The slopes were reasonably safe, but Karissa didn't like the idea of her 5-year-old going down alone. "You always treat me like a little kid," Paul pouted. "I won't get hurt." "Paul, Karissa." Marsh's voice was low but cut her off easily. "You were tubing solo by the time you were his age, and this is way safer than the hill we used to go down. We only have 2 tubes," she protested. He was right, though. The hill they had used as kids had lots of brush and scary, dangerous bumps that had broken many a nose and arm. Marsh grinned, his eyes twinkling. "Yeah, so you'll have to ride with me. Scared?" He knew her too well. No way could she let him get away with saying she was afraid to ride with him, though the thought of snuggling that close to him made her mouth go dry. "Of course not. We can go down behind and keep an eye on him," Marsh reassured her. "He'll be fine." "Yeah," Paul said. "I'll be fine." Karissa pursed her lips to keep from smiling, but then nodded. "All right, if that's what you want." "Yay!" Paul scooted to the edge of the seat as the chair reached the top of the hill, and they got off. He grabbed one of the tubes and ran ahead on the well-packed path that led to the tubing trail. Marsh grabbed Carissa's gloved hand and gave it a squeeze. "Don't worry about him. He'll be fine. Besides, I wanted to get you alone for a few minutes." She looked at him, a little embarrassed, but pleased too. "You said you wanted to invite Paul. I didn't think he'd gotten in the way that much." "Of course. I wanted him to come with us. He's a lot of fun, but you're the real reason we're here." They reached the line, and Karissa watched her son go ahead of them down the slope, screaming with joy and laughing when he hit a bump and the tube flew a few inches into the air. Her stomach dipped a little, but when he didn't spill out, she reminded herself to be calm and looked back at the attendant, who had let the people who had slipped between her and her son go next. Marsh sat on the tube, his long, long legs sticking out the front, and beckoned to Karissa. "Come on." She settled into the V of his legs and grabbed onto the handles on the side. "All right," Marsh whispered in her ear as his arms came around her stomach, pulling her down so that her back was flush against his chest. "You hold on to the tub, I'll hold on to you." His breath fanned across her neck, making her shiver slightly as goosebumps spread along her skin. The attendant gave them a little push, and they started down the hill, gaining speed as they went. The pine-scented air sped past them, ruffling Carissa's hair as the cold stung her nose. She laughed when they hit a bump and nearly let go when Marsh's extra weight made them bounce more than she had with Paul. They bounced and jostled and laughed their way down the slope, finally being dislodged about the same place as Marsh had lost his tube before. The two of them rolled a little in the snow while their tube continued on without them. They came to a stop, Karissa partly on Marsh's chest, his arms still around her, cradling her close. When his hold loosened, she took advantage of it to roll off of him, but stopped to lie on her back beside him, looking up at a slice of the clear blue sky peeking between the towering trees. He rolled onto his side, angling himself slightly above her, and pushed the hair that had escaped her hat out of her face. "That was fun. We should have done that more today." She laughed, made nervous by the slightly husky tone of his voice. "Yeah." Breathing became a little harder as she looked into his eyes and she felt her lips start to tingle. Then Paul's voice called her name. Marsh sighed, his lips twisting a little in resignation. "Want to go again, or are you ready for hot chocolate?" Karissa considered for a moment. Her freezing fingers and toes called for the warmth of indoors, but she was having fun and wasn't ready to give it up. She sat up and spotted Paul. He gave her a tired look. "I'm cold. Can we go inside?" he asked. "I want hot cocoa." That was all it took to tip the scales. "Of course, honey. Did you have fun?" "Yes, so much fun. Can we come back again?" "I think that might be arranged." They trudged over to the lodge, stopping to turn in their rented tubes along the way. When they finally reached the lodge, it was bustling with activity, but Marsh managed to find an empty table in the cozy cafe, and in short order they ordered their hot cocos. Karissa had been awake and alert while they played in the snow, but as soon as she sat in the comfortable chair near the flickering fire, she felt her muscles begin to melt in exhaustion again. She'd only slept 5 hours after she got home from work that day and was ready for a long nap. A glance at her watch said that a long nap wasn't going to happen, though. She had only an hour and a half until she had to be to work. Marsh caught her eye, his gaze intense, and Karissa felt her cheeks heat. She was glad her face was probably still red from the cold, so he might not be able to tell she was blushing. Her heart rate picked up, and a slow smile lit his face as he watched her, sliding his hand over hers. The touch made her breath catch, and when he leaned toward her, she had to remind herself that her son was sitting with them, to stop herself from meeting him halfway for a kiss. "Hey, guys!" A male voice interrupted the moment, and Carissa's head whipped around to see Gage Matthews standing beside their table. She hadn't seen him in years, though she'd heard he'd been hired as the ski resort manager. "Hello, how are you doing?" Karissa felt like an idiot when she realized her voice was a little breathless. "Hey, Gage, I haven't seen you in the stands at the games this season." Marsh stood and shook Gage's hand. They'd been in high school at the same time, barely, since Gage was 3 years older than Marsh and the twins. "Yeah, things have been a little hectic the past few months. Vince is getting married next weekend." Gage mentioned one of his best friends as he took the empty chair at their table and settled in. "I heard. Tell him congratulations from me." Marsh's grin took on a teasing edge. "Finally, one of your guys bites the dust." "Yeah, he fell hard and fast, but he and Cammy are good together." He stretched his legs to the side and leaned back in his chair. "If things settle down, I'm hoping to make it to the game this week. I hear rumors about a possible state title in your future. If all stays according to plan." Marsh slid his hand over Carissa's on the tabletop again as he and Gage talked basketball. Karissa saw Gage's gaze flicker to their joined hands, but other than a slight eyebrow quirk, there was no reaction. He knew who she was. They'd run across each other several times over the years, and he asked about her brothers, but he was so much older, they barely knew each other. She tried to decide if she was glad for the interruption of what might have turned out to be a really nice kiss in a far too public place, or if she wished he'd stayed away. Pushing that thought to the back of her mind, she focused on her son, answering the dozens of questions he shot at her. When Gage stood, saying that he ought to finish his rounds, Karissa felt more in control of herself and was able to look at Marsh with the casual friendliness that she'd dropped earlier. That was until he smiled at her, making her heart flutter all over again. When they'd fully thawed, Marsh took them to Wendell's Drive-In for burgers and fries, and saw them home in time for her to get ready for work. She was dragging from their day on the slopes, but the afternoon had been worth the loss of sleep. Paul ran to tell his grandparents about their fun as soon as Marsh opened the door, letting the little boy escape from the truck's back seat. Karissa got out a little slower and was happy to accept Marsh's hand when he took hers. "I hope you had fun," he said. "I did. Thanks." She felt a little shy, coming to the end of their first date, even if it had included a child. "You're welcome." His free hand found her waist and he moved closer to her. "Maybe next time we can go out alone, though. Just you and me. Say Tuesday night? You're off then, aren't you?" Her heart raced, thinking about a real date with Marsh, alone. Not just pastries in the cab of his truck for 10 minutes. She nodded. "I am. If you wanted to make it 7 o'clock, I could have Paul through dinner and in his PJs. That works for me." He leaned in and kissed her cheek, his lips just brushing the corner of her mouth. As Karissa said goodnight and went inside, she was disappointed that he hadn't kissed her for real. Then she wondered how he'd gone from her nemesis to someone she desperately wanted to kiss, and not in retaliation for her ex's bad behavior.
14. The first thing Marsh did Monday morning when he arrived at school was to stop into the principal's office to see if the drug test results were in yet. The moment he walked in the door, Trudy, the office manager, shook her head. "He's on the phone and won't be off for a while. I won't interrupt him. I'm not even sure if he has the test results yet, so you'll just have to wait until he tells you later." Marsh was surprised that she'd known why he was there. "What, have you got ESP now?" She chuckled, shaking her head. "Mark and Jeff have already been in here asking about the test results. You'll know today. That's all I'm sure of." All right. It was the last thing he wanted to hear. He'd tried calling the principal and the superintendent over the weekend, but both phones had gone straight to voicemail, and neither man had returned his message. Waiting was so frustrating. Marsh tried to focus on his lesson first period, but the time dragged on. 5 minutes before it ended, the assistant principal entered the room. "Harmer wants to see you in the office," he said to Marsh. "I'll hang here for a while." "Thanks, Wilkes." Marsh stood and made himself walk normal speed to the front office. Trudy sent him to the conference room. Jeff, the wrestling coach, his assistant George, and Rex were all waiting when Marsh arrived. Principal Harmer waved Marsh toward a chair when he joined them in the conference room. "Take a seat. You'll notice," he continued a moment later, talking to all of them, "that Mark isn't here. The girls' basketball team all tested clean. Unfortunately, you guys are not so lucky." Marsh felt his chest constrict. One of his boys was using? Could there be two? "How bad are we talking about?" "Bad." Harmer looked at the wrestling coach. "You have 7 boys who tested positive." He picked up a paper and read off the boys' names. "You, Marsh, have 5. Marsh barely heard the names read off. He was shell-shocked. 5? Half of his team? What was he going to do? How could he possibly play with so many holes on his roster? Harmer let the news sink in for a long moment before he continued. "The superintendent is looking into this. Valley also had some positive tests, though not nearly as many as we do. And oddly, only one of the wrestlers was using weed. The rest of our athletes were using performance enhancers." "Steroids?" Marsh felt like an idiot asking for clarification, but he still couldn't believe it. "Yes, and it's likely they all got them from the same place. We haven't talked to them about their sources yet, but the school board is pulling the boys out of class as we speak. The consequences have to be universal for all of them. No exceptions. Starting with a week's suspension from school." Marsh felt his heart clench and almost wished he hadn't been so straightforward with the boys about being dropped from the team if they got caught drinking or using drugs. Except he still believed it was best. He just hadn't expected to lose half his team in one shot. "My boys all know the consequences," he said after sucking in a breath. "They're off the team." "Now, don't you think that's a little harsh?" Rex protested. "How are we going to win state without these boys?" "We won't, but they knew what would happen. We can't backpedal now." Marsh rubbed his face and looked down at the table. "And I think I'm going to be sick." "I know you had them sign those contracts," Rex said, "but don't you think it's going overboard to dump them all? It was one infraction." Marsh slammed a fist on the table. irritated that Rex would fight about this with him when he had to have known what would happen. They signed a contract saying that they knew they'd be booted. I can't go back on that. I couldn't even if I wanted to. District rules are clear. The wrestler smoking weed might earn his way back if Jeff wants to give him a chance, but steroid use is an automatic out. When Rex looked like he wanted to argue more, Marsh held up a hand to stop him. You think I like it? You think I wasn't excited about where our team was headed? This sucks, but we're the adults here, and we have to act like it. Silence reigned for a long moment. You're right, of course. Rex sounded resigned, but his mouth tightened in anger. The wrestlers are all off the team for the year, too, Jeff said finally. Even the pothead. Looks like we both have some juggling to do. I'm glad we all agree about that. It's what the school board wanted as well. It makes this a lot easier that we're on the same page. Principal Harmer nodded and stood from the table again. The boys should be in the gym by now. Time to go dish out the consequences. I'll do all of the talking, but I'd appreciate it if you came along as a show of solidarity. Right behind you. Marsh stood and rubbed his stomach. He hadn't been joking about feeling sick over what was coming. He'd never hated the thought of facing his kids before, and hoped he never had to face anything like this again. The school was remarkably free of rumors for the remainder of the day, though Marsh didn't expect that to last long. The boys had been escorted from the school, and while the other kids were in the final class, 2 small contingents of sheriff's deputies, accompanied by drug dogs, strolled through the school halls, pulling drugs from lockers, and those students caught breaking the rules were removed from class and suspended as well. The school board was determined to leave no stone unturned. They were sending a message to everyone. The basketball team went to the locker room to change after school, what was left of them, and Marsh was waiting. When the last one arrived, the boys looked at each other, then snuck glances at him, but he wasn't ready to talk. When they were changed and had filed into the gym, far less boisterous than usual, Marsh sat them on the bottom bench of the bleachers and faced them. He'd wondered how much to tell them, not wanting to ruin the other boys' privacy. But it wasn't like everyone wouldn't know by the end of the day anyway, if they didn't know already. I'm sure you noticed that half of our team is missing. The others tested positive for performance-enhancing drugs. They have been suspended and dropped from the team. He let them claim shock and dismay for a long moment while he studied their faces. Eventually, he waved to capture their attention again, motioning them to be quiet. I know this is a major shock. We can't play with only 5 guys, Coach, Chris said. His face was pale, though he hadn't seemed entirely surprised by the news. Marsh was just glad that Chris hadn't been among the users. No, Chris, we can't. I've already spoken with the JV coach. We're getting together tonight with the freshman coach, and we'll shuffle things around. Our chances at the state championship are probably over, but we're not giving up. I want to commend you boys for following the rules and being here today. There are no shortcuts in athletics, or none that are worthwhile anyway. You're all hard workers, and I know I can count on you. We're going to have to hold extra practices with the guys we bring in from JV so we can remesh as a team. And there are going to be tryouts to add a few extra guys if we can. Now, more than ever, I need your dedication. So there's no chance any of the other guys will come back this season? Jerry asked. No, Craig and Gavin are seniors. Their chances for college ball are over now. The rest of them will have the chance to try out again next year. But there will be more drug tests. At least one before the basketball season is over, possibly more. And I don't see the district foregoing the extra expense anytime in the next few years. Marsh wanted to send a clear message that no one could give in to temptation now. But isn't that going to cost a lot? Chris asked. We already had to do a fundraiser just to travel to all of our games this year. Yeah, which means some of the extras and new equipment everyone's been wanting is not going to happen. Marsh fought to keep his face impassive, not wanting the boys to know how much it was killing him. We can't help it. Those are the breaks. There were a few other questions, which Marsh handled while Rex hung out behind him, hopefully showing support. The boys barely spoke during the remaining practice time, but they worked hard and seemed to be focused. Marsh kept active as he watched and worked with them. His mind wouldn't stop as he thought about the JV players, which ones he would make a permanent part of his roster and which he would try to rotate in. The rest of the season was going to be interesting. Merry Christmas to them all. They only had a week of class before the holiday break, and he had to make it count.
Though Karissa had the day off work, she heard about the suspensions when she was in the grocery store picking up a few supplies that afternoon. She'd wanted to go talk to Marsh right away, but knew he was in practice, and she didn't want to get in the way. They had a date the next night, so if he didn't call, she would have to wait. It wouldn't kill her. Probably. She was relieved when her phone rang that night, though, and she saw Marsh's name on the caller ID. "Hey, I hear you had a tough day," she greeted him. "The toughest. Half of my team, Karissa. It's going to be like starting all over again." She sat hard in the nearby chair, stunned. "I hadn't heard how many. I just knew some of the guys had been kicked off. What are you going to do?" "Poach some from JV, rotate some of the others in so they don't all get burned out. 2 game days a week will really cut into homework time for them, and we can't have them failing classes. The JV and freshman coaches are going to do another set of tryouts, see if they can boost their team rosters. It'll take some fancy shifting around, but we'll survive." "Good. Glad you have the chance to make things work. How about you? How are you doing?" Karissa tried to imagine how difficult it must be for him. He was so proud of what he had been building, of how great the kids were coming along. "Is it stupid to feel so betrayed?" he asked, his voice weary. "How could they do that, Karissa? What were they thinking? And how did I convince myself that their improved performances were just due to hard work during the off-season? This is not your fault. You made the rules and your expectations clear. They wanted to be the best, and someone showed them how without all the hassle of hard work and dedication. Except they were working hard. They just wanted an extra shortcut. Man, it just kills me. Why didn't I see the signs?" Look, Karissa had had enough of him blaming himself. "It sucks. Big time. I know. You couldn't have expected this, though, so let it go. What now?" His sigh was heavy. "Now, we redouble our efforts and try to move forward." He sounded so discouraged. Karissa just wanted to pull him close and give him a big hug. But it wasn't easy to do that over the phone. "You should have joined us for dinner instead of eating alone tonight." "Thanks, but after practice, I met with the other coaches so we could hash out a few things and make plans. Then I grabbed dinner with Hank. You're much prettier than he is, though. I should have taken you out instead." Karissa smiled. "I'm sure he'd agree with you. Are you feeling any better yet?" "Yeah, thanks for listening. Thanks for thinking of me. I didn't want to call and intrude if you were trying to deal with everything." "You've never been an intrusion, Karissa." "You're always welcome, anytime." Her heart fluttered. "Thanks, you too, Marsh. I mean that." She surprised herself when she realized she did mean it. When had that happened? "We still on for our date tomorrow?" he asked. "Yes, see you then." When Karissa hung up, she still felt terrible about what Marsh was going through, but she knew he'd handle it, and she was looking forward to seeing how he dealt with this trial. 15 Marsh was a few minutes early, and Karissa wasn't ready to leave yet when she heard his voice downstairs. She looked at her reflection in her bedroom mirror and finished her right eye. No way was she going down half made up and without mascara on, even if just the sound of his voice made her feel like a young teen in the first stages of a crush. When she did make it down the stairs a few minutes later, she found Marsh reading a book to her pajama-clad son. They made a nice tableau, and her heart leaped in her chest when Marsh looked up and smiled at her. He and Paul seemed so natural together. Perfect, really. And she could see her life with him, see him and her son growing closer every day. She wanted it with a strength that scared her. Was she in love with Marsh? She wasn't sure. There was something between them, something growing every day, but she wasn't ready to fully let herself go. She hadn't been good enough for Dennis. What if Marsh dated her for a while and then saw her deficiencies, saw what had driven Dennis from her bed to Cheryl's? Karissa finished her trek down the stairs, carefully making her way toward the pair in her pumps and a flirty floral dress that showed off her calves, and had a neckline that hinted at cleavage without actually bearing it. "You look gorgeous." Marsh looked like he wanted to stand, but his lap was still full of little boy. "Thank you. Don't get up. Finish your story. I'm going to say goodnight to Mom. I'll be back in a minute." Ants started to race through Carissa's stomach as she held his gaze. "Okay." His eyes lingered on her for a moment longer, appreciation in his expression, before he sucked in a breath and turned back to her son and the book they'd been reading. Karissa smiled, pleased with his reaction, and headed to check on her mom. Beth had been doing better the past few days, and the doctor seemed to think she was going to recover this time. It was a relief to all of them, as watching her mother's illness was hard. They were doing their best to control the lupus, and Karissa hoped with continued monitoring it would eventually become just a very bad memory. "How are you, Mom?" Karissa asked when she found her in the kitchen. "Just fine," Beth said from where she was slicing apples. "Don't worry about me. I'm going to make some apple crisp and sugar that little boy of yours up before we put him to bed. Your dad has been craving it. He should have told me. I would have made it." Karissa felt bad for taking off when her family obviously needed her around. Though her mom was doing better, she looked a little pale now. "You do more than enough around here," Beth said, putting the back of her hand on her hip. "We're capable of taking care of ourselves for one evening. You need an evening out. Go, enjoy yourself." "You don't mind taking care of Paul again?" Karissa felt like she left her son with her parents far too much. "At least next year he'll be in school all day, so you won't have to watch him so much." Beth touched her daughter's shoulder. "Honey, we love having you here. We're your family. We love to help you, and we're proud of what you're doing. It takes a lot of guts to step up and do what needs to be done, and your help here has been invaluable. I don't know how we would have gotten through this without you." Carissa's flutters turned all gooey at the praise. "Thank you, Mom." Beth waved it away. "I'm not saying anything that isn't true. Now go eat. You must be starved." "I will." Karissa leaned in and kissed her mother's cheek. "Don't let my son run you ragged. We'll be fine." Beth turned back to her chopping block and started to hum along with the radio. Prosody, Karissa grabbed her coat and headed for the front room, where she could hear her son giggling and talking to Marsh. The book was done, and Marsh stood when Karissa entered, sliding Paul onto his feet on the floor. "You ready to go then?" he asked. "Yeah." She hugged and kissed her son, telling him to be good, then let Marsh help her into her coat, and they left. When Marsh opened the door of the Luigi's 15 minutes later, the pepperoni-laden heat enveloped Karissa. They passed a room filled with the dinging and bleating of arcade games and the chatter of children's voices. It was a different kind of homecoming for Karissa, the first time she had been in the restaurant since she had returned to town. They ordered, got their drinks, then settled across from each other on the black benches, and Karissa settled her hands on the table's chipped red formica. She smiled when she recognized the letters JLH carved into the edge. When Karissa had been 12, her friend Jana Lee Harper's latest boyfriend had put the letters there. At the time, it had seemed almost romantic. Now she shook her head, amazed that she had ever been so young and foolish. A glance back at Marsh made Karissa smile. All the times she had sat at this table with her friends or parents, dreaming that someday she would be there on a date. Since Carissa's one high school boyfriend had never taken her anywhere but parties and dances, it had never happened, until now. "What are you thinking?" Marsh asked, taking her hand on the tabletop and wrapping his fingers around hers. She laughed lightly. "You bringing me here on a date is the fulfillment of a childhood dream." It seemed silly to admit it, but he knew far more embarrassing things about her. A cocky grin slid across his face. "You dreamed of dating me too?" Karissa picked up the straw wrapper in front of her, scrunched it in a ball, and tossed it at him. "The pizza place, dork. You're just the mode of conveyance." "Convenient. So you're saying you didn't pine for me like I did for you?" His eyes laughed at her, and his mouth was set in a mischievous curve. She took a sip of her soda. "I'm still not sure I believe you about that." Marsh grinned, and she realized the tension had ebbed from her shoulders while they spoke. This was what she needed right now. He was what she needed. You know I wouldn't lie to you about something like that, he said. Right, because you've never teased me about things before, making up stories to fool me. She thought of their childhood and the tall tales the guys had fed her, not that she thought he was doing the same now. This is totally different, and you know it. He caught her gaze, holding it for a long moment. Yeah, I know it. She studied him a while before allowing herself to say what she was thinking. Being with you feels good. It surprises me all the time how right it feels to be with you. It shouldn't, but it does. And the fact that attraction wasn't the only thing she felt, that the friendship was easily catching up to the chemistry between them, surprised her. He was nothing like Dennis, and it turned out, nothing like she'd thought from what she'd known of him when they were kids. Was this an act? Or had that been the act, and this was the reality? Or was the truth somewhere in between? Good. Marsh's lips twitched for a few seconds, like he wanted to say more, but then he stopped, leaving Karissa to wonder what he wasn't saying. So, what's new on the basketball front? She finally asked. She tucked her fingers more firmly into his hand, hoping he'd feel her reassurance, and not like she was just prying. We practiced with the JV team today. 3 of their guys are going to join our team permanently. Some of the others will rotate in from week to week. We announced this morning that we are going to have tryouts to fill a few spots. 4 guys approached Jeff this afternoon. We may have another 1 or 2 talk to him tomorrow, if we're lucky. We'll work out together for the next week and see which ones mesh the best. Then we'll pick the new guys next week, before Christmas break. We'll juggle a few more things and see where it comes out. He shrugged, but seemed uncomfortable. Are you nervous? She asked. Terrified. The sheriff's office and school have been leaning on the kids pretty hard, but either they don't know where the drugs came from, or they aren't telling. As long as they keep their mouths shut, we can't stop the person who put us in this spot. Do you think they're being threatened by the dealer? It happens, sometimes. We think this is different, not your typical dealer. None of the guys on my team tested for recreational drugs. And the wrestler who did isn't connected to the rest of the problem. He's kind of a loner and doesn't know anything about it. So he says. So he says. Marsh nodded and sucked in some of his soda. The pizza arrived and he thanked the waitress. Okay, he said when she was gone. Enough of that. I've practically thought of nothing else, and I don't want to worry about it now. I'm with you, and you're much more interesting. She shook her head, but had to chuckle a little at the flattery. You keep saying things like that. That's because it's true. So tell me about what exactly your dream of coming here on a date consisted of. And what other dreams can I fulfill for you? Night skiing? Karissa laughed. Yeah, because me and skiing go hand in hand. No, I don't know what else, and this was just the usual, I guess. She shrugged. What's the usual? You know, me and a hot guy, that's you by the way, sitting across from each other, eating pizza, holding hands, his attention riveted on me instead of his buddies or video games. She felt herself blush at calling him a hot guy, though it was entirely true. She'd never been so forward before. I think I can manage that. Really, you need to get some bigger dreams, he said as he threaded his fingers through hers. Not keeping my attention focused on you is going to be much harder than the alternative. Is a stolen kiss part of the dream? From across the table? Now that would take some serious contortions. It had been part of the dream, but she wasn't going to say so. Having a vision of something like that and actually doing it in a packed restaurant surrounded by people she knew were entirely different things. Then she glanced around the room and realized that the only people she knew were the waitstaff. I wouldn't want you to get bent out of shape. I guess I'll have to wait until later. His eyes made dark promises. She wet her lips in anticipation of the kiss she was already looking forward to. Marsh brought her back to his place for movies and ice cream after they finished eating. I'd take you down to the theater, but with the storm brewing out there, it probably wouldn't be smart, he explained. The closest theater was down the twisting canyon road, and the drive to her parents' place would be dangerous enough if the snow started coming down. Adding the extra miles of bad road wouldn't be smart. You're right. Besides, who wants to deal with a big theater full of giggling teens? Exactly. Marsh helped her with her jacket, hanging it beside the door, then turned her to face him. Plus, we're much cozier here and more private. Karissa looked up and caught the heat in his gaze. It blazed through her, making her face grow warm again and her mouth go dry. Privacy can be a really good thing, she agreed, especially when someone has as little of it as you usually do. He stepped closer. I really do. There's always someone in that house when you're over. And when we're sledding, he said when he tipped his head toward hers. Or at pizza places, she murmured. Or your work. He touched his fingertips to her chin, tipping her head up even more toward him. Or downtown, but we hardly ever meet there. Her heart beat triple time, and she brought her hands up to his waist, needing the extra support even though he hadn't kissed her yet. Except when we do. His mouth covered hers, soft, gentle, with increasing pressure. Karissa felt her heart fly out of her chest and flutter around as she pressed against him, wrapping her hands around to slide up the muscles of his back. One of his hands caught in her hair, and their heads shifted, molding their lips closer than ever. The breath backed up in her throat, and she stopped breathing, not sure if she could anyway, as she came up on tiptoe, stretching to meet him better. Somewhere, her heart must have been pounding against the ceiling, wanting to get out, because she could feel its residual beat in her chest still, harder and faster than ever. Marsh? I'm such an idiot, he muttered against her mouth. She realized he had been maneuvering them in the room when her back hit the door. Why are you an idiot? She asked. Because I didn't do this weeks ago. The kiss flowed on for a long, timeless moment before she pushed him away, sucking in a breath and her heart with it so it beat only in her chest instead of filling the room with the reverberations, though she still felt the nerves firing in her fingertips. Wow. Marsh tipped his forehead against hers, breathing hard. Yeah, wow, hold on. She let herself catch her breath for a long moment. Don't be an idiot again, okay? He laughed. I promise. I'm going to kiss you as often as I can get away with it. Good. She laughed in relief as the blood started flowing to her brain again, and he led her to the sofa, asking what she wanted to watch.
16. The phone on Marsh's desk rang before any of the kids entered for their first class of the day. He grabbed it, his mind half on the basketball practice and upcoming tryouts. Hello? Marshal Wilmore? A man's voice asked in a clipped tone. Yes. The voice seemed a little familiar, but Marsh couldn't place it. Can I help you with something? This is Ed Locke. I want to know what you think you're doing kicking my son off the team like that. Those drug tests must have been tampered with. No way was my son doing drugs. Craig's father. Marsh rubbed his eyes. He had barely slept the night before, thinking about the decision he'd had to make, the struggle still ahead. If you have a question about the drug tests, you'll have to contact the school board as they hired a professional service to conduct them. All I know is the results came back showing drugs in his system. According to the contract I had all of the boys sign at the first of the season, Craig understood that he'd be kicked off of the team if he used any controlled substances. Trust me, the last thing I wanted to do yesterday was follow through. If that were true, you wouldn't have kicked him off. How's he supposed to play college ball now? Do you know how expensive college is going to be without that scholarship? And you don't even care! The man's voice rose in volume with every sentence. Marsh tipped his head back in frustration. I'm sorry, Mr. Locke, really, but my hands are tied. If you have questions about the test results, you'll have to take them to the school board. He looked up as students started to trickle into the room and glanced at the clock in relief. I'm sorry, I really have to go now. Class is about to start. Good luck with your discussion with the superintendent. He hung up and let out a long breath. So it had started. He'd have expected to receive a phone call or visit the previous day. Maybe that meant Mr. Locke was the only angry parent. Marsh doubted it, but decided to hope for the best. Marsh studied the current varsity and JV players along with the new boys who were trying out for the open spots on the teams. There was a new student in the group, Ryan, and it had only taken 10 minutes into the first practice for Marsh to start thinking about where he'd fit best. Ryan had moved into the area after the original round of tryouts were already passed, but he obviously had training. Marsh's mind drifted to the spate of phone calls he'd received in the past 2 days, including one from Alana Jenkins, a local newspaper reporter. He'd deferred to the superintendent and principal's public announcements and kept his mouth closed. Now he thought he understood why the coach he'd seen on TV had seemed wishy-washy. Coming back to the moment, he called out encouragement to one of the JV players who struggled to hit shots from the top of the key. Marsh walked over to pull the boy aside for some one-on-one training. The JV coach was on the other side of the gym working with the guys trying out for the teams. After Marsh sent the boy back to the group, Rex walked over and stood beside him. "Our chances at a state title really are sunk," Rex said. He pushed his hands deep in his pockets, watching the boys go through their drills. Massive understatement. "I've seen teams come out of pretty bad odds to win. Let's just focus on one game at a time." Optimism was the word of the week, so even though Marsh agreed, he wasn't going to dwell on it. Those boys getting caught has ruined everything. This isn't a movie, you know. We have to be honest. Marsh felt his jaw twitch, but fought to keep his voice even and his face impassive. "I honestly don't know what these boys are capable of if they put their minds to it and work hard. That's all we can ask." He called out a correction to Chris and moved that direction to escape the conversation.
Carissa's cell phone rang while her hands were deep in a sink of hot, soapy water. She pulled them out and wiped off on the drying cloth, then grabbed her phone, grimacing a little when she saw Dennis's number on the caller ID. It might not be a big deal. He may just be calling to make arrangements for their son's visit the next day. "Hello?" She tried to keep her voice friendly and upbeat. "Hey, Karissa, I'm calling to say that Cheryl has gone into labor, so we won't be able to take Paul this weekend." He sounded a little harried, and she could hear other people's voices in the background, along with the beeping of machines. "All right, I'll let him know. I know he's excited about the baby. That makes 3 of us. I can hardly believe she's almost here. Anyway, I gotta go, but tell Paul I love him, and I'll call when his little sister's here." He hung up. Karissa swallowed hard at the anticipation in his voice. He hadn't wanted any more children, had put her off for years, but now that he was with his new little woman, he could hardly wait. He was so excited. She sucked in a breath and shoved the phone back in her pocket, then plunged her hands back in the hot water to finish up the serving bowls she hadn't gotten to after lunch. When hot tears began to fall down her cheeks, she brushed them against her shoulders and kept going. By the time the dishes were washed, dried, and put away, Karissa was back under control, but she needed to get out. She had a strong pull to talk to Marsh and no desire to fight it. After checking her makeup, she went downstairs and smiled at her mom. "I thought maybe I'd run into town and do some shopping and maybe grab dinner." She dug into her purse, checking for her debit card and keys. "Alone?" Her mom's voice was full of questions. "Unless I find someone to eat with." Karissa looked up to see her mother's cocked eyebrow. "Dinner's in the crock pot. Do you mind?" "Taking care of Paul? No, that's fine. What's going on?" She touched Carissa's cheek, studying her face. "You're upset about something." Obviously, she hadn't eliminated all of the signs of tears. "Nothing, really." Paul ran into the room, zooming his toy airplane through the air. "Hi, Mom. Want to go to Disneyland with me? Dad says he's going to take me when my baby gets big like me." Karissa clenched her jaw for a few seconds, then pushed the emotions back, not wanting to give in to the tears again. Why did she care what Dennis said or did? It didn't affect her if he had another child, not as long as things were fine with him and Paul. Still, she felt terrible. She sat on a nearby chair so she was at his level and pulled him close. "Hey, I talked to your dad a little while ago. Cheryl's going to have the baby tonight, so you'll have to wait to go visit them." "But I want to see my baby." Shock filled his face. "I know, honey, but Cheryl and the baby will be in the hospital for the whole weekend, and the doctors probably won't let you go inside." She didn't actually know if that was true, but it was kinder than to say that his dad didn't want to hassle with him when he had a new child to dote over. She told herself to cut out the pessimism. Some women took more than 24 hours in labor. If Dennis stayed for all of it, he'd be exhausted, and dealing with a kindergartner in that condition wouldn't be fun. Why not? I'm good. I won't touch anything if they don't want me to. I know, honey. I promise I'll take you to see your new baby before Christmas, okay? I promise. She would probably regret it, but when she saw her son's tears start to rise, she knew she had to stop them before she lost it again as well, though for a totally different reason. And then the baby will be happier and you'll get to spend more time with her. Paul frowned, still drooping a little from having his excitement put on hold. Okay, that was the best she could do. Hey, honey, I'm going to go run some errands. Be good for Grandma and Grandpa, okay? Can I go with you? He asked, brightening. Not this time, sweetie. Karissa kissed his pouting face and turned away when he whined about how he never got to do anything fun. Beth's eyes held understanding. Go. Enjoy dinner. Tell Marsh hello for us. Her lips quirked. Karissa decided to take the advice and run. She grabbed her coat and called a goodbye over her shoulder before closing the door behind her. Karissa stood in the doorway to the gym and watched the coaches put the boys through their paces. Though she tried to spend equal time on everyone, her gaze kept gravitating back toward Marsh. He looked stressed out. She could see it in the way he held his shoulders, his hands on his hips, and the tightness around his mouth. However, when he called out to the boys, he managed to sound encouraging in his corrections instead of harsh. He loped across the floor to one of the boys, his muscles strong and supple, making her bite her bottom lip in appreciation. His voice was loud enough that she could hear his tone, which was patient and understanding, though she couldn't hear the words. The kid nodded, and Marsh patted him on the shoulder. He glanced at his watch and then blew his whistle. All right, that's it for the day. Hit the showers. Rex nudged him and said something in a low voice. Marsh glanced at a large, clear bag holding something red in it. Oh, and we had water bottles donated to us from Lone Tree Engineering. Come get one. He grabbed the bag. The boys drooped in relief, collecting the balls and tossing them in the bag with the others on their way to the dressing rooms. They filed past Marsh, taking the plastic refillable bottles. A few looked Karissa's way, but didn't say anything, until finally one blond boy grinned and tossed over his shoulder to Marsh. Hey, Coach Wilmore, your girlfriend's here? Marsh's head shot around to where Karissa stood. She forced a cocky smile, though she was suddenly very self-conscious with the speculative gazes shooting her way. A big grin spread on Marsh's face, and water bottle bag now empty, he tossed it in the garbage before crossing the room to her, tucking a clipboard under his arm. Hey, he greeted when he got close enough to talk in normal tones. I didn't expect to see you here. I was out running errands and followed the impulse to stop by to see him. That sounded idiotic now that she thought about putting it into words. I wondered if you could eat, he nodded. Yeah, I could eat. Is Paul hanging around here somewhere? Nope, he's at home. His smile deepened. Then how about if we order something to go and eat at my place? Her mouth went dry. That sounds good. She glanced over and saw the other coaches watching with interest. You probably have a few things to take care of first. Yeah, can you wait a few minutes? How about if I grab dinner and meet you at your place? She suggested instead. Take as much time as you need to. She shifted toward the door, wishing she'd called instead of making a spectacle of herself. It always made her uncomfortable to be the focus of attention. He winked at her before turning back to the other men. Karissa caught the speculative look in the eyes of the assistant coach and hurried out of the building. She picked up a couple orders of chicken enchiladas with sides of beans and rice, and 2 empanadas at a local Mexican restaurant, then headed for Marsh's home. She waited in her car for only a few minutes before he pulled up beside her, getting out of his truck and coming around to open her door. He waited for her to gather the bag of food and get out. Hey, beautiful, you didn't say what was up. To what do I owe the pleasure of dinner with you? As soon as the door shut behind her, Marsh slid his hands around her waist and pulled her in for a lingering kiss. That right there, she said when he shifted away. That's why I came here tonight. In that case, he leaned over, reaching for her again, but she slid out of reach. Dinner. I'm starving, she said. Aren't you starving? Yeah. He opened the gate for her and followed her up the sidewalk to his house. But seriously, he continued, It's not like you to leave your son with your parents again so soon, especially when he's going to be in Boulder this weekend. He's not. Her throat tightened with tears, and she forced herself to push the emotion back, at least enough that she wouldn't start crying again. Seriously, how stupid was she? He slid his key into the door lock. Something come up? The baby, apparently. They're at the hospital now. You know how it is. It could take most of tomorrow, and then they'll still be in the hospital. It's not like I wasn't prepared for this to happen. Right? He let her lead the way into the house, shutting the door behind them, then took the plastic bag of food and her purse away, setting them on the end table. Marsh pulled her into his arms, not even trying to kiss her, just holding her close. Is it hard for you, watching him make a happy family without you? She wanted to lie and say no, but she didn't. Yeah, it's stupid. I know that I'm better off without him, and you've been nothing but good to me. So great all the way around, and I love Paul more than anything, so I have no reason to be upset. But she was upset, and that bothered her. She didn't want Dennis's actions to be able to hurt her anymore. I'm going to try not to be jealous that you still care about him. His voice held a tinge of amusement. Karissa didn't buy that he wasn't bothered by all of this. She pulled back and looked him in the eye. You scare me. Why? She was terrified to say it, but decided to push forward. She was shooting for honesty, right? I think I might be falling in love with you. After what I've been through, that's scary. It was a good thing she didn't have anything else to say because his kiss would have cut her off anyway. I love you so much, Karissa, he said between kisses. So much. This time, when the tears rose, they were filled with joy. 17. Karissa held tighter to Paul's hand as they slid into the bleachers at the basketball game Friday night. Marsh had mentioned that turnout to the games had been pretty good, but she had expected the stands to be a little emptier after the news of the boys being dropped from the team. Instead, the room was nearly bursting at the seams. She wondered if it was curiosity about how the team would do, now that half of it had been changed. Paul plopped down when they came to an empty spot on the bench, and she slid in beside him. The other team was ahead 18-12, but they were still in the first quarter, so anything could change. She watched the game through the rest of the quarter, studying the players and trying to keep her eyes on the game. But she couldn't help herself. She regularly found her eyes straying to study Marsh instead. He was tense, focused, and irritated. She could tell from the way he clenched his jaw. The soothing note to his voice that she'd heard in practice was gone now, and though he wasn't being overly harsh with the boys, his impatience shone through. During the break between quarters, he pulled the boys in for a huddle. Marsh was turned away from Karissa, so she couldn't see his face, but he held his back and shoulders stiffly. Then the bell rang, and half of the boys ran back onto the floor. The others sat on the bench, intently watching the play. While they waited for the referee to put the ball back in play, Marsh's eyes lifted to the stands, scanning them for a second, then stopped on Karissa and Paul. Paul stood and waved, calling out to Marsh. Karissa smiled and winked, and Marsh's shoulders relaxed slightly as he returned the smile, lifted a finger in acknowledgement, then turned back to the court. Wow, a woman said from behind Karissa. I didn't realize you had something going with Marsh. Karissa turned and looked at Alana Jenkins. The two of them had only been a year apart in school and hadn't known each other well. It had been years since they'd run into each other. Something going, she responded, keeping it vague. How have you been? Don't you have a little girl? Yes. She's a doll? How long have you been back in town? Or are you just visiting Marsh? Her brows wiggled. I've been back a couple of months. I'm dispatching for the sheriff's office now. The two of them continued the exchange for a few minutes, talking a little about their kids and things going on in town. So, you and Marsh, huh? Alana brought the subject back around to her original topic. I guess it makes sense, since he and your brothers were so tight. Yeah, they still are. What does he think about this whole mess? She nodded toward the court. Karissa looked down in time to see one of the opposing players snag the ball when it was passed and head back for his own basket. Her eyes landed on Marsh, who impossibly seemed even tenser than before. It's been a challenge, but he's determined to do the best he can for the team. It's unfortunate something like this had to happen the year that they were doing so well. She paused and amended her statement. No, it would be awful no matter how good the team was, but it just makes it hurt a little more, you know? You wish the boys hadn't been caught? Alana asked. Her brows lifted incrementally and her eyes drilled into Karissa. Karissa blinked in surprise. No, I wish the boys hadn't been using. Considering the side effects those kinds of drugs have, they were lucky to get caught so early, before it had time to do permanent damage. Any idea who their dealer is? Alana was less careful to mask her prying now. Not yet. If the detectives know, they're keeping it quiet. But last I heard, the boys aren't talking. Karissa shrugged, wanting to get back to the game, uncomfortable with the conversation. She did have a few details that would make any busybody salivate, but she wasn't about to divulge them. It was police business. I guess we'll find out eventually. She turned back to the game, signaling that the conversation was over. I hope so. Karissa had turned back in time to catch Marsh glaring at her. She gave him a look that asked what was wrong, but he just turned back to the game.
Marsh could not believe Karissa had been talking to that reporter. Didn't she have any brains? And what was Alana asking anyway? He'd assumed from the way he'd seen her gesture toward the court that it was about the boys. She had contacted him several times, trying to get an interview, but he'd stuck firmly to no comment. Apparently she wasn't dissuaded, since she was here tonight. He didn't recall seeing her at any games before the drug tests. He tried to keep all of his attention on the floor, but whenever there was a penalty shot, or the ball went out of bounds, his gaze was dragged back to Karissa, even if only for a quick peek. He still couldn't believe that she was in his life again, and that she'd told him she loved him, or rather, that she thought she might be falling in love with him. But that was still a step in the right direction. If only she would keep her mouth shut and stop talking to that reporter. Halftime came and went with the requisite encouraging speech to the boys, who were doing better than expected against the opposing team, even though they were still trailing in points. They were really pulling together, and he couldn't ask for more than their best. The second half went well, with his team actually pulling ahead by 2 points, before the other team took the lead again. In the end, Marsh's team lost by only 3 points. It was a little disappointing, but gave him hope that the rest of the season would be better than he thought. "Sorry we let you down, Coach," Chris said when they had returned to the locker room, and Marsh had tried to give them kudos for doing their best. "You didn't let me down. You played hard out there. I can't ask for more than that." Marsh set a hand on his shoulder in comfort, though he wanted out of the room so he could talk to Karissa and find out what she had said to the reporter. "We could have won if it hadn't been for that pass I missed." Chris sat on the bench, discouragement written in the way his shoulders sagged and the sadness in his eyes. "We could have won." Don't beat yourself up over every little mistake. Everyone missed something they might have nailed, but weren't perfect on. You played hard, and next time you'll work even harder for the win. Marsh looked around at all of the guys and saw they were equally unhappy. "But we were supposed to beat them. They're only winning half of their games this season," Jerry said. "Yeah, that was before. This is now." Marsh considered his words, not wanting to discourage the boys or make them think that they couldn't do it, even if he had his own doubts. "This week has been a hard one. We lost some of our best players, and we've had to change things up. I know you're all upset about what happened, and I'm sure some of you aren't too happy with me for kicking the other boys off the team, but that's the way real life works. You get caught cheating, you lose out. I hate it as much as you do." He paced a few steps, then turned back. "You've all worked your guts out this week preparing for this game, getting to know each other better so you can be a cohesive team. That takes dedication and determination. I'm proud of you all." He put his hands on his hips and scanned the room, bypassing his assistant coach when he saw the irritation on Rex's face. "I know everyone's saying that our chances for a state title are over. And maybe they are. But maybe you can all prove that you're better than everyone thinks. If you all work hard, I know this team will do better than you expect. Those other guys, they're idiots for trying to take the shortcut. You are the ones who are still in the game, so stay there and make it count." "But we lost," Chris reminded him. "Yeah, and half a dozen people had the nerve to come up to me this week and tell me you boys were going to get creamed out there. You didn't get creamed. You made those other boys fight for every point. They came out ahead, but only barely. You're already exceeding expectations. Don't let anyone tell you we can't make it to state, because no one knows what you can do until you prove it to them." Rex rolled his eyes. Marsh fought to keep his irritation at the man's attitude to himself. "Now hit the showers, and don't forget to keep up with your homework this week. If your grade reports aren't good on Wednesday, you won't get to play until after we come back in January, and that would really suck." A couple of the boys chuckled as they turned back to grab their towels and clean clothes. "Nice speech," Rex said when the boys had moved to the showers. "It almost made me believe we could still get a state title." His mouth formed a thin line, his disapproval clear. "Do you have some notes I should add regarding things we need to work on next week?" Marsh tried not to sound impatient, but wasn't sure if he succeeded. He wanted to get back out there and see if Karissa was waiting or had already left. "Nothing that can't wait. I'll catch you next week." He grabbed his bag and headed for the door. Marsh let him go and waited a full 60 seconds before following. He was pleased to see Karissa and Paul waiting for him by the doors, until he realized she was still talking with the reporter. He caught something about making curls last longer and was a little relieved that they were talking hair care instead of basketball, but he wondered if Alana had already pumped Karissa for some good quotes. Paul saw Marsh first and ran to him, throwing his arms out to be picked up, which Marsh did, giving him a big hug. "Hey," Karissa looked over at Marsh and grinned, heading toward him. "Hi, I'm glad you waited." "Mostly. Are you having a good conversation with the reporter?" Karissa looked confused for a minute, then recognition slid onto her face. She turned back to Alana. "You're a reporter? I thought I mentioned that. Sorry." Alana approached, a confident smile in place. "Marsh, I hoped I might get a chance to speak with you. You're a hard man to pin down." Marsh set Paul back on the floor and met Alana's gaze. "I'm very busy, and I don't really have anything to say about the boys leaving the team. No doubt you've already heard everything worth knowing." "Yes, but I wondered what you thought of the suit being brought against the school for holding drug tests in the first place. I believe you're being named in the suit." She pulled a recorder out of her bag. "Do you mind if I record our conversation so I can get the quotes right?" "Yes, I mind." The response had been automatic, but Marsh was reeling from the news of the lawsuit. It must not have been officially filed if he was named in it and still hadn't heard anything about it. How could anyone blame him for it if he didn't make the decision? And which parent was twisted enough to blame the school when their kid was caught breaking the rules? He reconsidered. "Hold on. Tell me what you know and I'll give you a quote. One quote. But I won't promise that it'll be juicy." "That's better than I've gotten from you so far." Alana explained that the suit said the tests were tampered with, that he didn't like Craig to begin with, and was just looking for a way to drop him and a couple other less desirable players from the team. That the school board went along with him on it because they wanted to bring in Ryan, the new kid with mad basketball skills who was rumored to be Marsh's nephew. Marsh rolled his eyes at that ridiculous comment, but took the rest of it seriously. He considered his words for a moment, wanting to get the quote right, then nodded. Alana turned on the tape recorder. "So, Coach Wilmore, tell me what you think about the suit Craig Locke's parents are about to file against the school. All I can say is that the firm who did the drug test is reputable, and that I had no hand in choosing them, nor did I know about the drug tests in advance. I applaud the school board for being proactive in ensuring that our athletes understand that they can't break the rules with impunity. We're very sorry to have lost any of the boys on our team. They will definitely be missed." "And what about the comments regarding Ryan Fitzpatrick?" Alana prodded. Marsh had only promised her one quote, but decided it was worth giving her one more. "I'd heard rumors that the kid could play, but I knew nothing about him except his name before he showed up to tryouts this week. and I'd never seen him play before then. He waved to the recorder, and she turned it off. "So he's on the team?" Alana asked. "We haven't made any announcements regarding which of the boys we're going to take on and which are going to be cut. We'll make that decision over the weekend and announce it at school on Monday. You'll have to wait until then to find out our decision." Just like everyone else, Alana smiled as she tucked her recorder in her purse. "Fair enough, and I'll do my best to be fair in my article. I don't want to drag anyone over the coals, you know. I find the truth is always better than sensationalism." "I hope that's true." He shook her hand and watched her walk away before turning back to Karissa. "So what did she ask you?" Karissa shrugged. "Mostly about what I was up to and about Paul. She asked a little about us and what I thought about the drug issue. I was careful not to give up any details, since the last thing you guys need right now is more rumors flying. I'm sorry. I didn't realize she was a reporter now. I guess I should read the paper more often." Her smile was a little embarrassed and a lot conciliatory. "Yeah, maybe." He reined in his irritation as best he could, and tensed and released his shoulders, trying to loosen the aching muscles. "Sorry if I was short with you. It's just a really bad time to not know who you're talking to." "I'll keep that in mind." Her voice was a little clipped, and she held herself stiffly in his embrace. "Can we go for ice cream, Mom? You promised," Paul said, tugging on her arm. "I don't know, it's getting late," she started. Marsh released her. "But you promised," he teased. "It's not that late, and I'll buy." He didn't want her to go home still mad at him and hoped to cajole her into a better mood. Was she still upset about her ex having a baby today? He wanted to ask her if she'd heard from him, but didn't want to remind her if she wasn't thinking about it. Besides, he didn't want her thinking about any man but himself when they were together. Karissa seemed to consider for a long moment, then nodded. "Fine. How long until you can leave?" One of the boys on his team walked past them on his way out of the locker room, a gym bag thrown over one shoulder. "See you later, Coach." "See you." Marsh waited a few seconds, then turned back to Karissa. "Not too long if they're already coming out." "Can you wait for me?" She shook her head. "I have to drop some stuff off to Hank. It shouldn't take long. We'll meet you there." He smiled, relieved he would get a chance to make things up to her. 18. The boys finished showering and dressing faster than Marsh had expected, and 10 minutes after returning to the locker room, he was headed for his car. He mentally reviewed his conversation with Karissa and tried to figure out what he'd said to set her off, or if the thing bothering her was unrelated to their conversation. He arrived at Wendell's, which, in addition to their burgers and fries, had terrific shakes and soft-serve ice cream, as well as great flavors of the scoopable kind. He didn't see Carissa's car in the lot, so he went inside to claim a booth for them. The parking lot was predictably full, and the inside was filled beyond capacity. Most of the patrons had been at the game and greeted Marsh as he walked past. If he got a few grumbles or glares, he reminded himself that it was all part of the job. "Marsh, is that you?" A woman's voice asked from his right while he spoke with a man who used to teach senior English. Marsh turned to see the tall, willowy blonde he'd dated for 2 years in high school. "Sasha, I haven't seen you in ages. How have you been?" He slid his hands into his pockets and rocked back on his heels. He listened to her prattle about her job in Boulder, her ex-husbands, all 3 of them, and the 2 kids who were in the corner playing arcade games. She finally slowed enough to ask, "So, what are you up to?" "I teach history at the high school, and I'm the boys' basketball coach." "Right," she drew the word out, infusing it with extra meaning. "I heard about your little problems. What a terrible ending to such a promising season." She patted his arm as if to console him. He bristled, irritated by her patronizing attitude. "The season isn't over yet, so we've still got time to prove ourselves. I'm proud of how the boys played tonight." She looked confused. "But I heard you lost." "We did, but it was close. How long are you in town, Sash?" Marsh remembered how much he'd liked Sasha, how sweet and unaffected she'd been. No longer. He much preferred Karissa. "Marsh!" Paul's voice preceded the impact of a little body against Marsh's legs. "Hey, bud." Marsh turned and picked up the kid, putting him between himself and Sasha. "Where's your mom?" "So slow, she's coming." "Who's this?" Sasha's voice turned a little too bright. You know Karissa Carver, Hank and Bo's little sister. This is her son. Yeah, and Marsh is buying us ice cream. Paul shot an arm into the air in celebration, narrowly missing Sasha's face. Sasha stepped back out of reach. Marsh glanced behind him to find Karissa standing less than 10 feet away, her eyes wary. Come on over. You remember Sasha, don't you? Of course. Karissa came to stand beside Marsh, though she didn't touch him. You two dated for a couple of years, didn't you? An arctic chill blew through her tone. You have such an amazing memory, Sasha cooed. Marsh was always such a good boyfriend. She gave his arm a playful squeeze. Yes. Karissa turned to Marsh, though the frigid expression on her face didn't soften at all. Should we order? I don't want to keep Paul out too late. Of course. He nodded to Sasha, glad to have an excuse to leave her behind, but seriously confused about what was eating at Karissa. It was good running into you. Have a nice weekend.
Karissa tried to rein in all of the insecurities and frustration that roared through her when she saw Marsh talking with the beautiful Sasha. She'd recognized the blonde on sight and the flirty way she touched Marsh's arm, the flutter of her lashes, the teasing smile. Sash was a woman on the prowl, and Marsh didn't seem too determined to put up a fight. After the night Karissa had experienced, the last thing she needed was to deal with her insecurities and remember the way she'd felt when Dennis had told her he wanted to marry Cheryl. One corner of her mind niggled, saying that she was overreacting, but all she could feel was the pain of being passed over for another woman. When she'd talked to Dennis earlier that day, he sounded so jazzed about being a daddy. He'd never been that way before, which had to be her fault somehow because Paul had been perfect. What was she doing getting involved with another man? Sure, Marsh claimed he'd loved her for years, but that didn't mean much, especially considering how Dennis had kept saying he loved her almost up until he left her. Well, if Marsh wanted Sasha, there was nothing Karissa could do about it, so there was no point in getting bent out of shape. And what was with the criticism about how she'd talked with someone she knew in school, as if she could have ESP about Alana's profession? Where did he get off telling her who she could be friends with? Dennis had done the same thing, and there was no way she would put up with it again. She got through the ordering process, then kept up a steady stream of chatter with her son, so she wouldn't have to hold a conversation with Marsh. When Marsh returned with their ice cream, though, Paul quieted down. Are you having a rough day? Marsh asked carefully when he was finally given a chance to talk. Not especially. She focused on her ice cream cone so she wouldn't have to look at him. Tired? Nope, I'm fine. Marsh gave a sigh of irritation. So what's bothering you? Nothing you need to worry about. That was patently untrue, but Karissa wasn't going to discuss her feelings in front of her son. It was bad enough she was letting Paul and Marsh spend time together when she wasn't sure what she wanted from the relationship. Thinking she was falling for Marsh didn't mean he was the right one for her. What would happen to Paul if another man left him behind? She should never have let them grow so close. But then, how could she have prevented it?
Fine. Giving up on getting any answers from Karissa and completely irritated by the way she had shut him out, Marsh turned to Paul. So what's going on, little man? I have a baby sister. Daddy called to tell me. He even asked to talk to me so he could tell me himself. He nodded in satisfaction. I get to go down next weekend and meet my baby, and we're going to be bestest friends. Marsh snuck a glance at Karissa, but her face was impassive and her gaze was focused on the ice cream in front of her. That's cool, Marsh said. I bet you're the best big brother ever. Of course. Paul nodded and went back to his ice cream. Marsh studied Karissa for a long moment. Was the baby what was bothering her? And what was it exactly that bothered her? That it wasn't hers? Did she still wish she was with the jerk? Had her attitude since she arrived at Wendell's been due to jealousy, or had he been reading her wrong? And what was wrong with women that they wouldn't just come right out and say what was bothering them? Somehow they got through the ice cream. A crazy treat considering it was the middle of the winter and already well below zero outside, and Marsh walked Karissa out to her car. Can I come over and talk after you've had time to get Paul into bed? he asked, once the boy was safely strapped into his car seat. I don't see why you would need to. Karissa reached for the handle on her door. Marsh touched her arm, needing some kind of contact, and nearly at the end of his rope with her attitude. Hey, don't play dumb with me. I know something's wrong. Just tell me what it is so I can fix it. Maybe it can't be fixed. She waited several seconds, then added, You and Sasha looked cozy. Isn't it nice to touch base again after years apart? She looks better than ever. I wonder how much plastic surgery she's had. Marsh had never heard Karissa say something so catty, but at least it gave him something to work with. Karissa, Sasha doesn't mean anything to me. You know how I feel about you. You guys dated for 2 years. Karissa shrugged one shoulder as if it were a foregone conclusion. You don't do that if you don't care about someone. You aren't built that way. He reached out and took her chin, turning her face toward him so he could see her eyes. I liked Sasha fine, and she was fun and sweet, but it never got serious between us, which is why we broke up. Now I wouldn't date her even if you weren't in the picture. And why is this even an issue? You know you're the one I love, right? It took her a long moment to respond. I'm not sure what I know anymore. Really, I'm just tired. I'll feel better tomorrow. Can I go home now? She touched a finger to the corner of her eye, wiping away a tear that had been growing there. That tear just about killed him. Sure, in just a minute. He leaned in and kissed her with all the fervor and frustration he'd been feeling that evening. He poured his heart into the kiss until she started to soften, relax against him. No matter what was wrong, he had to make her understand that she was still number one for him. He pulled back and she sucked in a breath before unsteadily asking, What was that? A reminder of why you're with me and why I'm with you. He brushed the hair out of her face, lingering on her cheeks, which were already cold. We have something special. Don't shut me out. It took her a long moment, but eventually she nodded. I'm sorry, it's just this thing with Dennis. And then you basically took me to task for having a conversation with Alana. And then you were all flirty with your ex-girlfriend, and it just got on my last nerve. Trusting that you're not going to change your mind about us eventually is not going to be easy. It's the hardest part of all of this, and it was hard seeing you with someone else. He slid his hands up her arms, along her shoulders and to her neck so he cradled her face, tipping her head back to face him. I love you, Karissa. How long is it going to take you to understand what that means to me? I don't know. She stared into his eyes. I thought I was ready to move past all of this, but now I'm not so sure. The pain and doubt in her voice tore at him. You don't trust me. Even after everything I've done to reassure you, you still don't trust me. She shook her head and wet her lips. I don't trust me. I don't trust that you'll keep loving me, that I'm really worth it. He slid his hands onto both of her shoulders as the icy wind whipped past them. I'm not Dennis. No, you're not. She paused for a long moment. I really ought to go. You'll be there for Sunday dinner? Yes. His shoulders fell as he realized he hadn't made any headway. She still thought he would leave her. How could he convince her that he wasn't going anywhere? What's it going to take to convince you that I mean it, Karissa? Because I'll buy you a ring any time you're ready. She shuddered slightly and pulled out of his grip. And that worked so well for me last time. He let his hands drop and stepped back, feeling like he'd just been slapped. She said she knew he wasn't Dennis, but she had to be lying if she thought so little of him. Fine, see you at Sunday dinner. He moved to the sidewalk and watched her car pull back onto the road. Maybe Hank had been right. Maybe Karissa was too hurt to take a relationship seriously yet, and she may never be ready. Marsh pushed that thought away. He wasn't about to concede defeat. Though Marsh had tried to get a chance to talk with Karissa at her parents' place Sunday night, she had been standoffish and made excuses not to be alone with him for even a moment. He had left the house frustrated and with no clue how to fix things, if their relationship was even fixable. Marsh didn't expect to be called to the front office Monday afternoon, but it didn't worry him. Seeing the detective there, on the other hand, made Marsh wonder what was going on. What's up? Do you have an update on the drug dealer? He took the empty seat by the detective. Though he hadn't expected to be personally notified when they found the answer, he couldn't think of another reason the detective would want to speak with him. "There have been developments," Detective Carlson said, folding his hands together. "We've been leaning hard on the boys who were caught with the steroids, and someone finally said where he was getting them. He mentioned your name, actually." Marsh blinked in surprise. How on earth? Had he misheard that? He lowered his brows and stared. "What? Are you serious? Because there's no way someone mentioned me. I knew nothing about it." "You understand, we can't ignore this lead. A state title is nothing to sniff at. Many coaches have taken extreme measures to ensure their team's success." The detective's face was unreadable, his gaze piercing as he studied Marsh. Feeling like he'd been sucker punched, Marsh shook his head. "Whoever said it lied, or maybe you misunderstood. Seriously, I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't provide drugs to those boys. Do you know the health hazards? And I never want to win anything by cheating." As the shock at being wrongly accused started to wear off, Marsh felt a strong sense of betrayal and growing anger. Why had one of his boys lied about him? "I'm asking for your cooperation," Detective Carlson said. "I'd like to do a search of your car, your office, and your house to make sure the claims are unsubstantiated. I can get a warrant, but it would be a lot faster and easier if you just let us check so we can mark you off of our list." The principal said he anticipates your full cooperation. So he really didn't have a choice, even if the court didn't order it. "Yeah, of course, go ahead." Marsh dug into his pocket and pulled out his keys. He pointed out the one to the truck and said where he'd parked it. "Check my office whenever. When you're finished here, I'll let you into the house." Detective Carlson's lips twisted slightly in a wry grin. "We already have a guy in your office. It's school property, so we got him started while you were in here talking to us." Marsh felt the violation and better understood why the students had been angry when their lockers were searched the previous week. He forced the emotions into submission, determined to focus on what was important. He had to let the cops do their jobs and clear his name so he could go on with his life. Knowing it was the man's job didn't make it feel less personal, though. He thought of Carissa's black and white view on life and wondered if she would believe him when he said that he was innocent. Would she hear about it at work tonight if he didn't call her first? Would she think he was capable of selling drugs to his boys? Was she still upset enough from the previous night to hold this against him too? And what was with the kid pointing the finger at him when they knew it was a lie? Who were they trying to protect anyway? His mind kept coming back to that one important point. So just one kid talked out of everyone? With 11 kids taking the drug, you'd think someone would have told the truth by now. The detective shrugged. Most of them don't seem to know where it came from originally. The ones who do haven't talked at all until now. Marsh tried to focus on that. Someone must be threatening them if they talk. Why else would they name me instead of their real source? He sighed and wondered what he was going to do. He loved his job, loved working with the kids, even the ones who were a little harder to get to know. What would this do to his career? He tried to put his thoughts in order. "Look, I have a stack of things I have to finish before class ends. Do you mind if I head back to the office to get some notes so I can make a few phone calls before school gets out?" Thank goodness it was his prep period. "Yeah, I'll walk down with you." Detective Carlson stood and accompanied him to Marsh's classroom, where two men were rifling through his files and personal effects. Marsh gritted his teeth and did his best to ignore it. He grabbed his folder and headed for the teacher's lounge, hearing the sound of keys jingling as the detective passed them off to one of the deputies, telling him to check the truck. Marsh's hands shook as he tried to focus on what had to be done, instead of what was going on right then. He'd never done anything seriously wrong. How could he be their chief suspect, and what would he do if this didn't all go away after they found nothing? After the cops finished checking Marsh's truck and school areas, he followed the deputies back to his house and waited at the front gate while they searched there. His stomach was all tied up in knots, wondering what this would do to his reputation, even though they would never find the drugs on his property. It was a small town. Small-town people always found out about things like this. And the 4 sheriff's vehicles parked in front of his house were making his neighbors peek out through their windows at him. The cold wind whistled through the trees and brushed against his neck, making Marsh hunker lower into his coat collar. It was overcast, and there was another snowstorm expected that night. That was perfect, as far as he was concerned. Cold and gray suited his mood at the moment. His cell phone rang, and he answered, grateful to see Hank's name on the caller ID, and wondering why he hadn't thought to contact his friend before now. "What's this about the deputies searching your place?" Hank asked, anger filling his voice. "Did you just let them in, or do they have a warrant?" "I let them in. I don't have anything to hide. But man, I wish this was over." Marsh pulled his coat tighter around him. It was freezing. "I'm waiting outside for them to finish up. You want to come over? I could use a little company. This is taking forever. I'll bring some coffee and be there in a few." It took more than 10 minutes for Hank to arrive, but when he did, he held 2 cups of something hot and steaming. Marsh was glad to wrap his hands around it. "Hear anything yet?" Hank asked as he sipped at his drink. "Of course not. I probably won't hear anything until next week, even if they finish in 5 minutes." It was an exaggeration, but Marsh wasn't feeling his most upbeat at the moment. He took a drink of his coffee, relishing the heat as it flowed down his throat, warming him from the inside. "I just can't get over one of the boys saying that I'm responsible for any of this. It's insane." "Did you call a lawyer?" Hanks asked. Marsh shook his head. "What's the point? They won't find anything, and then they'll be out of my hair. Paying a lawyer $200 to tell me not to let them in without a warrant seems like a waste of time and money." Hank distracted Marsh with talk about pro basketball until a couple of the deputies came out, Trent in the front, carrying a big plastic bag. Marsh's heart almost stopped when he realized they'd found something they thought at least a little incriminating. "What you got there?" Hank asked. "Drugs. Just like the ones we confiscated from the kids," Trent said. His eyes shifted back to Marsh. "Sorry, I don't have any choice." One of the men walked behind Marsh and grabbed his right wrist, twisting it back. "You're under arrest for distributing drugs to minors." He continued with the Miranda rights. Marsh twisted his head, trying to get a look at what was in the black garbage sack. "You've got to be mistaken. No way did I have anything to do with this. You think I would just let you search my place without a warrant if I had something to hide? I could have had those flushed down the toilet faster than you could have talked to a judge." Trent's face was grim. "It's not my job to think about that right now. It's my job to bring you in. We'll work out the rest later." Marsh looked at Hank, who stood by helpless. "Call someone for me." He had a sudden image of Karissa getting the news and freaking out. Would she think he had been lying all along? "Oh no, Karissa, she's going to Wig. I'll go talk to her, don't worry." Hank nodded and moved out of the way so they could lead Marsh to the police car. He already had his phone in his hand and was dialing. The first flakes of the snowstorm started to fall as they forced Marsh into the back of the musty car. He wondered how someone had gotten into his locked house to plant the drugs, and how he was going to get out of this mess.
Chicken soup bubbled on the kitchen stove, filling the house with a comforting aroma. Karissa gave it another stir as the back door opened and Hank walked in. She looked up and smiled. "A little early, isn't it? I didn't expect you to get off work for another half an hour." Her smile slipped when she saw the brackets around his mouth and the determination in his eyes. "Yeah, well, things are going on, so I left early." He stopped in front of her, gestured a little helplessly for a moment, then stuffed his hands in his pockets. "I had to come tell you, Marsh is in trouble." Worry zinged through her, but she held herself still for a moment. "What do you mean? Is he hurt?" "No, he's been arrested. Someone planted drugs at his house. They took him to be booked a little while ago. I called an attorney, but he's in Denver and won't be back before morning. The roads are already starting to get nasty, and it hasn't been snowing long." Karissa sat down hard in a nearby chair, trying to believe what she'd heard. Had she really known him so little that he could fool her like that? Of course Dennis had, but she really had thought better of Marsh, despite the knee-jerk way she had been acting the past few days. He was selling the drugs all along? Come on. Hank's words shot out hard and fast as bullets. You don't really think he did it, do you? I thought you knew him better than that. The disgust in Hank's voice was blatant. He was framed. Had to be. No chance he sold drugs to kids. And I can't believe you've been dating him this long and haven't figured out the kind of guy he is before now. What's wrong with you lately? I never thought Dennis would cheat on me either, but he did, she said. It's not like I have a history of making good choices where men are concerned. How can I be sure Marsh didn't do it if they found the drugs at his place? She felt sick at the thought that she might have been duped again, and even sicker when she thought that he might be innocent and Hank was right about the framing. What was she going to do? How could she decide? I thought you might be upset about what could happen to him in jail. Hank's voice was frigid now, his eyes hard. But apparently I was totally wrong. You know, he thought you were ready for a relationship, for the chance to get to know someone and take a chance again. But I guess he was wrong. Never mind. You don't have to come with me and talk to him. You stay here in your orderly little world. He turned and headed for the back door again. Where are you going? Karissa hadn't liked his tone, but she didn't know how to deal with any of this. And did Hank have to dump his own feelings on top of everything? Couldn't he see where she was coming from? I'm going to help Dad. Then I'm going to see if there's anything I can do for my friend once he's been booked. The door slammed shut behind him, making the room echo. What was that? Beth asked as she came into the kitchen a moment later. Hank. Karissa didn't want to tell anyone about Marsh. And Hank was right. She had to go to the jail to talk to Marsh herself. She wondered how long it would take to book him. They might be done by the time she arrived. Look, I gotta go into town. I'll explain later. Do you mind watching Paul? Beth came forward and laid a hand on her daughter's cheek, concern etched on her face. That's fine. Is everything okay? I'm fine. I have to talk to Marsh if I can. She set the spoon she'd been waving around down on a plate and headed out to gather her things. Karissa didn't know what to think as she drove through the snowy mountain passes on her way to the jail. All she knew for sure was that Marsh, the man she thought she knew, the man she was falling for, hard, would never have provided steroids to kids. But how could she trust her instincts when they'd been faulty in the past? How could she believe in Marsh now that he'd been proved a liar and a cheat? A drug dealer? Was she just telling herself that he couldn't do it to make herself feel better? What did it say about her as a person if she always seemed to pick the guys she shouldn't date? What was wrong with her? And more, what was wrong with him? How could he be that kind of man? Of course, her time as a cop had shown her that crooks weren't as easy to fit into a mold as television made them out to be. There may be certain segments of society that were more inclined to be crooks, but there were plenty of people outside that range who were every bit as dirty as the dealer on the street. But how could it be Marsh? She fought her inner demons, trying to decide if she wanted to see him more because she wanted to tell him off for making a fool of her, or to find out what was going on and help him. Her gut churned. Her heart was breaking, and she didn't know if she could deal with this right now, on top of everything else. The trip to town didn't seem to take nearly as long as usual, and she soon found herself in the jail, waiting for them to seat her in one of the visiting rooms. In a moment, she would face Marsh through a piece of glass and hope to get the truth. Would she be able to tell if it was the truth? She doubted it. Marsh entered a few minutes later, wearing the orange jumpsuit that indicated he was a county inmate. He looked tired, upset, and anxious. Surprise crossed his features when he saw her. I didn't expect you. Definitely not tonight. How did you find out so quickly? He asked when he sat across from her. Hank came by. Of course, and you rushed right over because there's nothing I want more than for you to see me like this. Bitterness seeped out with every word. She crossed her arms over her stomach, wondering what she should think or say. I can't decide if I'm more incensed that you've been arrested when you're obviously not guilty, or if I'm angry because you've been tricking me, making me think you're someone you really aren't. Hurt crossed his features, and he sat back in his seat. So you don't believe in me? Hot tears rose in Carissa's eyes, and she fought the emotion back, hoping to keep control of herself. I don't know. I want to believe in you. She sucked in a breath and felt relief when the tears didn't fall. More than anything, I want to believe in you. Just please, give me a reason. She leaned closer until her face was only inches from the glass. Marsh held her gaze for a long moment. I would never hurt you, Carissa. Not on purpose, and I swear I'll never lie to you. I have no idea why the kid used my name, or how those drugs ended up in my place, but I had nothing to do with it. You have to believe me. Carissa's chest tightened with pain, but she decided to believe him, for now at least. It didn't make sense that he would be the drug dealer. It wasn't like him. She may not know him as well as she'd like, but Hank did, and he believed in Marsh. She grasped onto the hope that thought provided and decided to focus on it for now. Okay, so we need to move ahead and find a way to prove you've been framed. Hank said he called a lawyer for you, but Bruce won't be here until tomorrow. Do you know when you'll get to speak with a judge? Did they say if you might get your hearing tomorrow? She set aside her misgivings and personal hurt and focused on what was ahead. She was a former cop. She knew how they worked, how they thought. Time to see what she could scrounge up in Marsh's defense. After spending another 15 minutes grilling Marsh for information, Carissa left the visiting room, but the dispatcher called to her on the intercom before she reached the outside door and told her to come back to talk. When she arrived, Trent was waiting for her, his arms crossed over his chest. Do you believe him? He asked. Yeah, I do, Carissa said with more conviction than she felt. I know you pretty much can't tell me anything since I'm involved with him, but I'm going to ask you for a favor. She twisted her fingers together in front of her, wondering what Trent would think about her request. She really didn't know him that well yet. Marsh says he's not part of this. That means whatever packaging the pills were in won't have his fingerprint on it. Please. Will you dust all of the bags or containers or whatever? Just check to see if someone else's prints might be on there. And that his aren't, because if they were under his mattress like you said, he's got to have something on there, at least a partial print. But if he's telling the truth, you won't find anything. Trent folded his arms over his chest as his jaw set in a hard line. Are you telling us how to do our job? He lifted a brow, stony-faced. But his tone was non-threatening. Please, as a favor to me, and to ensure you're being as thorough as I've seen you be before. Carissa was tired and needed an hour to herself to pull her thoughts back into line. I know you'll probably do this anyway, but sooner rather than later, do you think you could do that much for me? So we know where to go next? There was a long pause before he nodded. Fine, I'll do it. Detective Carlson will have to look it over before we decide anything else, but I don't think it'll be a problem. Thank you. Carissa turned back to the door. You realize even if his fingerprints aren't on the containers, it doesn't mean that he's innocent, Trent said before she could reach the hall. She looked back over her shoulder. Yeah, but it'll help you build your case one way or the other. You're smart enough to put two and two together if his prints aren't there. That's all I need. Carissa left the room, glad she wasn't working that night. She would figure out what else ought to be investigated and then talk to the lawyer about it in the morning. Carissa went home but spent the next couple of hours watching the clock, wondering if they'd dusted for fingerprints yet. Would Trent let her know? Would they even do it that night, or would he put it off until the next morning? His shift was nearly over when she spoke with him. And when everything came back free of Marsh's prints, then what? Trent was right that it didn't prove that Marsh wasn't the dealer, it just proved that his fingerprints weren't there. What was the next order of business? Finally, her cell phone rang, and she recognized the number from the sheriff's office. Her hands shook as she pushed the accept button. Hey, it's Trent, he greeted her. There were none of Marsh's prints on the containers inside the main bag. I knew it. She pumped her fist in celebration as relief poured into her. However, Trent continued, his prints were on the outside bag, all over it, actually. She stopped in surprise. What? The bag the drugs were in, the big one. It has his prints on it. More than one set. Karissa slumped against the wall as her heart broke all over again. She'd believed Marsh was telling the truth. But then how did his fingerprints get on the drug bag? Oh, thanks for checking for me. I know it was more work for you. Don't worry about it, Trent said. Look, there were other prints on the bottles inside. Most had been wiped clean, leaving just a smear of oil. But there was almost a full thumbprint on the bottom of one bottle. The computer doesn't know whose it is, but it isn't Marsh's. I have them running the print on some other databases. Maybe we'll get lucky. It could be a long shot, but they didn't have anything more to go on. Okay, thanks again. Karissa hung up and tried to decide what to do next, but her head was spinning and she was totally lost about the next step. She decided that she needed sleep. Maybe she'd feel better in the morning.
Marsh slept poorly, waiting for the clock hand to turn back around and make it morning. He'd convinced Karissa to give him a chance, which was better than having her write him off completely. On the other hand, she thought he might be guilty. Would she continue to believe him if the detective didn't find out who was really selling to the kids? The cell door opened and an officer walked in. "Your lawyer is here, so we have some questions for you." Finally, Marsh had started to wonder if Bruce was ever going to get there. The officer led him to an interrogation room where his attorney and Detective Carlson were seated. Marsh took the chair beside Bruce and waited for the detective. "So, now that you've got your attorney present, are you ready to talk?" the detective asked. Marsh shrugged and tried not to let out his irritation. "I don't know anything, so there's really nothing I can help you with, but you can ask." Detective Carlson picked up a large, clear plastic bag from the chair beside him and set it on the table. "You know nothing? So how did these drugs get in your place? And how come your fingerprints are all over the bag they were in?" That made Marsh stare in surprise. Why did he keep getting blindsided like this? "No way. You could not have found my fingerprints on any of it. It's impossible." The detective poked at the extra-large zipper bag. "Yes, we did. So unless you've got a magic wand to make this all go away, we're going to nail you for it. Might as well tell us where you got them." Marsh followed the detective's finger to the red seal on the inner bag. He shifted closer, trying to get a better look. It was familiar. "Hold on. Where did you get that?" "From under your bed." The detective sounded short-tempered now. "That bag is the one the water bottles for the team came in," Marsh said, his mind racing. "The logo is from the bottle company. Lone Tree Engineering donated them." "Marsh, keep your mouth shut," Bruce advised him. Marsh lifted his manacled wrists to point at the red symbol. "I handed them out at practice a few days ago." His mind raced as he tried to remember what he'd done with the bag. Had he thrown it out? That's what he thought he'd done, but he couldn't remember for sure. "Maybe they're from earlier in the season," the detective said. "No, we've never used that brand before, but Kless had them shipped straight to me at the school, so I didn't pick them out." He bumped his forehead with his manacled fist, trying to remember. "I could swear I tossed the bag in the garbage can in the gym." "This isn't proving anything," Detective Carlson said. "You could have taken it home and used it to stash the drugs. Except that I didn't. I tossed it after I passed everything out." Whoever was framing him was being thorough. The thought was a bleak one, but Marsh refused to give up. The whole basketball team would have had access to that bag. The whole school, if it comes to that. "The gym isn't exactly locked down," Bruce pointed out to Detective Carlson. "It would have been easy to lift it later and plant the evidence. You said the house was unlocked when you arrived." Marsh brought his head up to stare at the detective. "Wait, it wasn't locked? How could it have been unlocked? I always lock it." Detective Carlson sat back in his seat and settled his arms over his chest. "Since you can't prove it, it's all about your word. Sorry, but it's just not good enough." He flipped his wrist over and looked at his watch, as if he had better things to do, then stared at Marsh. "Now, do you want to try again? What do you know about the drugs your team has been taking?" Marsh felt his stomach drop as he realized nothing he said would make the detective look at anyone else. He was sunk.
21. Karissa had stayed up half the night, unable to sleep, with everything running through her head. She wanted to believe in Marsh, wanted to believe him when he said he was framed, but his fingerprints on that plastic bag made it hard to trust. She'd always thought that the system worked when you followed it, so now she had to hope that it would work for Marsh. Hank didn't speak to her, but asked for their mom instead when he called late that morning to give an update about the meeting between Marsh, Bruce, and the detective. He was still angry with Karissa for daring to question Marsh's integrity, and she had the feeling it was going to take some groveling to get back on his good side. The update had simplified her conflicted feelings since she'd seen Marsh throw out the bag. Seen it with her own eyes in front of a couple dozen people. Anyone could have taken it. And yet, there was still a tiny voice in the back of her head that said he still might be guilty. She was terrified to really trust Marsh, to give in to her feelings, afraid she would just be hurt again. But she couldn't let him go to jail if he wasn't responsible. That would have been true, even if she hadn't fallen in love with him. As the afternoon arrived, Karissa grew nervous. Word had come that Marsh's parents were flying in from Virginia and would be staying with her family. When Paul went to a friend's house to play, she decided to go for a drive to relax. After driving several back roads, she ended up at the high school and, after a quick moment of deliberation, went to the basketball practice. Though there was plenty of sound in the form of squeaking shoes and bouncing balls against parquet flooring, the place seemed too quiet and held an air of abandonment which made no sense. Maybe it was her imagination. She peeked in at the doorway, not wanting to distract anyone as she watched the guys interacting with Rex. There was definitely a feeling of discomfort in the room, and no laughing or joking among the boys like she'd seen in previous practices. The whole school knew about Marsh's arrest now. They had to. She was sure most of the locals had known before their heads hit their pillows the previous night. Marsh wouldn't appear before the judge until the next day. She wondered what the arrest and rumors would do to his reputation. Would he be allowed to continue teaching if they straightened it all out? Her heart ached for him, and for the boys running through the motions on the basketball court. They went through the rounds of activity, their movements mostly by rote. And Rex appeared twitchy. She wondered if he was worried he'd be arrested by association, even though Marsh was innocent. Did he think Marsh was innocent? Her stomach quivered, and she turned away when Rex called an end to practice and sent the boys to the showers. She stepped forward before they could disappear, even though her stomach clenched with apprehension. "Can I have a minute?" When several of the boys looked her way, she felt her face grow hot with embarrassment. "Sorry, I know you're all tired and ready to go home for the night. It's been a long, crazy week, so I'll keep this short. You all know that Coach Wilmore was arrested last night for providing those drugs to the kids who were kicked off the team." She had to swallow past the lump in her throat. Considering how much he harped on not drinking or smoking, you either think that he's the biggest hypocrite alive, or like me, you believe he's innocent and someone else is trying to make him look guilty. Karissa clasped her hands together, wanting to fidget in the worst way. She let her gaze move from boy to boy, studying each of them, hoping she was getting through to them. "I know you guys are the ones who were following the rules, so you probably don't know anything. But if you heard rumors or think you might know anything, even if it didn't seem like much at the time, please tell the sheriff's office so they can find out the truth. Marsh believes in you guys, and he needs you to believe in him." She didn't know what else to say and wondered if she'd rambled. She noticed Rex's raised brows before he smirked a little, in the way men sometimes did when they thought women needed to have their heads patted and be sent back to the kitchen. Smug jerk probably thought she was just too in love to be rational. Karissa wasn't sure if he was wrong. "That's a pretty little speech for your boyfriend. He's a big believer in paying the piper when you screw up. I guess it's his turn." Rex looked at the boys, who were still watching. "You heard her. Now get cleaned up so we can leave, and get some rest. You've got a game coming up." She saw a few furtive glances between the boys, but none of them protested. A couple murmured goodbye to Karissa, one saying he wished he could help. Carissa's heart dropped in her chest as she wondered if she'd just made a fool of herself in front of everyone, and it hadn't done a bit of good. Nervous energy poured through Karissa as she waited for the sound of the Wilmore's car on the frozen ground outside. She felt like a woman about to meet her future in-laws for the first time, but she'd known them for years. And she had no idea where her relationship with Marsh stood at the moment. Both of these things meant she shouldn't be anxious about their visit, but she couldn't help it. She glanced up as a set of headlights flashed across the window and felt the knot in her stomach tighten even more. She wasn't sure if she could do this when her feelings for Marsh were so strong, but her head was so confused. Paul ran into the room and launched himself into her lap, knocking the breath out of her. "Mom, if Uncle Marsh's parents are coming to visit, why isn't he coming too? He should come to dinner. So why not?" She smiled and blew raspberry kisses on his cheek. "He just can't make it. Maybe tomorrow night, okay, squirt?" Except she'd be at work at dinner time the next night. There were days that she hated her job. The previous week, she had explained to Paul about the boys being kicked off the team for taking bad drugs and mentioned that Marsh was very busy as they tried to figure out what happened. She hadn't mentioned the charges against Marsh after his arrest. There was a knock at the front door, and Hank emerged from the living room, welcoming his best friend's parents. He greeted them with hugs and ushered them into the foyer. Karissa stood, hauling her son into her arms, even though he was big enough now that it was awkward carrying him. "Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Wilmore." She pasted on her best smile as she moved toward them. When Ellie smiled at her, Karissa felt a little sick. This woman thought Karissa supported Marsh completely, and Karissa felt like a traitor. "You look so lovely," Ellie greeted her. "And is this your adorable little boy? Marsh has told us so much about you two." She wrapped Karissa in a tight hug and pressed a quick kiss to Paul's cheek. "Thank you. He talks about his family a lot. I hear you've been busy working on a fundraiser for the hospital wing." Karissa turned the attention away from herself as quickly as possible, much more comfortable with other subjects, and sure the discussion would come back around to her all too soon. She was right, of course, but not right away. Marsh's parents settled into the spare room, and they talked farming over dinner. But when Paul was in bed and the adults sat around the living room with dessert, Ellie brought the subject back to the charges against her son and Carissa's relationship with him. "And how are you dealing with everything going on? It must be hard, seeing him in jail and knowing there's nothing you can do. It's driving me batty. Have you learned anything since we spoke with your parents this afternoon?" She reached across the coffee table between them and patted Carissa's knee. Karissa poked at her cake, not really interested in it, but not wanting to look Ellie in the eye. "Not that I've heard. They won't tell me much of anything because of my relationship with Marsh. The last reports I heard, though, weren't too encouraging." "Well, we all know he's innocent," Ellie said, tucking into her cake. "We just have to hope everyone else figures it out quickly so you can move on." Karissa dropped her eyes to her lap, desperately hoping they wouldn't question her stance on his innocence. If only wanting something to be true could make it so. "That's the problem, Ellie," Hank said, a hard edge of anger in his voice. "Karissa thinks he's guilty." Carissa's head snapped up in surprise. "Why would he say that to Marsh's parents?" I don't know." Her tongue suddenly felt too big for her mouth, and she couldn't get the words she wanted to say to come out. "You think my son is guilty?" Ellie asked. Her forehead furrowed and hurt slid onto her face. "How could you think Marsh would do something like that? He said you were getting serious, that he saw a future with you. But you think he would sell drugs to kids so he'd have a winning team?" Ellie's fork clattered against the plate with her half-eaten cake as she set them on the coffee table. She rose and rushed from the room. Frank watched his wife take off, then looked at Karissa. "You don't know?" His face was hard and implacable. "Look, I care about Marsh so much, but I know the evidence is dicey, but I'm still confused. I'm sorry." Karissa stood and took her plate to the kitchen. She scraped the cake into the garbage, then set the plate and fork beside the sink. Needing some air, she grabbed her coat and headed outside. It was freezing, and the scent of cow manure hit her the second she stepped into the frosty air, but she didn't care. How could she explain something to everyone else if she didn't understand it herself? She walked to the horse barn and slid into the quiet warmth. The scent of hay mixed with the outside smells, and the only thing she could hear was the soft snuffling of one of the horses. She walked down the aisle between the stalls and stopped at the mare she used to ride. Karissa realized she hadn't been on a horse since returning to town. A shame considering how much she enjoyed it, but it never seemed like she had the time. Scarlet whinnied at her, poking her nose out, searching for a sugar cube. "You don't think I'm a jerk, do you, old girl?" Karissa caressed the horse's face and wished she'd brought a treat. "I'm pretty confused right now, honey. Do you have any good advice for me?" Scarlet pushed her head forward and nipped at Carissa's hair. Karissa laughed and pulled back. "I need that, you know." She set her cheek on the horse's and sighed. "I'm making a mess of things, and I don't know how to fix it." There was a creak of hinges as the barn door closed. "How about if I shut up long enough to listen?" It was Ellie. Karissa turned, feeling her gut tighten. "I don't blame you for hating me. I don't hate you. I just want to understand why you could think Marsh would do such a thing." Ellie came forward. "I was angry, but I saw the way you blundered out here. You're very unhappy. What happened?" Though she didn't know what to say, Karissa walked away from the horse to meet Ellie. She stuffed her hands deep into her coat pockets and pulled it closer around her. "My doubt isn't about Marsh, not really. I'm 98% sure he's innocent. I'm the one I don't trust." There was a pause before Ellie asked, "Is this about your ex?" Karissa wanted to say no, but she couldn't. Instead, she nodded slightly. "I believed in him. I never guessed he'd cheat on me. It makes it hard for me to trust anyone else now." She shrugged helplessly. "I know that's screwed up, but I don't know what to think about all of this. I know that bag, though, the one with the fingerprints. I saw Marsh toss it before we went out for dinner. I know he didn't take it home. All of the boys and coaches saw him passing out the water bottles. They all knew his prints were on it. Who knows who else saw it as well?" Karissa dug her fists deep into her coat pockets. "I want to believe in Marsh with my whole heart. I'm trying hard to get there. It's just not quite as easy for me as it is for Hank. He doesn't understand that." Ellie smiled and pulled Karissa into a hug. "Keep up the fight, and we'll both just try to have faith that it'll all work out. Come on, let's go back inside where it's warmer and smells better." Ellie tipped her dark head toward Carissa's. "Marsh never tells me enough about your dates. You'll have to fill in the gaps." Karissa smiled, though she wouldn't feel comfortable about any of this until Marsh was free again and she could be sure that he was innocent.
22 Marsh heard the door to the courtroom open again and looked back to see his parents, Hank and Karissa, walk in. He'd hoped to see Karissa, but hadn't been sure if she would show for his hearing. Did she trust him? He didn't know, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to ask. He waited while the judge went through several other cases before coming to his. The charges were read, and the judge had him stand. "How do you plead?" "Not guilty, Your Honor." The judge set bail and moved to the next case. Marsh let out a breath of relief, sagging a little. For a moment there, he'd had this crazy terror that maybe he wouldn't get bail, that maybe he'd be stuck in jail forever. And then how would he prove he was innocent? Could he prove it? He had to go through the motions of being released and signing waivers, changing back into his own clothes before he was released to speak with his parents. And Karissa. They waited for him in the jail entrance, and his mom wrapped him in a tight hug, almost before he could get completely through the doorway. "Oh, honey, I'm so glad you're out." "Me too, Mom." He gave her a squeeze and moved to his dad. He hugged Hank quick and tight, thanking him for taking care of things while he was gone, then turned to Karissa. She looked as beautiful as ever, despite the dark circles under her eyes. She didn't step forward immediately, which would have offered him the support he felt he needed from her more than anyone else. But after a second's hesitation, she moved to him. He scooped her into a hug and was relieved to feel her arms squeeze him back tightly. Things were far from perfect, but he had to hope that there was still a chance for them. "Thank you for coming." "I wouldn't miss it," she said. He let her go and looked around the circle of friendly faces. "All right, I need to get cleaned up and shave." He rubbed his chin, which sported 2 days' growth. I ought to get back to work, Hank said, apology written all over his face. Yeah, you should. Marsh looked at Karissa. You ought to try to get some more sleep. You work tonight, don't you? Yeah. She looked down, hurt sliding onto her face. Can I walk you to your car? He asked, not wanting Karissa to feel like he was dismissing her. I'd like that. She accepted his offered hand and let him draw her out the door. No one followed them. The sun glinted off the snow, blinding bright, and Marsh blinked in surprise. I guess it's been too long since I was outside. Has it really been less than 2 days? It seems like much longer. Karissa turned to look at him. You're not mad at me for wondering? He waited a moment, making sure he had his emotions under control. I won't lie to you. I'm hurt that you think there's even a chance I could be guilty. I don't want to think that, not at all. I just don't know what to think. I called Detective Carlson, though, told him you tossed that bag. In my head, I know you're innocent. So it's the heart that can't trust. They came to her car and Marsh turned her to face him. Have I been rushing things too fast, Karissa? Please say no. She paused to consider. No, you've been great, but I'm having a hard time, and that's not your fault, it's mine. Funny, but he felt responsible anyway. Do you mind if I come talk to you tonight while you're at work? Maybe we can try to hash it out between deputies radioing in for driver's license information and 911 calls. She smiled, easing his stress. I'd like that, but you can't. She let out a sigh. Until they drop the charges against you, I can't have you in dispatch. Protocol. Can you come earlier? Disappointment shot through him. I'll try. If not, I'll call you tonight and set something up for tomorrow. He moved in and pressed a kiss to her forehead. He wanted more, but it just seemed like too much when things were so up in the air. Talk to you then. He watched her get into her car and pull out of the parking lot before turning to his parents, who were walking toward him.
The hall phone's ringing woke Karissa from the half-sleep she'd been dozing in and out of for the past 2 hours. Marsh hadn't come by. She tried not to take that seriously as the ringing stopped and she rolled over. Maybe she could still sleep a little. A moment later, there was a knock at her door. Honey, sorry to bother you, but there's a young man on the phone and he seems really upset. He insists on talking to you. Her mother extended the phone to Karissa. She sat up, still confused and disoriented. Thanks. She greeted the caller and heard a jumble of words on the other end. She didn't follow the whole conversation, but managed to get that it was Chris, that he had something to tell her, and that he wanted her to meet him at the school parking lot. She glanced at the clock and saw it was already after 4 in the afternoon, and that she had less than 2 hours before work. She wasn't really sleeping, though, so she said, I'll pick you up in front of the Jaguar statue in 15 minutes. Are you sure? Her mom asked when Karissa crawled out of the covers. Yes. He says he might know something that will help Marsh. I don't know, but I'll take anything at the moment. Her mind was more alert now as she considered what he might want to say. She dressed quickly, anxious to get through this before it was time for work. She kissed Paul goodbye, knowing she might not get back tonight. The roads were clear, nearly empty. Next week, the place would be filled with holiday revelers ready to live it up after a day on the slopes. Karissa found a spot near the gym, but far enough from the building to see someone coming, and checked her watch. She still had 3 minutes. The wait was interminable, but after nearly 10 minutes, Karissa saw Chris coming around the building, his fists buried deep in his coat to ward off the cold. She stood from her car and beckoned to him as he looked her way. Over here. Chris nodded and moved faster in her direction. He scanned the empty parking lot several times on his way there, as if making sure that no one was watching him, then climbed into the car beside her. Okay, here's the thing, he said as he turned to her. I know Coach Wilmore didn't sell the drugs to the other kids, but I don't dare go to the cops myself. I've had a few problems in the past, and I'm afraid they'll hold me or something. And you know, Gloria, she's strung so tight right now. I'm afraid she'll go postal if she finds out I want to talk to the cops. He mentioned his older sister, who was a couple of years younger than Karissa. She had recently moved home to help when their mom got sick. Karissa considered what he was saying. What did he want exactly? Do you want me to take you, Chris? I can help you talk to the right people. What do you want to say? He fidgeted for a moment, considering. I know who was selling the drugs, or at least I think I know. Can you tell them? If I take the rumor to them, that's all it'll be. They'll end up knocking on your door anyway. It's best if you go in and talk to the detective. I'll be happy to go with you. His breathing seemed to grow heavier for a moment, as if the thought made him really nervous. Yeah, I guess. If they're going to ask me questions anyway, better if my sister doesn't hear about it until afterward. Save her the heart attack. It was telling that he didn't care if his mom found out in advance, even though she was the one who was sick, and Karissa wondered what was going on at home. Okay, let me call to have the detective meet us there. It only took a few minutes for dispatch to put her through to the detective's cell phone, and soon she had arranged for him to meet her at the sheriff's office. Karissa started the car and put it into gear, heading out of the lot. She wasn't sure what to think of Chris's revelation, what little there was of it, but it gave her hope. If he was right, if he could point the detective in the right direction, that might be all she needed to get Marsh clear. Chris drummed his thumbs against his lap while they drove, nervous energy practically sparking off of him. Karissa had heard he'd had a few minor scuffles with the law, though he was pretty much clean at the moment. Getting caught for underage drinking was the last thing she'd heard. Small towns were full of gossip, and the station was a virtual hotbed. She tried to interest Chris in a conversation, asking about his mom's condition and his older sister Gloria. Chris was mostly unresponsive, as if afraid to speak at all. By the time they reached the station, Karissa was getting frustrated with his tight-lipped attitude. She didn't really know the detective. He worked days and she worked nights, so they rarely saw each other, which made it harder to gauge what he would do or what he would think, even if she did have some clue what Chris was actually going to say. The entryway echoed when they walked into the building. She went over to the speaker and pushed the button to alert the dispatcher that they had arrived. We're here to speak with Detective Carlson when he gets here. He's expecting us. I'll let him know, Terrence said from dispatch. It took nearly 10 minutes, but eventually Detective Carlson came through the door and tugged on the blue blazer that wrapped around his portly figure. You got something for me? Chris says he does. Is there somewhere we can talk more private? He nodded and led them down the hall to an interrogation room. Great. Chris isn't going to be the least freaked out about talking now. She tried not to roll her eyes, so predictable. Didn't they ever teach the man about making people comfortable, especially informants? Chris's face went white as he entered the room and took a seat, though he obviously tried to act as if it didn't bother him at all. Karissa worried he would clam up and they would learn nothing. 23. What you got for me? I have a lot of work to do, you know. Detective Carlson sat across from them in the interrogation room and drummed his fingers on the table. Chris wet his lips. It's not Coach Wilmore who gave the others those drugs. I think it's Coach Barney. I can't prove it, but I'm sure it's him. You can't prove it. You think it's Barney. Detective Carlson gave him a doubtful look. How did you come to think it's Barney then? Did he try to sell to you? Chris shook his head a little too fast. No, he never approached me. As far as I can tell, he only approached Gavin. Gavin's been talking to the other guys, but I've seen Coach Barney talking with Gavin, coaching some of the guys who were using, and I heard a couple of them talking about their supplements. I swear Gavin mentioned Coach Barney. He stammered a little as he got it all out. Karissa worried that he was going to pop a vein or something on his forehead. He was so tense. Even his hands were fisted to nearly white on his lap. That's a pretty serious thing to say. She kept her voice soft, not wanting to make him more nervous. Are you sure? Yeah, you can't think Coach Wilmore would ever sell drugs to kids. Chris gesticulated wildly, trying to make his point. He practically reamed me out for getting caught drinking a few months ago, and I wasn't even playing yet for the season. No way would he want me to take something like that, or any of the other guys. He just wouldn't. The detective's fingers slowed a little on the tabletop as he gave Chris an appraising look. Are you sure about that? Completely. Look, I know you don't trust me because I'm a screw-up, but you've got the wrong guy. Though Chris was still pale and nervous, he said that comment with utter certainty. Detective Carlson nodded. Thanks for the tip. I'll look into it. It's hard to come forward like you did. I appreciate it. Chris nodded. Sure. His voice was a little weak. The detective stood and looked at Karissa. You stay for a second while I walk Chris out to the hall. He sent her a hard stare. Karissa wasn't sure what the deal was, but she nodded and waited. Finally, the detective returned. He shut the door behind himself, then turned to her, his arms crossed over his chest. Did you put him up to that? What? No, of course not. He saw me at the school. Hardly believing that he would think she'd get the kid to perjure himself, she explained the sequence of events. His lips were a thin line by the time she finished. I know you and Wilmore have something going on, but I'm not going to let you interfere in this investigation. This isn't about you, and even if you were a terrific cop in Pueblo, you aren't one here. You're just a dispatcher. That ticked her off, and she put her hands on her hips when she stood so he wasn't looming over her. I didn't ask you to share all of the gory details of your case. It would be wrong for me to ask and wrong for you to tell me. The kid asked for a ride, and I gave it to him. End of story, okay? Don't you believe him? Carlson shrugged. He's not exactly a reliable witness. He's had too many run-ins with the law for that. And I've arrested him myself, though it's been a while. He tacked the last bit on as an afterthought. Look, it doesn't hurt you to expand your search to include Rex Barney. Maybe you find something. Maybe you find nothing. Maybe you lean on this Gavin kid with the coach's name and he gives something up. Might as well see where it leads, right? Inside, she was hoping with everything she had that he'd decide to take her suggestion. He didn't say yes or no, but slid away from the door and opened it for her. We'll see what happens. That's all I'm promising. Karissa tried to accept that as enough as she walked out to take Chris home, discouraged. Karissa dropped Chris back at home, then returned to work for the night. She watched the cameras in the front entryway, smiling when Gavin entered with his parents and Detective Carlson met them, leading them back to an interrogation room. The tip from Chris hadn't been enough to arrest Rex, but if they could present the new information to Gavin, maybe he'd give up something useful. She sure hoped so. The building emptied as all of the office staff left for the night, even those who worked late as a rule, and the interrogation continued. Karissa provided information to officers for 4 traffic stops, fielded calls from 3 people who thought the smoke coming from the smokestacks over the rise was a fire, and took a complaint from someone staying at the new resort in town, who was sure they had experienced ghostly activity. Someone's imagination was working in overdrive. Everyone emerged from the interrogation room, and she watched them make their way to the front door, where the detective showed them out. Then he headed to his truck and tapped his radio, telling the other officers on duty to check their instant messages. Karissa was dying to know what was going on. Detective Carlson must have learned something useful, or he'd be checking off for the night and going home, right? Not calling in the troops. She watched her monitor, waiting for news of their destination, and did a little boogie in her seat when she got an IM from the detective saying which officers he was taking with him and providing an address. Rex's address, she was sure of it. She created an incident number in the system and marked the time each unit notified her of their destination. The assistant coach lived quite a distance from town, and Karissa watched the clock obsessively, wondering how long until someone radioed in that they'd arrived at his house. 8:30. Why hadn't Marsh called yet? They had a lot to talk about, including everything that had come up during the meeting with Chris. Was he mad at her now that he'd had a chance to talk with Hank and find out how much she doubted him? Karissa pushed those thoughts back and told herself not to be an idiot. He promised to meet with her tonight. He was probably just catching up with his parents. It had been a while since he'd seen them, after all. Virginia wasn't exactly next door to Colorado. The officers radioed in one by one, saying they had arrived at the destination. She acknowledged it and noted the times in the computer. Trent said he was going around back. The detective radioed in on a secure channel that he was ready in front, Tension pulled and stretched all of Carissa's muscles as she waited impatiently for word that they had Rex in custody. 3 minutes passed, and she heard nothing. She radioed in to ask the officers to check in, and all three confirmed that they were fine. She waited another 3 minutes and requested another update on their status, and again heard that they were fine. But that was all. She wanted to scream, but forced herself to be cheerful and professional when a call came through asking if the storm that weekend would make it hard to drive up the mountain for the holidays. Idiots thought she was the weather service. She paged an ambulance for a suspected heart attack and was relieved several minutes later when Detective Carlson radioed that they were leaving the house and to check her IM. As he said it, an IM popped up with a request for her to send a code red message to the sheriff's posse to meet at the shed for a suspect search. Apparently, they hadn't found Rex. She logged onto a website for code red. Hank, who was part of search and rescue, the posse, and the volunteer fire department, would be getting the call along with the others. The county used the database of resident numbers that had agreed to be contacted for emergencies, and it had subgroups for things like the sheriff's posse. Usually it was used to warn residents of searches for missing children or to call search and rescue for lost or injured outdoor enthusiasts. She selected the group to send the message to, then called in or recorded the message. The feeling she got from Carlson's message and the little radio traffic she'd picked up was that they were getting ready for a manhunt. The only reason they would institute a manhunt at this time of night was if Rex had threatened the boys, as she and Marsh had theorized. He had to be a threat, or they'd just put out an attempt to locate notice to all officers, deputies, and highway patrolmen who were on duty. The posse assembled and went in different directions. She wasn't involved in the search anymore, but heard regular reports as they spoke with each other, checking out various properties in the area. Karissa looked at the clock again and realized it was 9:30. Marsh still hadn't called. Fear squeezed her chest. Had she blown things with him? Or worse, had Rex gone after Marsh? I have paperwork to finish up, and then I'm headed home to bed. My next shift starts in 4 hours. Good luck with that. Tomorrow should be a lot of fun for you. Trent chuckled and headed out for the night. Karissa waffled about telling Marsh anything, and finally sent him a text message before she went to bed, so when he woke up, he'd know what was going on.
Marsh fell asleep almost immediately after his head hit the pillow, but his dreams were full of scenes where he told Karissa he loved her, and she said they could never be together. He woke late in the morning, still feeling groggy, and not sure what he was going to do about their relationship. He couldn't be pushing things along. If she wasn't ready to get serious yet, then maybe he needed to back off. And if she could think he would ever hurt his boys, then they didn't know each other as well as he'd thought. He picked up his phone from the bathroom counter after he dragged himself out of bed. The text from Karissa caught his attention immediately. They arrested Rex tonight. The detective thinks he's responsible for everything. They're still gathering evidence. Thank Chris if you see him. Thank Chris? What was that all about? Early that afternoon, Marsh's phone rang. It was Bruce, his attorney. Marsh, I just heard from the prosecuting attorney. They have everything they need to convict Rex. And one of your neighbors came forward and mentioned they'd seen him entering your place hours before they found the drugs at your house, and that he'd been carrying a plastic bag. One of the other boys also stepped up and said it was Rex. Since the JV coach corroborated your story about tossing the bag those water bottles came in, you're clear. The charges against you have been dropped. Marsh slumped into a nearby chair, his relief palpable. Really? Yes, really. You'll have to check with the school and see what it'll take to clear you to go back to work, but it's the last day of school before Christmas break anyway, so I imagine that'll all be settled before school starts again. Marsh wasn't sure if it would really be that easy, but he was willing to give it a try. He called the school to see if he could get an appointment with the principal, though it was nearly the end of the day. An hour before school ended, he took a seat across the oak desk from Principal Harmer. Thanks for seeing me. I know you must be busy. Yes, I'll be leaving with the boys' team in. He checked his watch. 15 minutes. I'm stepping in as coach until we can get things settled. Because you don't have enough on your plate? Marsh asked, smiling, though he was anxious about what that meant. The man hadn't said when Marsh was reinstituted, just when things were settled, which could mean all kinds of things. Just because he had been cleared of charges didn't mean that the community would accept him back. He'd heard of careers being ruined over less than this. Harmer chuckled and stood, coming around the desk. I've coached a little basketball in my time, if you recall. Taking over for a week or so won't hurt me. I have faith that you'll be right back in your old position before school starts again. He slapped Marsh on the arm in the familiar manner of solidarity that he hadn't shown since before the whole fiasco started. Marsh felt one more worry lift from his shoulders. The school board still had to clear it, but at least one more person believed in him. Thank you. I know you'll take good care of my boys. If you don't mind telling them that I'll be following the game and rooting for them, I'd appreciate it. They're good kids. They just need to keep their heads in the game. I agree. Principal Harmer extended a hand to Marsh. I'll talk to you soon. On the way back out to his truck, Marsh detoured past the basketball court and ran across Chris as the boy exited the gym, his bag slung over his shoulder. Hey, Coach, good to see you out and about. Chris walked over and accepted Marsh's handshake. I hear rumors that you're partly responsible for the fact that everything's cleared up, Marsh said with a smile. You want to tell me how that happened? Chris briefly related about Karissa coming to practice and appealing to the boys for help, calling her, and the trip to speak with the detective. So are you off the hook then? He asked. Marsh nodded. Looks like. With any luck, I'll be back to coaching by January 2nd. He stuffed his hands in the pocket of his jacket. Thanks for coming forward. I doubt this would have gotten straightened out so quickly without your help. No problem, Coach. Chris blushed a little, or maybe it was just the cold air. I'll be glad to have you back. Speaking of, he glanced behind him to where the other boys were loading onto the bus. I better get moving. We have a game tonight. You do. Good luck. You guys are better than you think. Just keep pushing, and I'll be listening to the game. Chris waved goodbye, and Marsh turned back to his truck. Just one more thing to settle, his relationship with Karissa.
Karissa had been up for nearly an hour. She fussed with her appearance, worried over her mom, spent time playing cars with her son on the living room rug, and watched the clock until the time she would meet up with Marsh, not sure if she was ready for the discussion. As she pulled on her coat about 3:30, she turned to her mom. Relationships suck, you know that? Beth chuckled. They can, but when you've found the right man, all of the good far outweighs the bad. But how do I know if he's the right man? Karissa leaned back against the counter. I don't want to make a mistake, Mom. Not again. You won't. Just focus on the important things. I know Marsh loves you and your son. How do you feel about him? Is he the kind of man you could be happy with? Does he make your life better? And can you imagine your life without him? You're the only one who can make that decision. Beth kissed her daughter's cheek. But I know you can make it. Just listen to your heart, honey. That didn't help at all, but Karissa smiled. Thanks, Mom. She grabbed her keys and the book she'd started at work the previous night. Maybe the drive into Juniper Ridge would help clear her head before she met with Marsh. Karissa had been a little too hopeful. Driving didn't help. 15 minutes hadn't been nearly enough. When she walked up Marsh's long sidewalk and onto his porch, she was still no closer to knowing what she wanted than before, other than being sure that she was mixed up and stupid. Marsh opened the door before she could knock. Hey, I saw your car pull up. Come on in. He gestured her into the room, which had a few extra homey touches she hadn't seen before, most likely a remnant of Marsh's mother's touch before both of his parents had headed back to Virginia that afternoon. I know I said we'd talk first, he said, but I skipped lunch. I ordered Chinese, and they delivered a couple of minutes ago. I hope that's okay with you. Perfect. Thanks. Though Karissa didn't know if she'd be able to eat anything, she let him help with her coat and took the seat across from him at the dining room table. The room itself had been stripped of wallpaper and had a few spackle spots on it where he'd done repairs. She looked around at it for a moment. Always something new going on here. It's a work in progress. Someday I'll finish it. And then find something else to do, she teased as she started scooping sweet and sour chicken onto her plate. He shrugged a little, not looking as unconcerned as he probably wanted to. It's kind of like a relationship that way, always in need of adjustments and repairs to get through everyday life. He passed over a set of chopsticks. I spoke to Chris, and he told me you went to practice looking for some way to help me. Karissa paused for a moment, then set down the food. I'm really sorry I doubted you, even for a moment. He nodded. I'm trying to understand and accept. It helps, knowing you stepped out to help me like that. I think my mind understands, but my heart is struggling. She smiled at the irony. It's the opposite for me. My heart believed you, but my mind fought it. Marsh's fingers slid over hers. I have to wonder if I've been pushing you too hard, too fast. I don't want to be that guy, the one who doesn't put the woman he loves first. The last thing I want to do is hurt you. Hank kept telling me I was pushing too hard and that it was going to blow up in my face. I don't ever want you to feel pressured. I'm going to try to understand if you need your space, need more time to get through things, over things, and move on. He sucked in a deep breath and set his face with determination. I'm putting you in the driver's seat now, not me. So it's all up to you. Karissa felt her throat choke up, making it hard to respond. She swallowed half of the glass of water he'd set out for her. What did he want from her? She decided to just ask. So you want me to feel in control? I'm in the driver's seat. Where would you like the vehicle to end up? She had the sick feeling that it wouldn't be them together, that he was trying to assuage her feelings, slow things down before breaking up with her down the road. Flashes of memory filled her head, scenes with Dennis telling her she wasn't enough for him, that he'd had to go elsewhere to find what he wanted in a wife. She pushed that away. Marsh wasn't Dennis, and he would never act like that. He was twice the man Dennis was. He was strong and honest, straightforward and hardworking. He cared about the kids on his team, not just as their coach, but as a mentor, and it was clear he was totally taken with Paul. He was exactly the kind of man she wanted. She realized more strongly than ever that she didn't want to live without him. I told you that I've always had feelings for you. He waited for her to nod before he continued. The way I feel about you has only gotten stronger in the past few months. Every morning when I wake up, I'm thinking of you, of when I'll see you again, or of calling you. When I finish this house, he glanced around at the walls. I see us together, living here with Paul and talking over dinner. I see us snuggled on the sofa with a new baby, cooing at it and making up stories about his or her future. His fingers tangled with hers, and he rubbed his thumb over her knuckles. I see us sitting on the porch swing, watching the grandkids play in the yard, or lighting sparklers for them at the 4th of July. His gaze never left hers. I see us together forever, Karissa. Always. He stopped and swallowed. But you're the driver, so you get to decide where we go and whether or not I have to get off before we reach the destination I see when I look at you. Karissa felt her heart fluttering against her ribs with the speed of hummingbird wings. Now, when her throat choked, it was with hope. She struggled to breathe, to put words together in her head. Karissa? Marsh asked. Half a minute had passed, and she hadn't spoken yet. She stood abruptly and came around the table to him. At first he looked alarmed, then hopeful when she took his hand. I want that too, Marsh. Definitely. And with you. Only you. You weren't pushing too hard. I was dragging behind, afraid to tell you. But when I look ahead, I see you too. You and Paul, and 2 or 3 other kids who all call you Dad. I love you. Marsh stood and scooped her into his arms as tears rose to her eyes, and this time when they leaked out, she didn't feel like a baby and wasn't embarrassed about him seeing her cry. I can have the house livable for 3 by April, he said. I like the sound of that. And when they kissed, Karissa could swear she heard laughter and happiness echoing back to them from the future.
Thanks for listening to Second Chances, Book 1 in the Carver Ranch series, and A Love in Juniper Ridge Sweet Small Town Romance. Please like this story to help others find it, and subscribe to be notified when I post other sweet romance or romantic suspense stories. Hope to see you soon.